plural of trillion arrest. Trillion fold, by a multiple of 1 trillion, by a trillion times as much or as many. Trillions, plural of trillion. Trillion, the ordinal form of the number 1 trillion. Trillions, plural of trillionth. Trillium, any of several perennial flowering plants of the genus Trillium having flowers with 3 petals. Trilliums, plural of trillium. Trella, a surname. Trellis, plural of trillo. Trellis, plural of trillo. Trellici, a particular steroid glycoside. Trellis, plural of trill. Trilli, having a trill sound. Trilobal, having 3 lobes. Trilobar, having 3 lobes. Trilobate, having 3 lobes. Trilobated, having 3 lobes. Trilobation, the state of being trilobate, the state of having 3 lobes. Trilobations, plural of trilobation. Trilobe, something having a shape consisting of 3 lobes. Trilobe, having 3 lobes. Trilobes, plural of trilo. Trilobi, an extinct arthropod of the class Trilobita, whose body had 3 large lobes. Trilobite beetle, a beetle of the genus Platyrodulus. Trilobiali, resembling a trilobite. Trilobites, plural of trilobite. Trilobitic, of pertaining to or containing trilobites. Trilobitoi, a ceratolid isopod of the genus Ceratosroles, but especially Ceratosroles trilobitoids. Trilobitoids, plural of trilobitoi. Trilobitologist, one who studies trilobites. Trilobitologists, plural of trilobitologists. Trilobitology, the study of trilobites. Trilobitomorph, an animal in the subphylum Trilobiomorpha, a trilobite. Trilobitomorphs, plural of trilobitomorph. Trilobazellin, a member of the extinct phylum Trilobazoa of 3-lobed animals. Trilobazellins, plural of trilobazoan. Trilobular, having 3 lobules. Trilobulated, having 3 lobules. Trilocular, having 3 cells or cavities. Trilocularin, a particular steroid glycoside. Triloculate, synonym of trilocular. Triloculin, trilocular. Trilogarithm, the form of polylogarithm having a base of 3. Trilogarithms, plural of trilogarithm. Trilogical, pertaining to or organized into a trilogy. Trilogies, plural of trilogy. Trilogists, the author of a trilogy. Trilogists, plural of trilogists. Trilogue, alternative form of trialogue in formal tripartite legislative meeting. Trilogues, plural of trilogue. Trilogy, a set of 3 works of art that are connected and that can be seen either as a single work or as 3 individual works. They are commonly found in literature, film, or video games. Trilon, a 3-sided prism used on game show sets or billboards, showing a different message on each side as it turns. Trilons, plural of trilon. Triloop, a motif that has 3 loops of nucleic acid. Triloops, plural of triloop. Trilophodont, having 3 ridges or crests. Trilophodonty, the condition of being trilophodont. Trilophosaur, an allocotosaur of the order Trilophosauria. Trilophosaur, any extinct reptile in the family Trilophosauridae, a trilophosaur. Trilophosaurids, plural of Trilophosaur. Trilophosaurs, plural of Trilophosaur. Trilostane, a drug used to treat Cushing's syndrome in dogs. Triluminar, having 3 lights. TRU, acronym of Trade-Related Investment Measure. TRIM, a surname. Trim down, to lose weight. Trim down to size, synonym of cut down to size. Trim line, a clear line on the side of a valley formed by a glacier, marking the most recent highest extent of the glacier. Trim lines, plural of trim line. Trim one's sails, to adjust a ship's sails to make the best of wind conditions. Trim parties, plural of trim party. Trim party, a prank in which a crowd of crew members move around a submarine to make it difficult to set the vessel's trim correctly. Trim tab, a control surface set within or attached to a larger control surface that provides trim to obtain a desired attitude without constant inputs to the primary control surfaces, for example ailerons and rudders. Trim tabs, plural of trim tab. Trim trail, an outdoor trail for walking or jogging, furnished with wooden exercise stations to develop balance, strength, and coordination. Trim trails, plural of trim trail. Trim up, to put up trimmings, especially at Christmas. Trim trail, a worthless trifle. Trim trams, plural of trim tram. Trinac, Trimax cichlid. Trimax cichlid, a large cichlid, Cichlosoma trimaculatum. Trimax cichlids, plural of Trimax cichlid. Trinax, plural of trimac. Trimaculated, marked with 3 spots. Trimagic, of a magic cube, remaining magic even if all its numbers are replaced by their kth power for 1 less or equal to k less or equal to 3. Trimagic square, a magic square that remains magic when all of its numbers are replaced by their cubes. Trimagic squares, plural of trimagic square. Trimagnesium, 3 magnesium atoms in a molecule. Trimalchio, a wealthy freedman in the 1st century CE Roman work of fiction Satyricon. Tinolidolor, involving the lateral malleolus, the medial malleolus, and the distal posterior aspect of the tibia. Trimanose, a trimer of mannose. Trimonosici, any glycoside having 3 mannose groups. Trimonosides, plural of trimonosi. Trimonosyl, 3 manosyl groups in a molecule. Trimaran, a type of boat with 3 parallel hulls. Trimarans, plural of trimaran. Trimaterial, consisting of 3 different materials. Trimatrices, plural of trimatrix. Trimatrix, a matrix with 3 elements per cell. Trimaximal, having 3 maxima. Trimaximally, in a trimaximal mare. Trimazocin, a sympatholytic alpha block or drug. Trimba, a sort of triangular drum. Trimbas, plural of trimba. Trimble, a surname. Trimble County, one of 120 counties in Kentucky, United States. County seat, Bedford. Trimbles, plural of Trimble. Trimbali, a surname. Trimballies, plural of Trimbali. Trimton, a village and civil parish in County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3734. Trimton Grange, a village in Trindon Parish, County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3735. Dry, a silver coin worth 3 cents, minted in the U.S. from 1851 to 1873. Trimin, a measure of a probability distribution's location defined as a weighted average of the distribution's median and its 2 quartiles. Trimians, plural of trimian. Trimibutene, a drug with antimuscarinic and weak mu-opioid agonist effects. Trimicane, an organic compound used as a local anesthetic and cardiac antiarrhythmic. Trimidlure, a synthetic chemical attractant used to attract male oriental fruit flies. Trimidoxime, an oxime used in the treatment of organophosphate poisoning. Trimidoxime bromide, an oxime used in the treatment of organophosphate poisoning. Trimagestone, a steroidal progestin. Trimelic acid, trimelitic acid. Trimelitate, any salt or ester of trimelitic acid. Trimelitic acid, a chemical compound with the molecular formula C6H-SOON. Trinumbral, having or consisting of 3 members. Trimen, a surname. Timeniaceous, of or relating to the Timeniaceae. Trimensional, 3-dimensional. Trimensual, occurring every 3 months, quarterly. Trimipridine, a particular narcotic painkiller. Trimiprazine, the drug alimimazine. Trimer, an oligomer composed of 3 monomers. Trimercury, 3 atoms of mercury in a compound. Trimeric, of or pertaining to a trimer. Trimerical, alternative form of trimeric. Trimerically, by means of a trimer. Trimericity, the condition of being trimeric. Trimerization, alternative form of trimerization. Trimerizations, plural of trimerization. Trimerize, alternative spelling of trimerize. Trimerize, simple past and past participle of trimerize. Trimerizes, 3rd person singular simple present indicative of trimerize. Trimerizing, present participle and gerund of trimerize. Trimeri, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing beryllium, calcium, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Trimerization, the formation of a trimer. Trimerizations, plural of trimerization. Trinerize, to form or be formed into a trimer. Trimerize, simple past and past participle of trimerize. Trimerizes, 3rd person singular simple present indicative of trimerize. Trimerizing, present participle and gerund of trimerize. Trimerify, any of the extinct vascular plants of the class Trimerophytopsida. Trimerorchid, Any divinus or in the family Trimerorhecidae. Trimerorhecids, plural of Trimerorhecid. Trimerous, organized in threes, having parts in numbers that are multiples of 3. Trimerously, in a trimerous manner. Trimers, plural of trimer. Trimery, the condition of being trimeric. Trimesic, of or pertaining to trimesic acid or its derivatives. Trimesic acid, the carboxylic acid, benzene 1,3,5-tricarboxylic acid obtained by oxidation of mesitylene. Trimesitic acid, alias of 2,4,6-pyridinitricarboxylic acid. Trimester, a period of 3 months or about 3 months, financial quarter. Trimesters, plural of trimester. Trimestral, of trimesters or the use thereof, quarterly, trimonthly. Trimestrial, of, pertaining to, or occurring every trimester or period of 3 months. Trimetal, composed of or containing 3 types of metal. Trimetallic, constructed from 3 metals. Trimetaphane, a ganglionic blocking agent used as a salt CHN2O5S2 to lower blood pressure, especially in hypertensive emergencies. Trimetaphane camzolate, a drug that counteracts cholinergic transmission at the ganglion type of nicotinic receptors of the autonomic ganglia and therefore blocks both the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. Trimetaphosphate, a cyclic phosphate P3O3. Trimetaphosphates, plural of trimetaphosphates. Trimetazidine, a cytoprotective anti-ischemic drug used in the treatment of angina pectoris. Trimeter, a line in a poem having 3 metrical feet. Trimeters, plural of trimeter. Trimethadine, an anticonvulsant drug used to control epilepsy. Trimethadians, plural of trimethadine. Trimethaphane, alternative form of trinetaphane. Trimethaphane camzolate, alternative form of trimethaphane camzolate. Trimethine, the group CH equals present in some acinals. Trimethines, plural of trimethine. Trimethobenzamide, a medication frequently used as an antiemetic to prevent nausea and vomiting. Trimethobenzamides, plural of trimethobenzamide. Trimethoprim, a synthetic antibiotic used to treat malaria and respiratory and urinary infections, usually in conjunction with a sulfonamide. Trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole, a combination of trimethoprim and sulfamethoxazole in the ratio of 1:5. Trimethoprine, alternative form of trimethoprim. Trimethoprims, plural of trimethoprim. Trimethoxy, 3 methoxy groups in a molecule. Trimethoxyacetophenone, any of several isomeric trimethoxy derivatives of acetophenone. Trimethoxyacetophemones, plural of trimethoxyacetophenone. Trimethoxyamphetamine, any of a family of isomeric psychedelic hallucinogenic drugs, analogs of the phenethylamine cactus alkaloid mescaline. Trimethoxyamphetamines, plural of trimethoxyamphetamine. Trimethoxylated, modified by the addition of 3 methoxyl groups. Trimethoxyphenyl, Any trimethoxy derivative of the phenyl group, especially 2,4,6-trimethoxyphenyl. Trimethoxysilane, the simple siloxane CHOCH. Trimethyl, 3 methyl groups in a molecule. Trimethyl vinyl silane, synonym of vinyl trimethylsilane. Trimethylacetate, Pivalate. Trimethylacetates, plural of trimethylacetate. Trimethylacetic acid, Pavalic acid. Trimethylacetyl, the radical derived from Pavalic acid, 2,2-diethylpropyl. Trimethylalkane, any alkane that has 3 methyl groups. Trimethylalkanes, plural of trimethylalkane. Trimethylaluminium, the organometallic compound CHAl. Trimethylaluminum, the trimethyl organometallic compound of aluminium CHAl. Trimethylamine, the tertiary amine CHN, a colorless gas with a fishy smell that is a product of animal and vegetable decomposition. Trimethylamines, plural of trimethylamine. Trimethylaminuria, a rare metabolic disorder that causes a defect in enzyme production and consequent body odor. Trimethylammonium, the univalent cation obtained by protonation of trimethylamine CHNH+. Trimethylammoniums, plural of trimethylammonium. Trimethylaniminium, the radical CHN+. Trimethylanilene, any trimethyl derivative of aniline. Trimethylanilines, plural of trimethylanilene. Trimethylarsine, the compound CHS. Trimethylase, an enzyme that catalyzes a trimethylation typically of a histone. Trimethylases, plural of trimethylase. Trimethylate, to introduce 3 methyl groups into a molecule. Trimethylated, simple past and past participle of trimethylate. Trimethylates, third person singular simple present indicative of trimethylate. Trimethylating, present participle and gerund of trimethylate. Trimethylation, the addition of 3 methyl groups, especially to an amine of a chromatin. Trimethylations, plural of trimethylation. Trimethylbenzene, any of 3 isomeric chemical compounds, 1,2,3-trimethylbenzene, 1,2,4-trimethylbenzene pseudocumene, and 1,3,5-trimethylbenzene mesitylene. Trimethylbenzenes, plural of trimethylbenzene. Trimethylbenzoyl, a trimethyl derivative of a benzoyl group. Trimethylbismuthi, an organobismuth compound bi-CH. Trimethylborate, the compound BOCH used as a precursor to boronic esters for Suzuki couplings. Trimethylborates, plural of trimethylborate. Trimethylchlorosilane, trimethylsilyl chloride. Trimethylcyclohexanol, a precursor of cyclindellate. Trimethylhydronaphthalene, a terpene responsible for a petrolly taste in wine. Trimethylene, cyclopropane. Trimethylbromide, 1,3-dibromopropane, a particular halogenated hydrocarbon. Trimethylnitronitramine, synonym of cyclinite. Trimethylethylene, 2-methyl-2-butene, a hydrocarbon with the molecular formula C5H. Trimethylgallium, the organometallic compound CHGA used in vapor phase epitaxy for the manufacture of semiconductors. Trimethylglycine, an organic compound related to choline, with the difference that the terminal carboxylate acid group of trimethylglycine has been reduced to a hydroxyl group in choline. Trimethylguanosine. Any trimethyl derivative of guanosine, but especially 2,2,7-trimethylguanosine, which inhibits cross-linking of nucleic acids. Trimethylguanosines. Plural of trimethylguanosine. Trimethylhydrazine. An organic compound with the molecular formula C3HN2. Trimethylhydrazinium. Any trimethyl derivative of a hydrazinium ion. Trimethylhydraziniums. Plural of trimethylhydrazinium. Trimethylhydroquinone. A precursor of vitamin E that may be prepared from crotonaldehyde. Trimethylindium. The organometallic compound, CHN, used in vapor phase epitaxy for the manufacture of semiconductors with the highest purity levels 99.99999%. Trimethylysine. A trimethyl derivative of lysine produced by post-translational methylation, typically of histone. Trimethylmethane. Synonym of isobutane. Trimethylmethanes. Plural of trimethylmethane. Trimethylulthane. An organic compound with a chemical formula CH3CCH2OH, a triol whose esters are known for their resistance to heat, light hydrolysis, and oxidation. Trimethylpropane. An organic compound with chemical formula CH3CH2CCH2OH, a colorless solid triol widely used as a building block in the polymer industry. Trimethylpentane. Any of several isomers of octane having 3 methyl groups attached to a pentane chain, especially isooctane, used as a standard for octane number. Trimethylpentanes. Plural of trimethylpentane. Trimethylphenanthrin. Any trimethyl derivative of phenanthrin. Trimethylphenanthrins. Plural of trimethylphenanthrin. Trimethylphenol. Any trimethyl derivative of phenol. Trimethylphenols. Plural of trimethylphenol. Trimethylphenyl. Any of 3 isomeric trimethyl derivatives of the phenyl radical. Trimethylphenylammonium. The quaternary ammonium cation CHC6HN+. Trimethylphenols. Plural of trimethylphenyl. Trimethylphosphine. The organophosphorus compound PCH, a common ligand in coordination chemistry. Trimethylphosphines. Plural of trimethylphosphine. Trimethylpsoralen. Alternative form of trioxalin. Trimethylpyridine. Any trimethyl derivative of a pyridine. Trimethylpyridines. Plural of trimethylpyridine. Trimethylsilane. Deodosilane ZHCH. Trimethylsiloxysilicate. A cross-linked silicone resin used in cosmetics to form water-resistant films. Trimethylsilyl. The organosilicon article CHC. Trimethylsilyl chloride. The organosilicon compound CHCCl used in the synthesis of many organic silicon compounds. Trimethylsilylacetylene. A trimethylsilyl derivative of acetylene that is used in organic synthesis. Trimethylsilylated. Modified by addition of one or more trimethylsilyl groups. Trimethylsilylation. The addition of one or more trimethylsilyl groups to a molecule. Trimethylsilylations. Plural of trimethylsilylation. Trimethylsilylase. A chemical compound CHCN3 used as a reagent in organic chemistry. Trimethylsilyl chloride. Alternative form of trimethylsilyl chloride. Trimethylsilyls. Plural of trimethylsilyl. Trimethylstannane. An organotin compound with tin bonded to 3 methyl groups. Trimethylstanyl. The organometallic radical CHSN derived from stannine. Trimethylstanyls. Plural of trimethylstanyl. Trimethylsulfonium. The cation CHS plus. Trimethyltelluronium. The cation CHT plus. Trimethyltin. The organometallic radical CHSN. Trimethyltransferase. An enzyme that catalyzes the transfer of three methyl groups. Trimethyltransferases. Plural of trimethyltransferase. Trinitazine. A sedative drug. Trimeter. Alternative form of trimeter. Trimeters. Plural of trimeter. Trimeterxate. A quinazoline derivative that is a dihydrofolate reductase inhibitor used with leucovorin in treating pneumocystis. Trimeter. Of or relating to a trimeter or anything related to trimeters. Trimetrical. Of or relating to a trimeter or anything related to trimeters. Trimetrogon. A single assembly of three cameras at differing angles used for aerial photographic surveys. Trimetrogons. Plural of trimetrogon. Thread. A surname. Tamiletio. The 3000th anniversary of an event or happening. Tamiletials. Plural of tamillennial. Trimingham. A coastal village and civil parish in North Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 2738. Trimipramine. A tricyclic antidepressant with sedative and anxiolytic properties. Trimedic. Containing all three types of hyphae, generative, skeletal, and binding. Trimix. A mixture of helium, nitrogen, and oxygen used in deep diving as a breathing gas instead of air. Trimixes. Plural of trimix. Trimley. The villages of Trimley St. Martin and Trimley St. Mary in Suffolk, England. Trimley St. Martin. A village and civil parish in East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 2737. Trimley St. Mary. A village and civil parish in East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 2836. Trimline. Alternative form of trimline. Trimlines. Plural of trimline. Trimly. In a trim manner, neatly, smartly. True. A surname. Trimmable. Capable of being trimmed. Trimmed. Simple past and past participle of trim. Trimmed down to size. Simple past and past participle of trim down to size. Trimmed one's sails. Simple past and past participle of trim one's sails. Trimmed up. Simple past and past participle of trim up. Trimmer. A surname. Trimmers. Plural of trimmer. Trimmus. Superlative form of trim, most trim. Trimma. Third person singular simple present indicative of trim. Trimigrant. A migrant worker who comes into an area to find a job harvesting marijuana. Trimigrants. Plural of trimigrant. Trimmin. Pronunciation spelling of trimming. Trimming. The act or process of someone who trims. Trimming down to size. Present participle and gerund of trim down to size. Trimming one's sails. Present participle and gerund of trim one's sails. Trimming up. Present participle and gerund of trim up. Trimmingly. With reprimand or chastising. Trimmings. Accompaniments to a meal. Tros. plural of trim. Trimasium, any of various types of gymnasium equipment used in fitness training. Trimasiums, plural of trimasium. Trimel, a surname from Middle English. Trimels, plural of trimel. Trimus, repafia to m. Trimises, plural of trimus. Trimodal, having or employing 3 modes. Trimodalities, plural of trimodality. Trimodality, the condition of being trimodal. Trimodally, in a trimodal manner. Trimodular, having 3 modes of operation. Trimodulin, a polyclonal antibody for the treatment of COVID-19. Trimolecular, involving 3 molecules. Trimolybdate, an anion with 3 molybdenum atoms with the formula Mo3O2 or any salt containing this group. Trimolybdates, plural of trimolybdate. Trimolybdenum, 3 molybdenum atoms or cations in a molecule Mo. Trimonite, scheelite. Trimonoecious, that has male, female, and bisexual perfect flowers on the same individual plant. Trimonosism, synonym of trimonocy. Trimonocy, the condition of being trimonoecious. Trimonthlies, plural of trimonthly. Trimonthly, occurring at intervals 3 months apart. Trimore, having 3 mori. Trimoracity, the property of having 3 mori. Trimorph, a substance which crystallizes in 3 distinct forms, or which has 3 distinct physical states. Trimorphemic, consisting of 3 morphemes. Trimorphic, having 3 different forms. Trimorphism, the property of crystallizing in 3 distinct forms. Trimorphisms, plural of trimorphism. Trimorphous, trimorphic, having or relating to 3 forms. Trimorphs, plural of trimorph. Trimotor, that has 3 motors, especially in aircraft with 3 piston engines. Trimotor, synonym of trimotor. Trimotors, plural of trimotor. Trimount, a stylized depiction of 3 hills or mountains. Trimounts, plural of trimount. Trimexazole, a combination of trimethoprim and sulfamethoxazole used to treat bacterial infections. Trimphone, a luxury telephone of the 1960s with a then innovative electronic ringer and illuminated dial. Trimphones, plural of trimphone. Trimphi, syllabic abbreviation of timbrepotentiometer. Trimpots, plural of trimpot. Tro, plural of trim. Tros, plural of trim. Trims down to size. 3rd person singular simple present indicative of trim down to size. Trims one's sails. 3rd person singular simple present indicative of trim one's sails. Trims up. 3rd person singular simple present indicative of trim up. Trimtheron, a village and community in Carmarthenshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SN 4504. Trintab, alternative form of trim tab. Trintabs, plural of trintab. Trimocronate, having 3 macros. Trimuon, a proposed particle composed of 3 muons. Trimuons, plural of trimuon. Trimerty, the trinity of supreme divinity, as represented by the forms of Brahma the creator, Vishnu the maintainer or preserver, and Shiva the destroyer or transformer. Trimuscular, consisting of, or relating to, 3 muscles. Trimusculid. Any sea snail in the family Trimusculidae. Trimusculids. Plural of trimusculid. Trimor. Synonym of trim decoration, especially along edges or borders. Triaristes. Any ester containing 3 myristate groups. Trimyristates. Plural of trimyristate. Trimyristin. An ester with the chemical formula CHO6 as saturated fat, which is the triglyceride of myristic acid found naturally in nutmeg and other vegetable fats and oils. Trin and Tobago. Abbreviation of Trinidad and Tobago. Trina. A diminutive of the female given name Katrina from ancient Greek. Trinacria. Sicily. Trinacrian. Of or relating to Trinacria or Sicily. Trinacrians. Plural of Trinacrian. Trinacriform. Having 3 prongs or sharp points. Trinal. Having 3 parts, triple. Trinality. The quality of being tenal. Trinal. Obsolete spelling of trinal. Triethylene. A heptacyclic aron formed by the fusion of 3 naphthalene residues around a central benzene ring. Trinaries. Plural of trinary. Trinarization. Conversion of a tree to one with at most 3 children per node. Trinarizations. Plural of trinarization. Trinary. Alternative form of ternary. Trinary star. A stellar system that has 3 stars orbiting around each other, triple star. Trinary star system. A trinary star. Trinary star systems. Plural of trinary star system. Trinary stars. Plural of trinary star. Trination. In the Catholic Church, the offering up of the holy sacrifice of the Mass 3 times on the same day by the same celebrant. Trinational. Of or relating to 3 nations. Trinationally. Of or in 3 nations. Trinaural. Having a 3rd audio channel in addition to the binaural or stereo channels. Trinbago. Trinidad and Tobago. Trinbaganian. A native or inhabitant of Trinidad and Tobago. Trinbaganians. Plural of Trinbaganian. Trincavalli. A surname from Italian. Trinciato. A spicy meat dish of Angolan and Mozambican origin. Trinchados. Plural of Trinchato. Trincomalee. A city in Sri Lanka. Trincomalee wood. The wood of the tree Barria codifolia. Trincomalee. Obsolete form of Trincomalee. Trincello. A moon of Uranus. Trenta. A female given name. Trinde. A surname from Portuguese. Trindades. Plural of Trinde. Trender. A surname. Trendle. A wheel, especially of a wheelbarrow. Trindletail. Alternative spelling of trundletail. Trindletails. Plural of trindletail. Trindle. Simple past and past participle of trindle. Trindles. 3rd person singular simple present indicative of trindle. Trindle. Present participle and gerund of trindle. Tri. A surname from German. Trine. A city in the Moravian Silesian region, Czech Republic. Trine. Simple past and past participle of trine. Trinely. In a trine or threefold manner. Schreinervase. Having three ribs or nerves extending unbranched from the base to the apex. Triner. Schreinervase. Trines. Plural of trine. Trinitron. A hypothetical stable cluster of three neutrons. Trineutrons. Plural of trineutron. A surname. Tring rural. A civil parish in Dacorum Borough, Hertfordshire, England, northwest of the town of Tring. Tringna. Any of the genus Tringda of waders containing the shanks and tattlers. Tringali. A surname from Italian. Tringalis. Plural of Tringali. Tringnes. Plural of Tringa. Tringle. A curtain rod for a bedstead. Tringles. Plural of tringle. Triangulin. Misspelling of triangulin. A surname from Vietnamese. Trins. Plural of trin. Trid. A Trinidadian. Trinical. Three nickel atoms or cations in a molecule 9. Trinidad. An island in the Caribbean, part of Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobagan, rare form of Trinidad and Tobaganian. Trinidad and Tobago, a country consisting of two main islands and several smaller islands in the Caribbean, off the coast of Venezuela. Official name, Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobaganian, alternative form of Trinidadian and Tobaganian, of, from or relating to Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobaganians, plural of Trinidad and Tobaganian. Trinidad scorpion, a very hot variety of chili pepper. Trinidad scorpions, plural of Trinidad scorpion. Trinidadian, a person from Trinidad or descending from Trinidad. Trinidadian and Tobaganian, a person from Trinidad and Tobago or of descent of Trinidad and Tobago. A Trinidadian. Trinidadian and Tobaganian English, a dialect of English used in Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidadianness, quality of being Trinidadian. Trinidadians, plural of Trinidadian. Trinidadians and Tobaganians, plural of Trinidadian and Tobaganian. Trinification, a model in the grand unification theory of the three families of fermions. Tredo, a paleoanthropological site on the banks of the Bengawan Solo River in Ngawi Regency, East Java Province, in Indonesia. Trining, present participle and gerund of trine. Tudovia, three atoms of niobium in a chemical compound. Tredes, plural of trini. Trinoscope, an early color television system using three separate video tubes with colored phosphors producing the primary colors, combining the images through dichroic mirrors onto a screen for viewing. Trinoscopes, plural of trinoscope. Trinitarian, someone who believes in the Trinity, the three persons of the Godhead. Trinitarian formula, alternative letter case form of Trinitarian formula. Trinitarianism, alternative letter case form of Trinitarianism. Trinitarianisms, plural of Trinitarianism. Trinitarians, plural of Trinitarian. Trinitary, relating to a trinity or set of three, especially the Holy Trinity. Trinity, obsolete spelling of Trinity. Trinities, plural of Trinity. Trinitide, the glassy residue left on the desert floor after the Trinity nuclear bomb test of 1945 at Alamogordo, New Mexico, USA. Trinitites, plural of trinitite. Trinitize, to divide into a trinity. Trinitize, simple past and past participle of trinitize. Trinitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of trinitize. Trinitizing, present participle and gerund of trinitize. Trinitramai, the binary compound of nitrogen and oxygen, and no. Trinitrate, any compound containing three nitrate groups. Trinitrates, plural of trinitrate. Trinitration, any nitration reaction in which three nitro groups are introduced into a compound. Trinitrations, plural of trinitration. Trinitri, any compound containing three nitride groups. Trinitrise, plural of trinitri. Trinitrin, nitroglycerine. Trinitro, three nitro groups in a compound. Trinitroaniline, the nitro derivative of aniline that is used as an explosive, picramide. Trinitrobenzene, any derivative of benzene containing three nitro groups, but especially the explosive 1,3,5-trinitrobenzene. Trinitrobenzenes, plural of trinitrobenzene. Trinitrocellulose, nitrocellulose, gun cotton. Trinitrocresol, any of several isomeric trinitro derivatives of cresol. The commercial mixture was once used as an antiseptic. Trinitrocresols, plural of trinitrocresol. Trinitrofluorenon, any trinitro derivative of fluorenon. Trinitrofluorenons, plural of trinitrofluorenon. Trinitroglycerin, nitroglycerine. Trinitroglycerine, alternative form of trinitroglycerin. Trinitromethane, nitroform. Trinitrophenol, picric acid. Trinitrophenyl, the univalent radical derived from trinitrophenol. Trinitrophenylation, reaction with a trinitrophenyl group. Trinitrophenylations, plural of trinitrophenylation. Trinitrophenylmethylnitramine, synonym of tetro. Trinitroresorcinol, styphnic acid. Trinitrosol, three nitrosyl groups in a compound. Trinitrotoluene, a highly explosive yellow crystalline substance, CH3C6H-NO, obtained by reacting nitric acid with toluene. Trinitrotoluenes, plural of trinitrotoluene. Trinitrotoluol, trinitotoluene, TNT. Trinitrotoluols, plural of trinitrotoluol. Trinitrothiazidobenzene, 1,3,5-triazeto-2,4,6-trinitrobenzene, an aromatic high explosive composed of a benzene ring with three azeto groups and three nitro groups alternating around the ring. Trinity, in Christian belief, the three persons trine, persony of the Godhead, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Trinity Bay, a bay in eastern Newfoundland, and Labrador, Canada. Trinity Bay North, a town in Newfoundland, and Labrador, Canada. Trinity Center, a census-designated place in Trinity County, California, United States. Trinity County, one of 58 counties in California, United States. County seat, Weaverville, named after Trinity River, California. Trinity cream. Synonym of creme brulee. Trinity Monday. The Monday which directly follows Trinity Sunday and starts Trinititide, the liturgical tide that lasts till Advent. Trinity Sunday. The Sunday after Whitsunday/Pentecost in the Western Christian tradition, or the Sunday of Pentecost in the Eastern Christian tradition, observed as a liturgical feast in honor of the Holy Trinity. Trinity Sundays, plural of Trinity Sunday. Trinity Term, the fourth and final term of the legal year, running from May to July, during which the upper courts of England and Wales and Ireland sit to hear cases. Trinity Terms, plural of Trinity Term. Trinity Village, a census-designated place in Trinity County, California, United States. Trinityhood, the state of being a Trinity. Trinitidie, Trinity Sunday, the Sunday after Pentecost, or the period around it. Triniunity, obsolete form of triunity. Trig, a kind of fishing net that is attached to a post or anchor, set net. Trinkeries, plural of trinkery. Trinkerman, a fisherman who uses trinks. Trinkermen, plural of trinkerman. Trinkery, a small item or trinket, particularly a small item of food or a religious item regarded as trivial. Trinket, a small, showy ornament, especially a piece of jewelry. Trinkete, simple past and past participle of trinket. Trinketer, someone who trinkets. Trinketers, plural of trinketer. Trigting, present participle and gerund of trinket. Trinketings, plural of trinketing. Trinketization, the act or process of trinketizing. Trinketize, to reduce to trinkets, to make tawdry and materialistic. Trinketize, simple past and past participle of trinketize. Trinketizes, third person singular simple present indicative of trinketize. Trinketizing, present participle and gerund of trinketize. Trinket like a trinket, sheep and showy. Trinkeries, plural of trinketry. Trinkery, ornaments of dress, trinkets, collectively. Trinkets, plural of trinket. Trinket, resembling or characteristic of a trinket, gaudy and worthless. Trinkillo, a small, insignificant item or accessory, especially one used in a religious rite. Trinkillos, plural of trinkillo. Trenko, a surname. Trencolt, simple past and past participle of trinkle. Trincoment, a small decorative item or ornament. Trincoments, plural of trincoment. Trinkles, plural of trinkle. Trinklet, a trinket. Trinklets, plural of trinklet. Trinkling, present participle and gerund of trinkle. Trinkly, thankfully. Trinks, plural of trink. Trinkum, alternative form of trinkum trankum. Trinkum trankum, a trinket. Trinkum trankums, plural of trinkum trankum. Trinkums, plural of trinkum. Trier, a surname. Trede, a surname. Trinobantes, alternative form of Trinovantes. Trinoctial, lasting for 3 nights. Trinocular, using 3 points of vision, such as a microscope with 2 standard eyepieces and 1 camera eyepiece, or a camera rig with 3 cameras. Trinoculars, a notional set of binoculars for a three-eyed being. Trinodal, having 3 nodes. Trinogamous, pertaining to a committed relationship involving 3 people, often including a married couple. Trinomen, a scientific name at the rank of subspecies, an expansion of a binomial name, a genus and a species combined with the name of the subspecies. For example, Anopheles gigas formosus or Homo sapiens sapiens. Trinoeal, consisting of 3 names or parts or terms. Trinomialism, the use of trinomial nomenclature. Trinomialist, one who uses or promotes trinomial nomenclature. Trinomialists, plural of trinomialists. Trinoeali, in a trinomial manner. Trinoeals, plural of trinomial. Trinomina, plural of trinomen. Trinominal, trinoeal. Trinominals, plural of trinominal. Trinodecanote, any salt or ester containing 3 nonadecanote groups or anions. Trinodecanoin, the triglyceride of nonadecanoic acid. Trinodecanoin, the triglyceride of nonadecanoic acid. Trinonylamine, an amine with 3 nonyl radicals used primarily as an extractant. Trinovantes, a Celtic tribe of pre-Roman Britain holding territory on the north side of the Thames estuary in current Essex and Suffolk. Trinuclear, having 3 nuclei. Trinuclearity, the quality of being tetraclear. Trinucleate, having 3 nuclei. Trinucleated, modified to have 3 nuclei. Trinucleating, forming a complex with 3 nuclei, particularly used for ligands that link 3 metal atoms into a complex. Trinuclei, any trilobite of the family Trinucleidae. Trinuclei, a bound state of 3 nucleons. Trinucleans, plural of trinuclean. Trinucleosome, relating to a trinucleosome. Trinucleosome, an oligosome containing 3 nucleosomes. Trinucleosomes, plural of trinucleosome. Trinucleotide, a codon containing 3 nucleotides. Trinucleotide repeat disorder, any of a group of disorders caused by stretches of DNA that contain a sequence of 3 nucleotides repeated many times. Trinucleotide repeat disorders, plural of trinucleotide repeat disorder. Trinucleotides, plural of trinucleotide. Trinucleotide, relating to or composed of trinucleotides. Tringsai, a Catalan dish of cabbage, potato, and pork resembling bubble and squeak. A group of 3 people or things. Trio sonata, a type of musical composition with 2 melodic parts and basso continuo. Trio sonatas, plural of trio sonata. Triobjective, involving 3 objectives. Trio, an ancient coin worth 3 ables. Triabo, meme worthless. Triabolary, triabo. Triados, plural of triabal. Trioctahedral, having all 3 octahedral sites occupied by cations. Trioctanote, any compound that has 3 octanote groups. Trioctanotes, plural of trioctanote. Triethanoid. Synonym of tricaprylin. Triethanoyl. Three octanoyl groups in a molecule. Triethyl. An aspect of two planets with regard to the Earth when they are 3 octants or 3/8 of a circle 135 degrees distant from each other. Triactyls, plural of triactyl. Triactylamine. The tertiary Triactylammonium, a quaternary ammonium group containing 3 acyl radicals CH+. Triactylphosphine, the odinophosphine CHP. Triaculor, having or relating to 3 eyes. Triaculase, having or appearing to have 3 eyes. Triode, a thermionic valve containing an anode, a cathode, and a control grid. Small changes to the charge on the grid control the flow from cathode to anode, which makes amplification possible. Triodes, plural of triode. Triodia, plural of triodion. Triodias, plural of triodia. Triodian, the liturgical book used by the Eastern Orthodox Church containing the propers for the fasting period preceding Easter and for the weeks leading up to the fast. Triodians, plural of triodian. Triodontid, any fish in the family Triodontidae. Triodontis, plural of triodontid. Trioecious, having male staminate, female pistillate, and bisexual flowers on the same plant, also known as polygamous, like Fraxinus excelsior. Triaceae, the state or quality of being trioecious. Trioicus, alternative spelling of trioecious. Any pterid marsupial in the genus Dactylopsilla. Triakinase, a transferase enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction ADP plus D-glyceraldehyde ADP plus D-glyceraldehyde 3-phosphate. Triax, plural of triac. Trial, a surname. Triala, a surname. Triolas, plural of triola. Trial, a triplet. Triolate, any compound containing 3 olate groups. Triolates, plural of triolate. Trilate, the triglyceride of oleic acid. Trials, plural of triol. Trialis, an 8-line poem whose rhyme scheme is a bob AB and whose lines are in iambic tetrameter. Trialates, plural of trialis. Triala, a surname from Italian. Trialogies, plural of triology. Trialogy, a trilogy. Trialos, plural of trialo. Tiles, plural of tial. Triamino, a triangular tile used in triaminos, a variant of the game of dominoes. Triaminos, plural of triamino. Triaminos, plural of triamino. Trial, a card game dating from the late 15th century. Tri, a singlet state formed from 3 atoms of different colors. Triamol, the anesthetic drug 2,2-bis-ethylsulfonylbutane. Triol, any ketone having 3 carbonyl groups. Trions, plural of trione. Trione, of, pertaining to, or composed of trions. Trions, plural of trion. Trionygian, any turtle of the family Trionygidae. Trionygians, plural of Trionygian. Triadige, any turtle in the family Trionygidae. Triagids, plural of trianidae. Triachoi. Any of the Trianidae, a group of turtles. Trianichoids, plural of Trianichoi. Trede, a name consisting of three terms. Trehemo, synonym of Trianimus. Trianimus, consisting of three names or terms. Trehems, plural of Trianem. Any of some of the genus Triapha of colorful polysarid nudibranchs. Triaphois, plural of Triapoli. Triaphoi, a market situation in which three companies dominantly provide a particular product or service. Triapse, any member of family Triapsidae of tadpole shrimps. Triapses, plural of Triapse. Trier, alternative form of trier. Trioige, possessing three testes. Triarchidism, a form of polyorchidism characterized by the presence of three testes. Triarchism, the condition of having three testicles. Triers, plural of trier. Trios, plural of trio. Trios, a sugar or saccharide containing three carbon atoms. Trioses are the smallest monosaccharides. Dihydroxyacetone and L/D-glyceraldehyde are the only trioses. Triose phosphate, alternative form of triose phosphate. Triose phosphates, plural of triose phosphate. Triose phosphate, any phosphate of a triose. But especially glycerophosphate. Triose phosphatasemerase, an enzyme that catalyzes the reversible interconversion of the triose phosphate isomers dihydroxyacetone phosphate and D-glyceraldehyde 3-phosphate. Triose phosphates, plural of triose phosphate. Trioses, plural of triose. Triaceo, relating to or connecting three bones. Triaceal canal, an anatomical structure in birds located at the junction of the scapula, coracoid, and clavicle, through which runs a strong tendon that connects the supracoracoideus muscles to the humerus. Triaceal canals, plural of triaceal canal. Triacecular, heading through reasicles. Testin, a bicyclic peptide with EUPAC name N1R4s 7R11s 14R17s 20R24s 2 4 12 15 17 25 hexamethyl 3 6 10 13 16 19 23 26 octalso 11 20 40 prop and 2-il-20-quinoxylane, 2-carbonylamino 9-22-dioxet, 28-29 ithia, 2-5-12-15, 18-25, hexazabacipla 12.12.4 trioconin, 7-il-quinoxylane, 2-carboxamide. Trioval, a shape that is a hybrid of triangle and oval, sometimes used for motor racetracks. Triovals, plural of trioval. Triavolate, composed of three ovules. Triaxin, archaic form of triaxane. Triaxane, any saturated six-membered heterocycle having 3 carbon atoms and 3 oxygen atoms. Triaxanes, plural of triaxane. Triaxins, plural of triaxin. Triasaccharine, any of the certain class of antimalarial dogs. Triasaccharines, plural of triasaccharine. Triacid, archaic form of trioxide. Triacidane, dihydrogen trioxide HOOH. Triacid, any acid containing 3 oxygen atoms in each molecule. Triacids, plural of trioxide. Triacids, plural of trioxide. Triacyphine, a selective estrogen receptor modulator with competitive binding activity against estradiol. Triacylane, any of a group of trihydroxylated derivatives of arachidonic acid. Triacylanes, plural of triaxylane. Triaxo, a chemical compound with 3 oxygen atoms with double bonds. Triaxylane, a 5-membered, saturated heterocycle containing 2 carbon atoms and 3 oxygen atoms, any derivative of this compound. Triaxylanes, plural of triaxylane. Triaxylane, a furanocoumarin and a psoralen derivative used for phototherapy treatment of vitiligo and hand eczema. Triacygen, ozone, the triatomic allotrope of oxygen. Triacygenated, oxygenated with 3 atoms or molecules of oxygen. Triacylmethylanthraquinone, misspelling of trihydroxymethylanthraquinone. Triacylmethylanthraquinones, plural of triacylmethylanthraquinone. Triacylmethylene. 1,3,5-trioxane, a stable cyclic trimer of formaldehyde. Triaze, an insect in the family Triazidae. Triazes, plural of triaze. Tr, a journey, an excursion or jaunt. Trip balls, to experience a severe drug-induced hallucinatory trip. Trip cord, a cord, line, lanyard, or wire that, when pulled, mechanically activates a device. Trip cords, plural of trip cord. Trip flare, alternative form of trip flare. Trip from the tongue, alternative form of roll off the tongue. Trip hammer, a powered machine used in a forge which repeatedly strikes work placed on an anvil. Trip hammers, plural of trip hammer. Trip hop, a genre of slow electronica combining elements of hip-hop with melodic, often psychedelic, sounds and impressionistic lyrics. Trip meter, a part of an odometer capable of recording the distance traveled during a short trip by allowing its readout to be reset to 0. Trip meters, plural of trip meter. Trip odometer, a part of an odometer capable of recording the distance traveled during a short trip by allowing its readout to be reset to 0. Trip odometers, plural of trip odometer. Trip off the tongue, alternative form of roll off the tongue. Trip out, to hallucinate or otherwise alter one's consciousness as a result of drugs. Trip over, to trip or stumble and almost fall, as a result of bumping into someone or something with one's feet. Trip over one's own 2 feet, to stumble while walking without having tripped over anything. Trip over oneself, make an extreme effort to do something. Trepsit, to watch over a person while they are using drugs, to act as a trip sitter. Trip sitter, a person who watches over a person who is using drugs. Trip sitters, plural of trip sitter. Trip sitting, the task of a trip sitter, the practice of watching or guiding a person while they use drugs. Trip slit, a strip of paper on which a conductor must punch a hole when a fare is taken. Trip slips, plural of trip slip. Trip switch, a device that deactivates an electrical circuit under certain conditions, often for safety reasons. Trip switches, plural of trip switch. Trip the light fantastic, to dance or to move rhythmically to musical accompaniment, especially in a graceful or nimble manner. Trip the light fantastic toe. Obsolete form of trip the light fantastic. Triptych. A map with the route to follow highlighted. Triptychs, plural of triptych. Trip to Jerusalem, synonym of musical chairs. Trip to the woodshed, an occasion on which a reprimand or punishment is administered privately. Trip trap, alternative form of trip trap. Trip trapped, simple past and past participle of trip trap. Trip trapping, present participle and gerund of trip trap. Trip traps, third person singular simple present indicative of trip trap. Trip out, to commit an error, make a mistake. Tripwire, alternative form of tripwire. Tripwires, plural of trip wire. Trip working, the operation of short-distance freight trains, for example between goods yards. Trip workings, plural of trip working. Trip hammer, alternative spelling of trip hammer. Trip hammers, plural of trip hammer. Trip hop, alternative form of trip hop. Trip switch, a device to halt the current flow, a cutout or trip. Trip switches, plural of trip switch. Trip trap, representing the sound of walking on a hard surface. Trip trapped, simple past and past participle of trip trap. Trip trapping, present participle and gerund of trip trap. Trip traps, third person singular simple present indicative of trip trap. Tri-pie, film that has three emulsions sensitive to red, green, or blue stacked on top of one another. Tripacks, plural of tripack. Tripack, alternative form of trepak folk dance. Tripacks, plural of tripack. Tripomatate, a pomatate derived from three molecules of palmitic acid. Tripomatates, plural of tripomatate. Tripomatin, the triglyceride of palmitic acid. Tripomatine, alternative form of tripomatin. Tripomatins, plural of tripomatin. Tripomethylene, the triglyceride of palmitoleic acid. Tripalmitoyl, three palmitoyl groups in a molecule. Tripalmitoylated, modified by the addition of three palmitoyl groups. Tripalmitylglycerol, tripalmitin. Tripamide, a diuretic drug. Tripang, alternative form of trepang. Tripangs, plural of tripang. Trypanosomatid, any kind of plastid of the order Trypanosomatida. Trypanosomatids, plural of trypanosomatid. Tripyra, a woman who has borne 3 children. Triparalygus, that has resulted from 3 paralogous diversions from a common ancestor. Triparometric, having or relating to 3 parameters. Tridirenal, a synthetic cholesterol-lowering drug, no longer in use because of adverse side effects. Triparas, plural of tripara. Triparental, involving 3 parents, but especially describing a form of bacterial conjugation in which a conjugative plasmid present in a helper bacterial strain assists the transfer of plasmid from a second to a third strain. Tripart, having 3 parts. Tripartite, divided into 3 pieces. Tripartable, divisible into 3 parts. Tripartient, dividing into 3 parts. Tripartisan, relating to or supported by 3 groups, especially by 3 political parties. Tripartisanism, tripartisanship. Tripartisanship, cooperation between 3 competing political parties governing in a tripartisan manner. Tripartism, the state or policy of being tripartite, separatism into 3 factions. Tripartite. In 3 parts. Tripartite soul. The proposition that one's soul is composed of 3 parts. Psi-epsilon chi-eta p-s-u-k-h letter 1e17. Psyche is composed of 3 parts. The land omicron gamma iota sigma tau iota cap omicron sigma logisticos, logical. The theta epsilon u omicron epsilon iota delta epsilon sigma thumoides, spirited, and the letter 1f10 pi iota theta epsilon u eta tau iota cap omicron u epithumidicon, apetita. Tripartite souls. Plural of tripartite soul. Tripartite system. The division of state-funded secondary education into 3 types of school: grammar school, secondary technical school, and secondary modern school, used between 1945 and the 1970s in England and Wales, and from 1947 to 2009 in Northern Ireland. Performance in the 11+ examination determined which type of school a student would attend. Tripartitely, in a tripartite fashion, in or into 3 parts. Tripartiteness, the quality of being tripartite. Tripartition, a division by 3s or into 3 parts, the taking of a third part of any number or quantity. Tripartition, simple past and past participle of tripartition. Tripartitioning, present participle and gerund of tripartition. Tripartitions, plural of tripartition. Tripartitism, a tripartite approach or policy. Tripartize, to divide into 3 parts. Triparty, involving 3 parties or entities. Tripassa, an ancient Nepalese dice game. Tripasal, including 3 Passovers. Tripathi, is surname from Hindi. Tripathas, plural of tripathi. Triptych, a tray-mounted safety device which interacts with a trackside device to stop a train automatically if it passes a signal at danger showing a red light. Triptychs, plural of triptych. Tripcode, the hash code of a password used for signing posts anonymously on image boards. Tripcodes, plural of tripcode. The lining of the large stomach of ruminating animals when prepared for food. Tripe and onions, nonsense, folly. Tripe de roch, synonym of rock tripe. Tripedal, having 3 feet. Tidally, any box jellyfish in the family Tripedalidae. Tripedally, using 3 of a possible 4 legs. Tripehound, a Sopwith tripling. Tripehounds, plural of tripehound. Tripel, a kind of strong pale ale from the Low Countries. Tripelenamine, a psychoactive drug of the pyridine and ethylnediamine classes, used as an antipyretic and first-generation antihistamine. Triply, resembling or characteristic of tripe. Tripals, plural of tripal. Tritamen, a male seller of tripe meat product. Tripaman, plural of tripamen. Tripamoner, a seller of tripe meat product. Tripamoners, plural of tripamoner. Tripanate, alternative form of tripanate. Tripentadecanoin, the triglyceride of pentadecanoic acid. Tripeptidase, the enzyme tripeptide aminoptidase. Tripeptidases, plural of tripeptidase. Tripeptide, an organic compound formed from 3 amino acids joined by peptide bonds. Tripeptide aminoptidase, a zinc enzyme widely distributed in mammalian tissues that catalyzes the release of the N-terminal residue from a tripeptide. Tripeptides, plural of tripeptide. Tripeptidic, relating to a tripeptide. Tripeptidyl, any univalent radical derived from a tripeptide. Tripeptidyls, plural of tripeptidyl. Triperchlorate, any compound containing 3 perchlorate groups. Triperchlorates, plural of triperchlorate. Triperfect, multiperfects such that sigma n equals 3n. Triperidin, synonym of Norican. Triperidol, a potent butyrophenol antipsychotic. Triperes, plural of tripery. Triperoxy, any compound containing 3 peroxide groups. Triperoxides, plural of triperoxide. Tripersonal, consisting of 3 people. Tripersonalism, belief in a tripersonal God, comprising the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Tripersonalist, a Trinitarian believer in the Trinity. Tripersonalists, plural of tripersonalists. Tripersonality, the quality of being tripersonal. Tripersonally, in a tripersonal manner. Triperspectivalism, synonym of multiperspectivalism. Triperspectivism, alternative form of triperspectivalism. Tripery, a place where tripe is prepared or sold. Tripes, plural of tripe. Tripeshop, a shop selling tripe meat product. Tripeshops, plural of tripeshop. Tripostome, a variety of anhydrite composed of contorted plates, bearing a certain resemblance to tripe. Tripetali, having the form or appearance of 3 petals. Tripethalus, having 3 petals. Tripewife, a female seller of tripe meat product. Tripewives, plural of tripewife. Tripewoman, a female seller of tripe. Tripewomen, plural of tripewoman. Tribe, alternative form of tripe. Trepi, a person who uses a tripcode to make their posts identifiable on a generally anonymous online community, such as 4chan. Triphags, plural of tripfag. Tripflare, a device consisting of tripwire that sets off a flare when triggered, used to warn of intruders. Tripflares, plural of tripflare. Tripes, a 2010 controversy involving an NFL game between the New York Jets and Miami Dolphins, in which the Jets coach Sal Alozzi tripped Dolphins gunner Nolan Carroll as he ran down the Jets sideline. Triphalangeal, having 3 phalanges, especially when the usual number is 2. Triphammer, Alternative spelling of triphammer. Triphammers, plural of triphammer. Triphae, a yellow spodumene. Triphanes, plural of triphane. Triphes, of, pertaining to, or having three phases. Triphase catalyst, a solid phase transfer catalyst, often in the form of beads that catalyzes a reaction between a liquid and a gas. Triphase catalysts, plural of triphase catalysts. Triphase, having three phases. Triphase. Triphase axonin, a particular carotenoid. Triphasic, having three phases. Triphasically, in three phases. Trithonin, synonym of propionylphenitidine. Triphenyl, three phenyl groups in a compound. Triphenyl aluminium, the organometallic compound C6H-Al. Triphenylamine, a tertiary amine whose derivatives have useful properties in electrical conductivity and electroluminescence. Triphenylamines, plural of triphenylamine. Triphenylcarbinol, triphenylmethanol. Triphenylchlorosylane, a chemical compound CHClC. Triphenylene, a flat polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon isolated from coal tar, consisting of four fused benzene rings. Triphenylanes, plural of triphenylene. Triphenylethylene, the triphenyl derivative of ethylene, any derivative of this compound, many of which act as non-steroidal antiestrogens. Triphenylethylenes, plural of triphenylethylene. Triphenylformazine, a chemical compound with the formula CHN4 used in medical testing and biochemistry. Triphenylguanidine, an aniline derivative, H5C6N:CnHC6H, that acts as a slow accelerator of vulcanization. Triphenylmethane, the hydrocarbon with the chemical formula C6HCH, a colorless solid soluble in nonpolar organic solvents but not in water. Triphenylmethanes, plural of triphenylmethane. Triphenylmethanol, an aromatic organic compound, a white crystalline solid that produces an intense yellow color in strongly acidic solutions. Triphenylmethyl, the univalent radical C6HC that is used as a protecting group. Triphenylmethylium, a highly stable carbocation resulting from the loss of a water molecule from the protonated form of triphenylmethanol. Triphenylmethyls, plural of triphenylmethyl. Triphenylphosphane, triphenylphosphine. Triphenylphosphate, the organic compound with chemical formula OPOC6H, the triester of phosphoric acid and phenol, used as a plasticizer and fire retardant. Triphenylphosphine, the aromatic compound C6HP, that is used in the synthesis of organic and organometallic compounds. Triphenylphosphines, plural of triphenylphosphine. Triphenylphosphonium, a cation derived from triphenylphosphine. Triphenylphosphoniums, plural of triphenylphosphonium. Triphenyls, plural of triphenyl. Triphenylsilanamine, a chemical compound CHNSI. Triphenylstibi, a chemical compound SBC6H, used as a ligand in coordination chemistry and as a reagent in organic synthesis. Triphenyltetrazolium, a triphenyl derivative of a tetrazolium cation. Triphenyltetrazolium chloride. Alternative form of triphenyltetrazolium chloride. Triphenyltin, The organotin radical C6HSN. Trevibbian, a craft that can travel on land, air, and sea. Trevibbians, plural of Trefibbian. Tevis, capable of traveling on land, air, and sea. Trithon, a triplet of adjacent phones. Triphonemic, consisting of 3 phonemes. Triphones, plural of triphon. Triphonic, in 3 channels. Alternative form of trip-hop. Triphorid, any sea snail in the family Triphoridae. Triphorids, plural of triphorid. Triphosting, the organic compound bis trichloromethylcarbonate CCl3OC that is used in organic synthesis. Triphosphate, an enzyme that catalyzes the breakdown of triphosphate into a phosphate and a diphosphate through the addition of a water molecule. Triphosphatase, plural of triphosphate. Triphosphate, any salt or ester containing 3 phosphate groups. Triphosphates, plural of triphosphate. Triphosphorin, the cyclic hydride of phosphorus P3H3. Triphosphohydrolase, any hydrolase that catalyzes the hydrolysis of triphosphates. Triphosphohydrolase, plural of triphosphohydrolase. Triphosphoinositide, any bisphosphate of phosphatidylinositol. Triphosphoinositides, plural of triphosphoinositide. Triphospol, either of 2 isomeric unsaturated organic heterocycles that have 2 carbon atoms, 3 phosphorus atoms, and 2 double bonds. Triphospols, plural of triphospol. Triphosonuclease, a nucleoside triphosphate. Triphosonucleosides, plural of triphosphonucleoside. Triphosphobutadienonucleotide, nicotinamide adenine trinucleotide. Triphosphobutynucleotides, plural of triphosphobutynucleotide. Triphosphoric acid, a condensation product of phosphoric acid, H5P3O, known from its salts and esters. Triphosphoric acids, plural of triphosphoric acid. Trithosphorus, 3 atoms of phosphorus in a compound. Triphosphorylate, to phosphorylate to form a triphosphate. Triphosphorylated, phosphorylated with 3 units of phosphoric acid. Triphosphorylation, phosphorylation to form a triphosphate. Triphosphorylations, plural of triphosphorylation. Triphoton, a composite particle created by overlapping 3 indistinguishable photons in an optical fiber and manipulating their spin. Triphotons, plural of triphoton. Trithaloylbenzene, a heptacyclic quinone that is a triethyl derivative of benzene. Trithon, a monosyllabic vowel combination usually involving a quick but smooth movement from one vowel to another that passes over a third one. Trithongal, pertaining to a trithon. Trithongization, a process in which a monophthong is converted into a trithon. Trithondize, to convert to a trithon. Trithondize, simple past and past participle of trithongize. Trithongizes, third person singular simple present indicative of trithongize. Trithongizing, present participle and gerund of trithongize. Trithongs, plural of trithong. Triphyletic, of or relating to 3 phylums. Triphyli, triphyllite. Triphyllines, plural of triphyline. Triphyllite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing iron, lithium, oxygen, and phosphorus. Triphylous, having 3 leaves or leaf-like structures. Triphysite, a member of a party in Spain in the latter part of the 7th century who held that there are 3 natures in Christ, the human, the divine, and a third nature resulting from the union of the two. Triphysites, plural of triphysite. Tribe, a surname. Tyvir, comparative form of tripe, more tripe. Tybiest, superlative form of tripe, most tripe. Tripinate, having bipinnate leaflets arranged on each side of a ratshide. Tripinated, alternative form of tripinate. Tripinately, in a tripinate manner. Tripinatifid, thrice pinnately cleft, set of pinnatifid leaf when its segments are pinnatifid, and the subdivisions of these also are pinnatifid. Tripinat dissect. Thrice pinnatisect. Tribes, plural of tripe. Tripit, tripivot. Tripitaka. Any of several canons of Buddhist scripture. Tripitakan, of or relating to the Tripitaka. Tripitakas, plural of Tripitaka. Tripits, plural of tripit. Triplanar, composed of or relating to 3 planes. Triplane, composed of or relating to 3 planes, flat surfaces extending infinitely in all directions. Triplanes, plural of triplane. Triplanetary, involving 3 planets. Triplasian, threefold, triple, treble. Tripleton tetranitrate, a platinum-based cytotoxic drug being investigated for use in treating human cancer. Tripletinum, 3 atoms of platinum in a chemical compound. Trityl, made up of 3 related elements, often matching. AAA, alternative form of AAA. AAA syndrome, a rare progressive congenital disorder whose symptoms include achalasia, Addisonianism, and allochronia. Triple acroste, a poem whose stanzas, except the first 3, are clues for words. The initial letters of these words, in order, form a word clued by the first stanza, the middle letters, the second stanza, and the final letters, the third stanza. Triple acrostics, plural of triple acrostic. Triple agent, a spy who pretends to be a double agent for one side while actually acting as a double agent for the other side. Triple agents, plural of triple agent. Triple bar, the symbol identical to, consisting of 3 parallel horizontal lines. Triple barrel, the act of bluffing on the flop, turn, and river in the same round. Triple barrel, simple past and past participle of triple barrel. Triple barreling, present participle and gerund of triple barrel. Triple barrel, simple past and past participle of triple barrel. Triple barreling, present participle and gerund of triple barrel. Triple barrels, plural of triple barrel. Triple bars, plural of triple bar. Triple bill, a triple feature. Triple bills, plural of triple bill. Triple blind, alternative form of triple blind. Triple bluff, an action which is intended to be perceived as a double bluff, but which is in fact merely a bluff. Triple bluffs, plural of triple bluff. Triple bogey, a score of 3 over par for 1 hole. Triple bogeys, plural of triple bogey. Triple bond. A covalent bond in which 3 electron pairs instead of the usual one are shared between 2 atoms. Most common between carbon atoms and carbon or nitrogen atoms, but a few other forms are known. Symbolized in formulae as identical to. Triple bonds. Plural of triple bond. Triple burner. 3 sections of the human body within the trunk. Triple burners. Plural of triple burner. Triple centuries. Plural of triple century. Triple century. 300 runs scored by a single batsman in 1 innings, or by 2 batsmen in a partnership. Triple check. A third check, a verification made a third time, usually with additional caution or attention. Triple check. Simple past and past participle of triple check. Triple checking. Present participle and gerund of triple check. Triple checks. Plural of triple check. Triple combination. The Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, and Pearl of Great Price bound in a single volume. Triple combination. The Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, and Pearl of Great Price bound in a single volume. Triple contrabass viol. A stringed instrument of the viol family, a variant of the octobass distinguished by its extreme size at more than 10 feet tall. It must be performed by a person on a platform. Triple contrabass viols. Plural of triple contrabass viol. Triple crown. The feat of leading one's league in 3 key statistical categories: batting average, home runs, and RBI for hitters, wins, strikeouts, and ERA for pitchers. Triple crown. The 3-tiered tiara formerly worn by popes. Triple crowns. Plural of triple crown. Triple crowns. Plural of triple crown. Triple dog dare. Used to denote compounding levels of dare, seriousness, the escalation of a double dog dare. Triple double. The achievement of a 2-digit number of any 3 of points scored, assists, rebounds, blocks, or steals in a single game. Triple doubles. Plural of triple double. Triple down. To significantly increase a risk, investment, or other commitment to a maximum, to respond to a challenge by reinforcing or extending one's position to a maximum. Triple E. Synonym of Eastern equine encephalitis. Triple energizer. Synonym of triple warmer. Triple energizers. Plural of triple energizer. Triple entendre. A phrase that has 3 meanings, especially where some meanings are innocent and literal, the other as risque, bawdy, or ironic, and innuendo. Triple entendres. Plural of triple entendre. Triple fault. An exception thrown by the CPU while trying to handle a double fault, typically resulting in immediate rebooting. Triple faulted. Simple past and past participle of triple fault. Triple faulting. Present participle and gerund of triple fault. Triple faults. Plural of triple fault. Triple feature. 3 feature-length motion pictures being shown back-to-back in a movie theater with the understanding that all 3 may be seen for the price of a single ticket. Triple features. Plural of triple feature. Triple gem. The 3 main elements of Buddhism, i.e., Buddha, his teachings, and his clergy. Triple goddess. The trinity of the goddess. Triple goddess. A female triune deity, either one goddess with 3 distinct aspects or manifestations, or 3 goddesses who form a unit. Triple goddesses. Plural of triple goddess. Triple Gold Club. The group of players and coaches who have won the sport's 3 most important championships: the Olympics, the World Championships, and Stanley Cup. Triple Heart. a type of multi-course harp employing 3 parallel rows of strings instead of the more common single row, a common version being the Welsh triple harp used in Welsh folk music. Triple harps, plural of triple harp. Triple jump, an athletics field event where one has to travel as far as possible after taking one hop, a step, then a jump. Triple jumped, simple past and past participle of triple jump. Triple jumper, an athlete who competes in the triple jump. Triple jumpers, plural of triple jumper. Triple jumping, present participle and gerund of triple jump. Triple jumps, third person singular simple present indicative of triple jump. Triple lock, a policy whereby the state pension is increased every year to match either price inflation, earnings growth, or a third fixed rate, whichever is highest. Triple locks, plural of triple lock. Triple malt, a liquor made from the malted barley of 3 distilleries, blended with other liquors. Triple malts, plural of triple malt. Triple negative breast cancer, a type of breast cancer affecting African women more than white women, in which the 3 normal receptors are absent. Triple negative breast cancers, plural of triple negative breast cancer. Triple Nelson, a score of 333. Triple Nelsons, plural of triple Nelson. Triple nine, alternative form of 999 telephone number for emergency services in many jurisdictions. Triple O, phonetic rendition of Australia's emergency services telephone number 000. Triple O's, plural of triple O. Triple oppression, the intersectional combination of classism, racism, and sexism. Triple option, a formation that allows the quarterback to pass the ball or to give the ball to the fullback or to one of 2 running backs. Triple options, plural of triple option. Triple parentheses, the parentheses placed around a name or thing used to indicate that somebody or something has a Jewish background or is thought to be insidiously controlled by the Jews. Triple play, a defensive play in which 3 outs are recorded. Triple plays, plural of triple play. Triple point, the unique temperature and pressure at which the solid, liquid, and gas phases of a substance are all in equilibrium. Triple points, plural of triple point. Triple reassortant, a viral strain containing genes from 3 different organisms. Triple reassortants, plural of triple reassortant. Triple science, a GCSE option in which the 3 sciences are studied separately: biology, chemistry, physics, and 3 GCSE certificates are awarded. Triple sec, any of several triple distilled liqueurs flavored with fruit, e.g. Curacao, Cointreau, and Grand Marnier. Triple sex, plural of triple sec. Triple seven, a Boeing 777, a wide-body twinjet used for commercial airlines. Triple sevens, plural of triple seven. Triple SIM, holding 3 SIM cards. Triple single, the accumulation of 9 or fewer each of points, rebounds, and assists a single game. Triple singles, plural of triple single. Triple star, 3 stars which form a stellar system such that they orbit the point of the equilibrium of their gravitational fields, a trinary star. Triple star system, a trinary star. Triple star systems, plural of triple star system. Triple stars, plural of triple star. Triple stop, an instance of 3 notes being played simultaneously. Triple stops, plural of triple stop. Triple tests, serum levels of alpha-fetoprotein, estriol, and beta-human chorionic gonadotropin used during pregnancy to screen for chromosomal abnormalities and neural tube defects. Triple tests, plural of triple tests. Triple threat, a person who is talented in 3 areas. Triple threader, alternative form of triple threat. Triple threaters, plural of triple threader. Triple threats, plural of triple threat. Triple time, a rhythm or time with 3 beats per bar, 1 accented followed by 2 unaccented. Triple triple, a coffee with the equivalent of 3 creamers and 3 packets of sugar. Triple triples, plural of triple triple. Triple valve, in railway air braking systems, a valve that performs 3 functions. Triple valves, plural of triple valve. Triple warmer, one of the 12 main meridians in the body which can be treated with acupuncture, moxibustion, or cupping. Triple warmers, plural of triple warmer. Triple whammies, plural of triple whammy. Triple whammy, a 3-fold blow or setback. Triple witching, simultaneous expiry on U.S. markets of stock index futures, stock index options, and stock options, which took place on the 3rd Friday of March, June, September, and December. With the introduction of single stock futures, those days are now quadruple witching. Triple witching hour, the final hour of trading during which 3 types of derivatives contracts expire. Triple witching hours, plural of triple witching hour. Triple X, ellipsis of triple X syndrome. Triple X syndrome, a form of chromosomal variation characterized by the presence of an extra X chromosome in each cell of a human female, sometimes leading to tall stature, learning disabilities, and /or epicanthic folds. AAA, synonym of AAA anti-aircraft artillery. Triple alpha process, a set of fusion reactions by which stars are thought to convert helium to carbon. Triple alpha processes, plural of triple alpha process. Triple barrel, having 3 separate parts, surnames linked by hyphens. Triple blind, describing an experiment usually medical in which some information which might influence the experiment is withheld from 3 different parties until the outcome of the experiment is known. Most commonly, the 3 parties are the subjects, the administrators, and the statisticians analyzing the data. Triple flick, the action of pushing the button on a mouse 3 times in quick succession in order to perform a different task that would be performed from a single click or double click. Triple clicked, simple past and past participle of triple click. Triple clicking, present participle and gerund of triple click. Triple clicks, plural of triple click. Triple decker, something with 3 levels or stories. Triple deckers, plural of triple decker. Triple double, alternative form of triple double. Tripoli, alternative form of E. Triple entendre, alternative form of triple entendre. Triple entendres, plural of triple entendre. Triple full, an aerialist maneuver consisting of 3 backflips in conjunction and simultaneous with 3 complete twists. Triple fulls, plural of triple full. Triple hat, to serve in 3 roles simultaneously. Triple hats, 3rd person singular simple present indicative of triple hat. Triple hatted. Simple past and past participle of triple hat. Triple hatting. Present participle and gerund of triple hat. Triple headed. Having 3 heads. Triple header. 3 games played one after another between the same teams. Triple headers. Plural of triple header. Triple jumper. Alternative form of triple jumper. Triple jumpers. Plural of triple jumper. Triple lock. Alternative form of triple lock. Triple masted. Having 3 masts. Triple negative breast cancer. A type of breast cancer which is lacking in receptors for both estrogen ER and progesterone PR, and for which HER2 is not a significant feature. Triple O. Alternative form of triple O. Triple SIM. Alternative form of triple SIM. Triple stranded. Having 3 strands. Triple tail. Alternative form of triple tail lobos SBP. Triple tails. Plural of triple tail. Triple team. In sports involving offensive and defensive teams, to use 3 defensive players to guard against the movements of a single offensive player. Triple teamed. Simple past and past participle of triple team. Triple teaming. Present participle and gerund of triple team. Triple teams. Third person singular simple present indicative of triple team. Triple threader. Alternative form of triple threat. Triple threaders. Plural of triple threader. Triple. A word that covers 2 word counts triple squares so that the overall value of the letters is multiplied by 9. Triple triples. Plural of triple. Triple whammies. Plural of triple whammy. Triple whammy. Alternative form of triple whammy. Treble. Simple past and past participle of triple. Tripled down. Simple past and past participle of triple down. Tripled pawn. A pawn that is on the same file as 2 friendly pawns. Tripled pawns. Plural of tripled pawn. Tripledemic. A combination of 3 pandemics usually referring to COVID-19, influenza, and RSV. Tripledemics. Plural of tripledemic. Tryptophan. Any of approximately 150 belenioid species of the family Tripterigidae found in tropical and temperate waters, whose dorsal fin is separated into 3 parts, 2 of them spinous. Triplophans. Plural of triplophane. Treplopho. Synonym of threefold. Triplegia. A medical condition characterized by the paralysis of 3 limbs. Triplegia. Plural of triplegia. Triplegic. Of or relating to triplegia. Tripleheader. Alternative form of triple header. Tripleheaders. Plural of tripleheader. Tripleness. The state of being triple or tripled. Tripler. The simplest form of frequency multiplier that has an output frequency of 3 times the value of the input frequency. Triplers. Plural of tripler. Triples. Plural of triple. Triples down. Third person singular simple present indicative of triple down. Triplestore. A database designed for the storage and retrieval of RDF resource description framework metadata in the form of triples. Triplestores. Plural of triplestore. Triplet. A surname. Triplet oxygen. The normal, per magnetic state of diatomic molecular oxygen. Tripletail. Any fish of the genus Lobotes. Tripletails, plural of tripletail. Triplethink, the holding of three contradictory beliefs in one's mind at the same time while believing all three to be true. Tripleton, three cards of the same suit held in a dealt hand. Tripletons, plural of tripleton. Triplets, plural of triplet. Triplet, a surname. Triplets, plural of triplet. Triplety, containing musical triplets. Triplewise, occurring in triples, three at a time. Triplex, a safety glass for car windows, consisting of 3 layers glass and mica. Triplex, having a triplex arrangement. Triplexer, a multiplexer that multiplexes 3 ports onto 1 port. Triplexers, plural of triplexer. Triplexes, plural of triplex. Triplexing, present participle and gerund of triplex. Triplexities, plural of triplexity. Triplexity, the state of being triplex. Triplicate, made thrice as much, threefold, tripled. Triplicated, simple past and past participle of triplicate. Triplicately. In triplicate. Triplicates, third person singular simple present indicative of triplicate. Triplicating, present participle and gerund of triplicate. Triplication, the action or result of triplicating. Triplications, plural of triplication. Triplicative, tending to triplicate. Triplicities, plural of triplicity. Triplicity, the quality or state of being triple or threefold, trebleness. Triplicostate, having 3 ribs. Tripli, resembling or characteristic of a hallucinogenic trip. Tripline, a concealed wire or string that sets off an alarm or activates a trap when tripped. Triplinerve, having 3 main nerves with the lateral nerves arising from the midnerve above the base of the leaf. Triplines, plural of tripline. Triple, present participle and gerund of triple. Tripling down, present participle of triple down. Triplings, plural of tripling. Triplite, a rare manganese-bearing phosphate mineral. Triplites, plural of triplite. Triplo, treble. Triploblasts, a triploblastic blastula. Triploblastic, exhibiting triploblasty. Triploblasts, plural of triploblasts. Triploblasty, a condition of the blastula in which there are 3 primary germ layers, the ectoderm, mesoderm, and endoderm. Triplet, having 3 sets of chromosomes. Tripletal, triplet. Triploidic, triplet. Triplities, plural of triplety. Tripletization, alternative form of tripletization. Tripletizations, plural of tripletization. Tripletite, an uncommon monoclinic manganese iron phosphate mineral. Tripletization, the conversion of a diploid or tetraploid organism into a triploid. 1. Tripletize, to convert to triploid form. Tripletizing, present participle and gerund of tripletize. Triplids, plural of triplet. Triplety, the state of being triploid, having 3 sets of chromosomes. Triploho, lethal if triploid. Triplometer, a 3-meter yardstick measuring rod. Triplometers, plural of triplometer. Triplamutant, having 3 mutations. Triflon, a quasi-particle associated with triplet states. Triphlons, plural of triplon. Triplophonia, the production, by the voice, of sounds of 3 different pitches simultaneously. Triplopia, an ophthalmologic or neurologic condition where one perceives 3 images. Triplopy, triplopia. Triplosensitive, relating to triplosensitivity. Triplosensitivity, the state of a diploid organism having an extra copy of a particular gene. Triplat, a triangular chart showing the relationships between 3 variables. Triplets, plural of triplat. Triply, at 3 times the severity or degree. Shreveman, a person hired to transport goods by boat in the North American fur trade. Shredmate, a companion on a trip. Tritmates, plural of tripmate. Shreppen, plural of tripman. Trip beater, an odometer in a motor vehicle that can be reset at any time, used to measure the distance of individual journeys. Trip beaters, plural of trip meter. Tripod, a 3-legged stand or mount. Tripod grasped, the position for holding a pen or pencil. Tripod position, a physical stance a person in respiratory distress takes, leaning their hands on their thighs with their arms supported on them, leaning or sitting against a wall in a similar fashion. Tripodal, having 3 feet or legs. Tripoded, simple past and past participle of tripod. Tripods, plural of tripus. Tripody, a surname. Tripodian, an ancient stringed instrument, apparently resembling the Delphic tripod in form and very difficult to play. Tripodians, plural of tripodian. Tripodic, having 3 feet or legs. Tripodical, synonym of tripodic. Tripodes, plural of tripody. Tripoding, present participle and gerundive. Tripod. Tripodes, plural of tripody. Tripods, plural of tripod. Tripody, 3 metrical feet taken together or included in one measure. Tripodal, having 3 linear extensions from a central point. Tripoint, a point at which 3 borders meet. Tripointed, 3-pointed. Tripoints, plural of tripoint. Tripolar, having 3 poles. Tripolarity, the condition of being tripolar. Tripole, any system having 3 poles. Tripoles, plural of tripole. Tripoli, a city in the Peloponnese region, Greece, also known as Tripolis. Tripoli powder, infusorial earth used for polishing. Tripoli powders, plural of Tripoli powder. Tripoli, of or relating to Tripoli or its inhabitants, Tripolitan. Tripolis, former name of Tyrebolu, a town in Turkey. Tripolitan, of or pertaining to Tripoli or its inhabitants. Tripolitania, a historic region and former province in western Libya centered around the coastal city of Tripoli. Tripolitanian, of or relating to Tripolitania. Tripolitanians, plural of Tripolitanian. Tripolitans, plural of Tripolitan. Tripoli, a variety of diatomaceous earth found in Tripoli, Libya. Tripolitic, of or pertaining to tripolite. Tripolymer, a copolymer of three different polymers. Tripolymers, plural of tripolymer. Tripolyphosphate, the ANP3O or any salt containing this ion. Tripolyphosphates, plural of tripolyphosphate. Tripamastigote, alternative form of tripamastigote. Tripamastigotes, plural of tripamastigote. Tripore, having 3 pores. Triporthae, any fish of the family Triporthaidae. Triporthaids, plural of Triporthae. Tripos, a 3-legged structure, a tripod. Triposes, plural of tripos. Tripotassium, 3 potassium ions in a compound. Tripotency, the condition of being tripotent. Tripotent, that can give rise to 3 different types of cell. Tripotential, the potential of a stem cell to develop into 3 different types of cell. A surname. Tripp County, one of 66 counties in South Dakota, United States. County seat. Winner. Trippable, able to be tripped. Treadant, represented as walking or trotting, usually with one of the 4 hooves lifted while the remaining 3 are on the ground. A surname. Tripped, simple past and past participle of trip. Tripped balls, simple past and past participle of tripped balls. Tripped from the tongue, simple past and past participle of trip from the tongue. Tripped out, simple past and past participle of trip out. Tripped over, simple past and past participle of trip over. Tripped over oneself, simple past and past participle of trip over oneself. Tripped up, simple past and past participle of trip up. Trevor, one who trips or stumbles. Tribbers, characteristic of a tripper or tourist. Tritters, plural of tripper. Trebus, plural of trip. Trebus, second person singular simple present indicative of trip. Trudde, a cam, wiper, or projecting piece which strikes another piece repeatedly. Treve, third person singular simple present indicative of trip. Trebits, plural of tribbit. Treve, a surname. Tredis, superlative form of trippy, most trippy. Treppily, in a trippy manner. Treve, pronunciation spelling of tripping. Treppiness, the state or property of being tippy. Trebe, present participle and gerund of trip. Tripping from the tongue, present participle and gerund of trip from the tongue. Tripping line, a small rope attached to the topgallant or royal yard used to trip the yard and in lowering it to the deck. Also, a line used in letting go the anchor. Tripping lines, plural of tripping line. Tripping out, present participle and gerund of trip out. Tripping over, present participle and gerund of trip over. Tripping over oneself, present participle and gerund of trip over oneself. Tripping up, present participle and gerund of trip up. Trippingly, in a tripping manner or while tripping. Trippingness, a tripping quality, movement in a light, dancing manner. Trippings, plural of tripping. Trebbis, a person who goes on a trip or excursion. Trebbists, plural of trippists. Trictate, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal greenish blue mineral containing arsenic, copper, and oxygen. Tretal, misspelling of triple. Trebi, strange, surreal, similar to the effects of a hallucinogen. Triprispatic, triply prispatic. Triprilidine, an over-the-counter antihistamine drug used to combat the symptoms of allergies. Tripronuclear, having 3 rather than the normal 2 pronuclei. Tripropargylamine, the tertiary NEC identical to CZHN. Tripropeptin, any of a group of cyclic lipopeptide antibiotics. Tripropeptins, plural of tripropeptin. Tripropylamine, the tertiary NEC, the EZH2Z and eniazomycin. Tripropylamines, plural of tripropylamine. Tripropyl, any lead cation that has 3 propyl substituents. Triprate, tending to donate 3 hydrogen ions H in solution. Triprotium, a molecule composed of 3 protium atoms or matter composed of such molecules. Symbol 1H3. Triproton, a hypothetical particle consisting of 3 protons and no neutrons. Equivalently, lithium 3. Triprotons, plural of triproton. Curves, the agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights. Curves, plural of trip. Trips balls, third person singular simple present indicative of trip balls. Trips formation, an offensive formation in which 3 receivers line up on the same side of the field. Trips from the tongue, third person singular simple present indicative of trip from the tongue. Trips out, third person singular simple present indicative of trip out. Trips over, third person singular simple present indicative of trip over. Trips over oneself, third person singular simple present indicative of trip over oneself. Trips to the woodshed, plural of trip to the woodshed. Trips out, third person singular simple present indicative of trip up. Trypsinization, misspelling of trypsinization. Trepses, trituration. Trepsar, characterized or marked by tripping, light stepping, light-footed, nimble. Trepster, a user of psychoactive drugs. Trepsters, plural of tripster. Tret, past of trip. Treptin, any of a family of tryptamine-based drugs used as abortive medication in the treatment of migraine and cluster headaches. Triptane, the branched hydrocarbon 2,2,3-trimethylbutane. Triptanes, plural of triptane. Triptans, plural of triptan. Triptorine, synonym of celestrol. Tripterus, having 3 wings or wing-like structures. Piperidae, any fish in the family Tripterigidae, the triplofins. Piperidids, plural of Tripteridae. Triptych, a female given name from Hindi. Triptych, dated form of triptych. Triptychs, plural of triptych. Triptography, a surrealist photographic technique whereby a roll of film is used 3 times by one or more photographers, resulting in a triple exposure with no clear subject. Triptolemus, a Greek mythological figure prominent in the cult of the Eleusinian Mysteries, credited with inventing agriculture. Triptolide, a diterpenoid tripoxide lactone that is immunosuppressive with anti-inflammatory and antitumor activity. Tripton, the inorganic particulate matter suspended in bodies of water such as lakes and seas. Triptonide, an isomer of triptolide. Triptans, plural of tryptin. Triptorelin, a decapeptide that is a gonadotropin-releasing hormone agonist. Triptode, a noun which has 3 cases. Triptotes, plural of triptote. Triptotic, behaving like a triptode, i.e. having or exhibiting only 3 different cases. Triptotical, of Arabic nouns or adjectives, taking a different ending for each of the 3 grammatical cases. Triptry, alternative form of triptrap. Triptrat, simple past and past participle of triptrap. Trip-trapping, present participle and gerund of triptrap. Triptraps, third person singular simple present indicative of triptrap. Triptyale, alternative form of triptyli. Tripty, a female given name from Hindi. Triptysene, an aromatic hydrocarbon having 3 benzene rings joined in the form of a paddle wheel. Any derivative of this compound. Triptysenes, plural of triptysene. Triptych, a picture or series of pictures painted on 3 tablets connected by hinges. Triptychs, plural of triptych. Triptych, a triptych. Triptychs, plural of triptych. Tripudia, plural of tripudium. Tripudiary, of or relating to dancing. Tripudate, to dance with joy or exultation. Tripudiate, simple past and past participle of tripudiate. Tripudates, third person singular simple present indicative of tripudiate. Tripudiating, present participle and gerund of tripudiate. Tripudiation, the act of dancing. Tripudiations, plural of tripudiation. Tripudium, a solemn religious dance of the ancient Romans, performed in triple time. Tritophyrae, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing antimony, iron, and oxygen. Tribulant, a passenger or stowaway, especially a Jewish emigrant during the Spanish Inquisition. Tribulants, plural of tribulant. Tripundra, a Tripundras, plural of tripundra. Tripura, a state in northeastern India. Capital, Agartala. Tripurani, a surname from Telugu. Tripuranes, plural of Tripurani. Triburi, any of the original inhabitants of the kingdom of Tripura in northeast India and Bangladesh. Triburis, plural of Triburi. Tripus, a bachelor of arts appointed to make satirical strictures in humorous dispute with the candidates at a degree awarding ceremony. Tripos, prevaricator. Tripwire, a cord or wire arranged so that when snagged or pulled by an intruder, it will trigger a detector or trap or a device, such as a landmine. Tripwire, simple past and past participle of tripwire. Tripwires, plural of tripwire. Tripwiring, present participle and gerund of tripwire. Tribe. Resembling or characteristic of tripe. Tripyridal. 3 pyridyl groups in a compound. Triquadrantal. Having 3 quadrants. Triquark. A normal baryon composed of 3 quarks. Triquarks. Plural of triquark. Triquabe. Involving 3 qubits. Triquetra. A shape formed of 3 vesicae piscium, sometimes with an additional circle, a symbol of things and persons that are threefold, including the Christian Trinity, and a symbol of protection in Wicca. Triquetry. Plural of triquetra. Triquetral. 3-cornered. Triquetral bone. One of the carpal bones of the wrist. Triquetral bones. Plural of triquetral bone. Triquetrals. Plural of triquetral. Triquetras. Plural of triquetra. Triquetracide. A particular steroid glycoside. Triquetras. Triangular, especially in natural sciences, having a triangular cross-section. Triquetrasly. In a triquetrous or triangular manner. Triquetrum. The triquetral bone. Triquetrum bone. Synonym of triquetral bone. Triquetrum bones. Plural of triquetrum bone. Triquinae. Any of a family of tricyclic compounds composed of 3 angular fused cyclopentane rings. Triquinanes. Plural of triquinane. Triquinate. Divided into 3, then into 5. Trirachotantid. Any therapsid in the family Trirachotantidea. Trirachotantids. Plural of trirachotantid. Triracial. Or relating to 3 races. Triracially. In a triracial manner. Triradial. Radiating outward in 3 directions. Tiradial. In a triradial manner. Tirades. Having or consisting of 3 rays, radiating in 3 directions from a central point. 3 rayed. Trifurcate. Trivediate. Alternative form of triradiate. Tiradiale. In a triradiate manner. Tiradiates. Plural of tiradiate. Triradical. A trivalent radical. Triradicals. Plural of triradical. Trida. Plural of triradius. Triradius. A group of 3 ridges forming a Y shape at the base of each finger on the palm of the hand. Trirata. Triple-faceted in relation to architecture of Hindu temple dome. Triratna. A Buddhist symbol. Triratnas. Plural of triratna. Trirectangular. Having 3 right angles. Triregional. Of or relating to 3 regions. Triregna. Plural of triregnum. Triregnum. The 3-tiered triple crown worn by popes. Triregnums. Plural of triregnum. Trireme. A galley with 3 banks of oars, one above the other, used mainly as a warship. Triremes. Plural of trireme. Trinium. 3 atoms of rhenium in a compound. Trihodium. 3 atoms of rhodium in a chemical compound. Trirhomboidal. Having 3 rhombic faces or sides. Triresinolane. The triglyceride of ricinoleic acid. Triron. 3 iron atoms or cations in a molecule Phe. Trirubidium. 3 atoms of rubidium in a chemical compound. 2s. Acronym of Transportation Research Information Services. TRI, plural of TRI. TRES, a diminutive of the male given name Tristram or Tristan. Tris legoma, plural of Tris legomen. Tris legomen, a word occurring only 3 times in a given corpus. Tres, a variant of tri used to indicate that the component that does not take the prefix occurs 3 times in the compound. Trisphosphurate of copper is PCU3. Trisbenzenesorsorcinol, C6HON2PH. Trisaccate, having 3 sachi. Trisaccharide, an oligosaccharide consisting of 3 monosaccharide units joined together. Trisaccharides, plural of trisaccharide. Trisaja, plural of trisagen. Tritagen, a liturgical prayer that runs, Holy God, Holy Mighty, Holy Immortal, have mercy on us in English, typically sung before certain scriptural readings at Eucharistic liturgies in Eastern Christianity and during the Good Friday Mass in the Roman Rite. Trisagens, plural of trisagen. Trisal, alternative form of trisale. Trisals, plural of trisal. Trisaposin, a trimer of 3 normally different sapacins. Trisaposins, plural of trisaposin. Trisaturated, having 3 saturated fatty acids. Trisazo, containing 3 azo groups. Triscatacholate, any compound that has 3 catacholate groups. Triscatacholates, plural of triscatacolate. Tresal, alternative form of triscal. Tresals, plural of trisal. Transcript, using 3 scripts especially of monolingual text. Triscuit, a kind of whole wheat cracker. Triscuits, plural of triscuit. Trisethylhalate, any compound having 3 dithyhalate groups. Trisethalates, plural of trisdithyhalate. Trisect, trisected, divided into 3. Trisectability, ability to be divided into 3 equal angles using a compass and straight edge. Trisected, simple past and past participle of trisect. Trisectable, able to be divided into 3 equal angles using a compass and straight edge. Trisecting, present participle and gerund of trisect. Trisection, the division of an angle into 3 equal parts. Trisection point, either of 2 points which trisect a given line segment. Trisection points, plural of trisection point. Trisectionectomies, plural of trisectionectomy. Trisectionectomy, the resection of 3 segments typically of the liver. Trisections, plural of trisection. Trisector, a line or curve that trisects something. Trisectoral, pertaining to a set of 3 sectors. Trisectors, plural of trisector. Trisectrix, a type of curve that is useful for trisecting the angle. Trisects, third-person singular simple present indicative of trisect. Trisegmentation, division into 3 segments. Trisegmentectomies, plural of trisegmentectomy. Trisegmentectomy, synonym of trisectionectomy. Trisegmented, divided into 3 segments. Trisolane, any compound RCCCr having a string of 3 selenium atoms. Trisolanes, plural of trisolane. Trisolani, any compound containing 3 selenide groups. Trisolenides, plural of trisoleni. Trisome, synonym of trimester. Triseme, consisting of 3 semea, trisemic. Trisemes, plural of triseme. Trisemic, consisting of 3 mori. Trisensory, affecting or relating to 3 senses. Trisepalous, having 3 sepals. Triseptate, having 3 septa or partitions. Taiseiao, arranged in 3 series. Taiseiawe, arranged in 3 series. Taiseiae, arranged in 3 vertical or spiral rows. Triservice, of or pertaining to 3 services, especially in Army, Navy, and Air Force. Triset, a sequence of 3 consecutive exercises without intervening rest. Tricetos, having 3 bristles. Tricetus, alternative form of tricetos. Trisets, plural of triset. Trisetum, any of various grasses of the genus Trisetum. Trisetums, plural of trisetum. Trisexual, having or pertaining to a system which involves 3 sexes. Trisexuality, the quality of being trisexual. Trisexuals, plural of trisexual. Tri, a diminutive of the female given name Patricia. Tria, a diminutive of the female given name Patricia. Trisha, a 3-wheeled cycle rickshaw. Trishas, plural of trisha. Shriya, the Vedic concept of craving or lust. Trishnas, plural of Trishna. Trikha, alternative form of Trisila. Trishila, alternative form of Trisila. Trishilas, plural of Trishula. Trishals, plural of Trishal. Trasialaganguese, a ganglia outside that has 3 sialic acid residues. Trasialaganguesides, plural of Trasialaganguese. Trasialotransferring, a transferrin with three sialic acid residues attached. Trisialated, sialylated by the addition of 3 sialic acid residues. Trisacad, epedicab. Trisacads, plural of trisacad. Trisolane, the silane C3H8 that has the same structure as propane. Trisolanes, plural of trisolane. Trisilicate, any compound containing 3 silicate anions. Trisilicates, plural of trisilicate. Trisoloxane, any siloxane having 3 CO groups. Trisoloxanes, plural of trisoloxane. Trisilver, 3 silver atoms in a compound. Trisinuate, having 3 sinuses. Triskaideka, alternative spelling of Triskaideka. Triskaidekagon, a polygon having 13 sides and 13 angles. Triskaidekagons, plural of triskaidekagon. Triskaidekagram, a star polygon that has 13 vertices. Triskaidekagrams, plural of triskaidekagram. Triskaidecahedra, plural of triskaidecahedron. Triskaidecahedron, synonym of tridecahedron. Triskaidecahedrons. Plural of triskaidecahedron. Triskaidekaphobia. Alternative form of triskaidekaphobia. Triskaideka. 13. Triskaidecahedron. Alternative spelling of triskaidecahedron. Triskaidecahedrons. Plural of triskaidecahedron. Triskaidekaphobe. Someone who suffers from triskaidekaphobia. Triskaidekaphobes. Plural of triskaidekaphobe. Triskaidekaphobia. Fear or dislike of the number 1313. Triskaidekaphobic. Someone who suffers from triskaidekaphobia. Triskaidekaphobics. Plural of triskaidekaphobic. Triskau. Alternative form of triskels. Triskels. A symbol consisting of 3 spirals or 3 bent human legs. Triskilia. Plural of Triskelion. Triskelion. A figure composed of 3 interlocked spirals or 3 bent human legs with 3-fold rotational symmetry. Triskelions. Plural of Triskelion. Trisor. A surname. Trisors. Plural of Trisler. Trismegiste. Of or relating to Hermes Trismegistus, a legendary Hellenistic figure that originated as a syncretic combination of the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, and was the purported author of the Hermetica, a series of ancient and medieval texts on Hermeticism. Trismegistus. The epithet of Hermes, the mythological author of the central text of Hermeticism. Trisme. Relating to trismus or lockjaw. Trismus. The inability to open the mouth normally, typically as a result of disease. Trismus is pseudocamptodactyly syndrome, a rare genetic disorder whose defining feature is the inability to open the mouth completely. Trismus. Trisnitrate. A nitrate formed from 3 molecules of nitric acid. Trisnitrates. Plural of trisnitrate. Trisosation. A blending of elements drawn from 3 previously unrelated patterns of thought into a new pattern. Trisectahedra. Plural of trisectahedron. Trisectahedral. Having the form of a trisectahedron. Trisectahedron. A solid of the isometric system bounded by 24 equal faces, 3 corresponding to each face of an octahedron. Trisectahedrons. Plural of trisectahedron. Trisodium. 3 atoms of sodium in a compound. Trisoligonucleotide. An assembly of 3 short strands of DNA oligonucleotides around a branching junction. They have been used to build nanoscale structures. Trisoligonucleotides. Plural of trisoligonucleotide. Trisomal. Relating to trisomy. Trisom. A chromosome which is represented 3 times instead of the usual 2. Trisomes. Plural of trisom. Trisomy. Having 3 copies of a given chromosome in each somatic cell instead of the usual number of 2. Trisomics. Plural of trisomic. Trisomies. Plural of trisomy. Trisomy. The presence of 3 copies instead of the normal 2 of a particular chromosome of an organism. Trisomy 18. Synonym of Edwards syndrome. Trisomy 21. The presence of 3 copies of the 21st chromosome in the karyotype. Trisomy X. Synonym of triple X syndrome. Trespass. A machine with 3 pulleys which act together to raise great weights. Trespassed. Synonym of trespassed. Trespassed. Plural of trespass. Trispecific. An artificial antibody that targets 3 different biological molecules or pathways. Some have been developed. Trispectra. Plural of trispectrum. Trispectrum. A certain type of statistic used to analyze nonlinear interactions. Trispermus. Containing 3 seeds. Trispermum. A poultice made of the crushed seeds of cumin, bay, and smallage. Trisphosphate. Any compound having 3 phosphate groups, but especially such a sugar derivative. Trisphosphates. Plural of trisphosphate. Trispinose. Having 3 spines. Trispiral. Triply spiral, involving or consisting of 3 spirals. Trispirals. Plural of trispiral. Trispirane. Any compound having 4 rings linked spiracyclically via 3 carbon atoms. Trispiranes. Plural of trispirane. Trisplanchionate. Of or pertaining to the 3 great splanchionate cavities, those of the head, chest, and abdomen. Trisporic acid. A terpenoid pheromone derived from a carotene that triggers the formation of zygophores in some fungi. Trisporic acids. Plural of trisporic acid. Trispori. Any derivative of trisporic acid. Trisporoids. Plural of trisporoi. Trisporus. Having 3 spores. Trispirazolilberate. A tridentate ligand composed of 3 pyrazole groups or derivatives thereof attached to a boron residue. Any metal salts containing this ligand. Trispirazolilberates. Plural of trispirazolilberate. Trispiridine. In combination 3 pyridine groups in a molecule. Tricinian. Of or relating to Gian Giorgio Trissino 1478-1550, Venetian Renaissance humanist, poet, dramatist, diplomat, grammarian, linguist, and philosopher. Trisyllable. Alternative form of trisyllable. Trisyllables. Plural of trisyllable. Tres. Trust, faith. Tristability. The condition of being twistable. Tristable. Having 3 stable states. Tristan. A male given name from the Celtic languages. Tristan chord. A chord in musical composition consisting originally of the notes F, B, D sharp and G sharp, which can be translated more generally in intervallic terms as augmented 4th, augmented 6th, and augmented 9th above a root. And harmonically it sounds like a half diminished 7th chord, e.g. F flat, C flat, T flat, though in terms of musical analysis it can be interpreted in several ways. Tristan chords. Plural of Tristan chord. Tristan da Cunha. A remote archipelago and constituent part of the British overseas territory of St. Helena, Ascension, and Tristan da Cunha, located in the South Atlantic Ocean. Tristaeus. Resembling Richard Wagner's Tristan und Isolde. Tristanian. Of or pertaining to Sir Tristan, legendary Arthurian knight and tragic hero of the medieval romance Tristan and Isolde. Tristanian. Plural of Tristanian. Tristar. Having 3 stars or 3 star shapes. Triste. Having or pertaining to 3 distinct states. Trestate. A high impedance state that is neither the high output state nor the low output state and allows other devices to drive the bus without interference from the tristate buffer. Tristates. Plural of tristate. Heres. Sad. sorrowful, gloomy. Tristerat, any ester containing 3 sterat groups. Tristarats, plural of tristerat. Tristerin, the triglyceride of stearic acid. Tristerins, plural of tristerin. Triste, simple past and past participle of tris. Tristol, alternative form of tristful. Trissa, a male or female given name of modern usage. Tresnes, hanas. Trests, plural of trists. Tristas, hanas. Tristetrahedral, having the form of a tristetrahedron. Tristetraprolin, any of a particular family of zinc finger proteins. Tristetraprolins, plural of tristetraprolin. Trista, a damaging viral disease of citrus plants caused by Clostridovirus. Tristol, sad, melancholic. Tristole, in a tristful manner, sadly. Tristfulness, sadness, sorrow, melancholy. Tristan, a male given name. Tristidi, a tercet. Tristichoptera, any extinct fish in the family Tristichopteridae. Tristichopterids, plural of Tristichoptera. Tristiches, arranged in 3 vertical rows. Tristitis, plural of tristich. Tristigmatic, having or consisting of 3 stigmas. Tristimuli, plural of tristimulus. Tristimulus, a set of 3 stimuli, especially the red, green, and blue components of color vision. Tristan, a male or female given name of modern usage. Tristing, present participle and gerund of tris. Tiste, desaden. Tistatiate, simple past and past participle of tristatiate. Tresnes, alternative form of tresnes. Treston, a male given name. Trisra, a male given name from the Celtic languages, variant of Tristan. Tristramai, a hexagonal trapezohedral mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, phosphorus, sulfur, and uranium. Tristratify, divided into 3 layers. Tristratalis, composed of 3 cell layers. Tristra, a strip formed by joining triangles. Tristrus, plural of tristrip. Tristrontium, 3 atoms of strontium in a chemical compound. Tristraha, a neume that trebles the value of the first note in a series. Tristrophe, plural of Tristropha. Trist, plural of tris. Tristoles, having 3 style morphs. Tristole, the condition of being tristolus. Trisubstituted, substituted with 3 identical or different substituents. Trisubstitution, any substitution reaction in which 3 groups are substituted. Trisubstitutions, plural of trisubstitution. Trisol, alternative form of trisola. Trisola, a trident, seen as a religious symbol of Hinduism and Buddhism. Trisolas, plural of trisola. Trisulf, something having 3 forks or prongs, especially a trident. Trisulcate, having 3 sulci or grooves. Trisulcated, synonym of trisulcate. Trisulfate, any compound containing 3 sulfate groups or ions. Trisulfated, modified by the addition of 3 sulfate groups. Trisulfates, plural of trisulfate. Trisulfide, any sulfide containing 3 atoms of sulfur. Trisulfides, plural of trisulfide. Trisulfoluminate, any mineral composed of 3 sulfate groups for each aluminate group. Trisulfoluminates, plural of trisulfoluminate. Trisulfate, alternative form of trisulfate. Trisulfated, alternative form of trisulfated. Trisulfates, plural of trisulfate. Trisulfide, alternative spelling of trisulfide. Trisulfides, plural of trisulfide. Trisols, plural of trisol. Trisyllabic, having 3 syllables. Trisyllabical, trisyllabic, of 3 syllables. Trisyllabically, in 3 syllables. Trisyllabicity, the property of having 3 syllables. Trisyllabics, plural of trisyllabic. Trisyllabism, the quality of being trisyllabic or having 3 syllables. Trisyllable, a word of 3 syllables. Trisyllables, plural of trisyllable. Trisynaptic, involving 3 synapses. The ternary equivalent of a bit, a fundamental unit of information that may take any of 3 distinct states. Form of triter used before a vowel. Tritactic, describing a tactic polymer that has 3 sites of stereoisomerism in its chain. Tridagonus, in Greek drama, the actor who played the 3rd role after the protagonist, and deuteragonist. Tridagonus, plural of tritagonus. Triton, clipping of tritanopia. Tritonal, triphenylmethanol. Tritonomales, plural of tritonomally. Tritonomous, having or relating to tritonomally. Tritonomally, a rare form of color blindness in which the short wavelength pigment is shifted toward the green area of the spectrum. Tritanope, one who has tritanopia. Tritanopes, plural of tritanope. Tritanopia, a form of color blindness in which the retina is deficient in or lacks cone cells containing opsins that respond to the color blue, resulting in an inability to distinguish blue from green. Tritanopias, plural of tritanopia. Tritanopid, relating to tritanopia. Tritantalum, 3 tantalum atoms or cations in a molecule Ta. Trite, at interval with a frequency ratio of 3:1, usually in the context of the Böhlen-Piust scale where it replaces the octave. Tritaves, plural of tritave. Trite, often in reference to a word or phrase, used so many times that it is commonplace or no longer interesting or effective, worn out, hackneyed. Trite-law, laws that are obvious or common knowledge. Trite-laws, plural of trite-law. Tritegme, having or pertaining to 3 integuments. Tritolea, any plant of the genus Tritolea. Tritoleas, plural of Tritolea. Tritelluri, any telluride having 3 tellurium atoms in each molecule or unit cell. Tritellurides, plural of tritelluri. Trily, in a trite manner. Tritemporal, keeping track of 3 timelines. Triteness, the state or quality of being tate. Tritonuses, plural of tritonus. Tritonia Jas, a village and commune of Cluj County, Romania. Triter, comparative form of trite, more trite. Triterminal, involving three terminals or electrodes. Triternate, 3 times ternate, applied to a leaf. Divide Vinta 3 stalks, each with 3 leaflets that divide into 3 lobes. Triternately, in a triternate manner. Triterpene, any terpene formed from 6 isoprene units and having 30 carbon atoms. They are relatively rare. Triterpenes, plural of triterpene. Triterpenic, related to or derived from a triterpene. Triterpenoic, relating to a triterpenoid carboxylic acid or similar derivative. Triterpenoi, a terpenoid having a C skeleton. Triterpenoidal, relating to triterpenoids. Triterpenoids, plural of triterpenoi. Territorial, involving 3 territories. Trites, plural of trite. Tritus, superlative form of trite. Most trite. Trithallium, 3 thallium atoms or cations in a molecule TL. Parism, a belief in 3 gods, especially the non-Trinitarian doctrine that God the Son, God the Father, and the Holy Spirit are separate gods, which is condemned as heresy by most Christian denominations. Tritheisms, plural of tritheism. Tritheis, a believer in 3 gods. Theistic, having or pertaining to a belief in 3 gods. Theistico, or relating to tritheism. Theistically, in a tritheistic manner. Tritheist, plural of tritheist. Trithate, a tritheist. Trithates, plural of trithate. Tritheledont, alternative form of tritheledonted. Tritheledonted, any therapsid in the family Tritheledontidae. Tritheledontids, plural of tritheledonted. Tritheledonts, plural of tritheledont. Tritian, archaic form of trithian. Tritin, any of 3 isomeric 6-membered saturated heterocycles having 3 carbon atoms and 3 sulfur atoms, any derivative of these compounds. Tritians, plural of trithian. Tritians, plural of trithian. Trithe, a writing one of 3 ancient divisions of a county in England. Trithing Reeve, the official governing a trithing. Trithing Reeves, plural of Trithing Reeve. Trithings, plural of trithing. Tritositone, a chemical compound containing 6 methyl groups attached to a 1,3,5-trithian ring used as a flavoring agent, also known as 2,2,4,4,6,6-hexamethyl 1,3,5-trithian. Trithiacobenate, the ANCS2 or any salt containing this AN. Trithiacobenates, plural of trithiacarbonate. Triazine, any compound containing 3 thiocyanate groups. Triazinates, plural of trithiazinate. Tritiana, the conjugate base of trithionic acid. Tritianates, plural of trithianate. Titanic, containing 3 sulfur atoms. Tithianic acid, a thionic acid H2S3O6. Tritiaphosphate, any thiophosphate in which 3 oxygen atoms have been replaced by sulfur. Tritiaphosphates, plural of tritiaphosphate. Triporax, a protein or one of a larger group whose function is to modify a gene expression. Trivorium, 3 thorium atoms or cations in a molecule Th. Ti8. To add tritium, an isotope of hydrogen to something. Ti8. Describing a compound which has had some of its normal hydrogen protium replaced with a heavy isotope tritium. Tritiated water. Water in which one or both protium normal hydrogen atoms have been replaced by atoms of tritium hydrogen. Ti8. Third person singular simple present indicative of tritiate. Tritiating. Present participle and gerund of tritiate. Tritiation. The process or the result of tritiating, adding tritium to something. Tritiations. Plural of tritiation. Triticale. Triticale. A grain crop, a hybrid of wheat and rye that gives a high yield. Triticales. Plural of triticale. Triticalities. Plural of triticality. Triticality. Trineness. Tritipui. Triley. Tridicyl. Shaped like a grain of wheat, especially denoting to the pair of small cartilages in the larynx. Triticious. Resembling a grain of wheat. Tridicin. A carbohydrate isomeric with dextrin. Triticonisul. A particular fungicide. Triticum. A plant of the genus Triticum, wheat and related cereals. Triticums. Plural of triticum. Tridi. A hydride using tritium. Tridides. Plural of triti. Tridigenic. That produces tritium by radioactive decay, etc. Tritimuvirus. Any virus of the genus Tritimuvirus. Tritimuviruses. Plural of tritimuvirus. Tritus. Somewhat trite. Tritanium. 3 atoms of titanium in a chemical compound. Tritium. A radioactive isotope of the element hydrogen symbol Te, 3H or 3H having 1 proton and 2 neutrons. Tritium oxide. Super heavy water Te2O, or more correctly, 3H2O. Tritiums. Plural of tritium. Tridia. The third day Tithai in the lunar fortnight Paksha of the Hindu calendar. Tritkaran. Synonym of Rillancaran. Tritlington. A hamlet in Tritlington and West Shevington Parish, Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 2092. Tritlington and West Shevington, a civil parish in Northumberland, England, which includes the named places. Shrito. 1/3. Shrito Isaiah. Chapters 56 to 66 of the biblical book of Isaiah, thought to have been composed after the return from exile. Shrito Shrebra. Plural of Trito Shrebrum. Trito Shrebro. Of or pertaining to the Trito Shrebrum. Trito Shrebrum. The third set of fused ganglia comprising the insect brain. Tritogenea. An epithet of the goddess Athena of uncertain meaning, but possibly Triton-born, triple-born, or third-born. Tritoma. A flowering plant of the genus Gnophophaea. Tritomas. Plural of tritoma. Tritomerize. A movable arm that functions with a fixed eutomrite to grip and manipulate food and horseshoe crabs. Tritomrites. Plural of tritomrites. Triton. A god of the sea, son of Poseidon. Triton Island. An island of the Paracel Islands in the South China Sea administered under Sancha, Hainan, China, claimed by Taiwan, ROC, and Vietnam. Tritonal. Having or involving three tones. Tritonality. The quality of a tritonal. Tritone. An interval of three whole tones. Triton. Having a tritone. Tritones. Plural of tritone. Tritonis. A female spirit of the sea. Tritonuses. Plural of tritonus. Tritonia. An epithet of the goddess Athena. Tritonian. Of or pertaining to the classical Greek god Triton. Tritonius. Plural of Tritonia. Tritone. Of or relating to a tritone. Tritone. Any sea slug in the family Tritoniidae. Tritone is plural of Tritonia. Tritonus. Having or involving three tones. Tritonal. Tritons. Plural of triton. Tritonymph. The instar between deutonymph and adult in some organisms. Tritonymphal. Relating to a tritonymph. Tritonymphs. Plural of tritonymph. Tritoon. A type of boat with three parallel pontoons. Tritoons. Plural of tritoon. Tritocoline. A particular antihistamine drug. Pteridinium. An amphiploid cereal derived from the cross between a South American wild barley Hordeum chilens and durum wheat. Tritoria. Plural of tritorium. Tritorium. A vessel for separating liquids of different densities. Tritostermone. The sternite of the segment bearing the first pair of walking legs. Tritova. Plural of tritovum. Tridovum. An embryonic insect which has twice cast a skin before hatching from the egg. Tritoxide. Trioxide. The third of a series of oxides of a particular metal. Tritoxides. Plural of tritoxide. Tritozoid. A zooid of the third generation in asexual reproduction. Tritozoids. Plural of tritozoid. Tritransgenic. Triply transgenic. Tritransitive. Of or relating to a class of verbs which take three objects. Trityakantiain. Any of very many isomeric unsaturated hydrocarbons that have 33 carbon atoms and 2 double bonds. Trityakantidains. Plural of trityakantidain. Trityakanting. Any of very many isomers of the alphabetic heading atoms, but especially headed in ZCCG. Trityakantains. Plural of trityakantain. Tritriacantanoic. Of or pertaining to tritriacantanoic acid or its derivatives, silic. Tritriacantanoic acid. The long-chain saturated fatty acid having 33 carbon atoms, silic acid. Tritiacantine. Any of very many isomers of the unsaturated aliphatic hydrocarbon having 33 carbon atoms and 1 double bond. Tritiacantines. Plural of tritriacantine. Tritricosanote. Any salt or ester containing 3 tricosanote groups. Tritricosanotes. Plural of tritricosanote. Tritricosanoin. The triglyceride of tritricosanoic acid, glyceryl tritricosanote. Tritridecanoate. The triglyceride of triticanoic acid. Tritrophic. Describing a parasite that feeds on another parasite that feeds on a third parasite. Twit. Plural of trit. Twitter. A surname. Trick Karen. A form of Karen that has rounded, step-like features on the rock surface. Shred, as said before, likewise, specifically said after another utterance of ditto. Shred. As surname. Tridas, plural of Tridas. Tridas, a subdivision of ancient Attica. Tritubercular, having or designating teeth with 3 cusps or tubercles. Tricuspid. Trituberculate, tritubercular. Trituberculism, synonym of trituberculi. Trituberculi, a theory of the development of mammalian molar teeth. Triturable, capable of being triturated. Triturate, to grind to a fine powder, to pulverize. Triturated, ground down, pulverized. Triturates, third person singular simple present indicative of triturate. Triturating, present participle and gerund of triturate. Trituration, the act of triturating, grinding to a fine powder. Triturations, plural of trituration. Triturato, that triturates. Triturator, a mechanical device for triturating. Triturators, plural of triturator. Triturture, the process of triturating. Triture, a rubbing or grinding. Trituration. Triturium, alternative form of tritorium. Tridal, triphenyl methyl. Tridylate, the ion of triphenyl methanol. Tridylated, simple past and past participle of tridylate. Tridylates, plural of tridylate. Tridylating, present participle and gerund of tridylate. Tridylation, the addition of a trityl protecting group. Tridylations, plural of tridylation. Tridyly, propyle. Tridylodont. Alternative form of tritylodontid. Tritylodontid, any mammal-like therapsid in the family Tritylodontidae. Tritylodontids, plural of tritylodontid. Tritylodonts, plural of tritylodont. Tridals, plural of trityle. Triubiquitin, a trimer of ubiquitin, the motif responsible for its biosynthesis. Triubiquitinated, ubiquitinated at 3 locations. Triubiquitins, plural of triubiquitin. Triulose, dihydroxyacetone considered as a ketose. Triultinate, synonym of antipenultimate. Triumph, a former make of British motor car. Triumphal, of relating to or being a triumph. Triumphal arch, a monumental arch that commemorates a victory. Triumphal arches, plural of triumphal arch. Triumphalism, the attitude or belief that a particular doctrine, culture, or social system, particularly a religious or political one, is superior and that it will or should triumph over all others. Triumphalisms, plural of triumphalism. Triumphalis, proud of one's belief or culture and having a feeling of superiority. Triumphaliste, of pertaining to or exhibiting triumphalism. Triumphalistically, in a triumphalistic manner. Triumphalists, plural of triumphalists. Triumphally, in a triumphal mare. Trievals, plural of triumphal. Triumphance, alternative form of triumphancy. Triumphancies, plural of triumphancy. Triumphancy, equality of and triumph. Triumphant, rejoicing in victory or success, displaying triumph, exultant. Triumphantly, in a triumphant manner. Triumphator, one granted a triumph. Triumphators, plural of triumphator. Triumph, simple past and past participle of triumph. Triumph, someone who was honored with a triumph, a victorious soldier. Triumphers, plural of triumpher. Triumphe, present participle and gerund of triumph. Triumphinue, with triumph or exultation. Triumphings, plural of triumphing. Trios, plural of triumph. Triumphe, one member of a triumvirate. Triumvirate, of or belonging to the triumvirate or the triumvirate. Triumvirate, an official group of three people, especially a ruling council of three men, and particularly historical two such councils in Roman history. Triumvirates, plural of triumvirate. Triumviri, plural of triumvir. Triumvirs, plural of triumvir. Triumvirsha, the role or status of a triumvir. Triumviships, plural of triumvirship. Triumviri, a triumvirate. Triunal, alternative form of triune. Triandecanoin, the triglyceride of undecanoic acid. Triandesulin, triandecanoin. Triangulate, having three undulations. Triune, both trine and one at the same time. Triune brain, a once popular, but now a proven false model of the evolution of the vertebrate forebrain and behavior proposed by the American physician and neuroscientist Paul D. MacLean in the 1960s. Triune brains, plural of triune brain. Triunely, in a triune manner. Triuneness, quality of being triune. Triangulate, having three nails or claws. Triangula, plural of triangulin. Triangulin, the first instar planidia larva of certain species of parasitoidal beetle, so named because the triangulin has three claws on each foot. Triangulinate, the first instar larva of a strepsipteran insect. Triangulinids, plural of triangulinate. Triangulins, plural of triangulin. Triudeo, synonym of triune. Triunitarian, alternative letter case form of triunitarian. Triunitarianism, alternative letter case form of triunitarianism. Triunities, plural of triunity. Triunity, alternative letter case form of triunity. Triunsaturated, having three double bonds or triple bonds. Triuranium, three uranium atoms /ANs in a compound. Triuranium octoxide, the oxide of uranium U-308 that is the main component of yellowcake. Triurea, any compound that contains three urea moieties. Triuridaceous, of or relating to the triuridaceae. Trivacancies, plural of trivacancy. Trivacancy, a group of three vacancy defects in a crystal. Trivalence, the condition of being trivalent. Trivalency, the condition of being trivalent, trivalence. Trivalent. Having a valence of 3. Trivalently. In a trivalent manner. With a valence of 3. Trivalence. Plural of trivalent. Trivalued. Having 3 possible values. Trilolar. Having 3 vowels. Trithal. Having 3 vowels. Trithal. Having 3 vowels. Trithals. Plural of trival. Trivalular. Having or relating to 3 vowels. Trivanadate. An ion or salt with 3 vanadium atoms in oxidation state. 5 varieties include V3O linear, V3O3 cyclic, V3O network. Trivanadium. 3 vanadium atoms or cations in a molecule V. Trivangrobactin. A cyclic triner of vangrobactin. Trivandrum. Former name of Tiruvananthapuram, the capital of Kerala, India. Trivandrumites. A native or inhabitant of Tiruvananthapuram. Trivandrumites. Plural of Trivandrumites. Trivant. Synonym of truant. Trivants. Plural of trivant. Trivariant. Having 3 independent variables. Trivari. Having or involving exactly 3 variables. Trivari. Misspelling of trivariate. Trivection. The combination of radiant heat, convection, and microwaves for customized heat exchange. Trivections. Plural of trivection. Trivector. A multivector of grade 3. Trivectors. Plural of trivector. Trivedi. A surname commonly used in India. Trivedes. Plural of trivedi. Trivi. Alternative form of trivi. Trides. Plural of trivi. Tritheny. Alternative form of tritheny. Triventricular. Relating to 3 ventricles. Triverbal. Of 3 words. Tivertio. Relating to, or designating, certain days allowed to the praetor for hearing causes, when he might speak the 3 characteristic words of his office, do, dico, attico. Trivertebral. Relating to 3 vertebrae. Triad. A stand with 3 short legs, especially for cooking over a fire. Trivet table. A 3-legged table. Trivet tables. Plural of trivet table. Trivets. Plural of trivet. Tri. A surname. Trivet. A surname. Tridets. Plural of trivets. Triads. Plural of trivet. Tuve. An aspect of the Roman goddess Diana, pertaining to her role as guardian of trivia crossroads or forks where 3 roads meet, used as an epithet. Telehaule. A person who loves trivia obscure or unimportant facts. Telehaulix. Plural of trivia halec. Trivial. Ignorable, of little significance or value. Trivial absolute value. An absolute value or norm for a field which is defined to be equal to 1 for any element of the field other than the field 0 for which it is defined to be equal to 0. Trivial absolute values. Plural of trivial absolute value. Trivial functional dependencies. Plural of trivial functional dependency. Trivial functional dependency. a functional dependency of an attribute on a superset of itself. Trivial group, the unique group up to isomorphism consisting of a single element which is the identity element. Trivial name, a commonly used, non-systematic name of a chemical compound. Trivial names for many compounds have been in use since long before their exact chemical structures were determined. Trivial names, plural of trivial name. Trivial solution. The answer x equals 0 to a linear system, ax equals 0. Trivial solutions. Plural of trivial solution. Trivial topologies. Plural of trivial topology. Trivial topology. A topology consisting only of the empty set and the underlying set. Trivialization. Alternative form of trivialization. Trivializations. Plural of trivialization. Trivialize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of trivialize. Trivialize. Simple past and past participle of trivialize. Trivializer. Alternative form of trivializer. Trivializers. Plural of trivializer. Trivializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of trivialize. Trivializing. Present participle and gerund of trivialize. Trivialism. The theory that every proposition and its negation is true. Trivialisms. Plural of trivialism. Trivialis. A proponent of trivialism, the metaphysical and logical theory that all propositions are true. Trivialiste. Of, pertaining to, or characteristic of trivia. Trivialists. Plural of trivialists. Trivialities. Plural of triviality. Triviality. The quality of being trivial and important. Trivializable. Capable of being trivialized. Trivialization. The act of trivializing. Trivializations. Plural of trivialization. Trivialize. To make something appear trivial. Trivialize. Simple past and past participle of trivialize. Trivializer. One who or that which trivializes. Trivializers. Plural of trivializer. Trivializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of trivialize. Trivializing. Present participle and gerund of trivialize. Trivializingly. So as to trivialize. Trivializing is. Plural of trivializing. Trivial. Obsolete spelling of trivial. Trivial. In a trivial manner. Trivialness. Quality. I say of being trivial. Trivials. Plural of trivial. Trivial. A person who loves trivia, obscure or unimportant facts. Triviophile. Plural of triviophile. Trivias. Plural of trivia. Trivet. A collection of trivia, a list of trivial information. Tide. Any of the family trivia of C's nails. Tives. Plural of trivia. Truvano. A surname from Spanish. Truvanos. Plural of Truvino. Trivanylbenzene. An organic compound with the formula CH. Trivanylphosphine. The order of phosphines each equals HP. Trivanylphosphines. Plural of trivanylphosphine. Triverta. A neume that trebles the value of the first note in a series of Trivergi. Triverdi, plural of Triverga. Trivium, the lower division of the liberal arts, grammar, logic and rhetoric. Triviums, plural of trivium. Trivoltine, having 3 broods or generations in a year. Trivoltinism, the state of being trivoltine. Triv, alternative form of trivi. Triweeklies, plural of triweekly. Triweekly, occurring 3 times per week. Trix, a female given name, variant of Trixie. Trixha, a triangle assigned a single color based on the colors of the pixels inside it, used in medical imaging systems. Trixels, plural of Trixel. Trixene, the situation where an autoecious parasite may infest 3 species, but does not need a change of host to ensure its development. Trixe, a diminutive of the female given names Beatrix or Beatrice. Trixes, plural of Trix. Trixoscelid, any member of the Trixoscelidae. Trixoscelidae, any member of the Trixoscelidae. Trixoscelids, plural of Trixoscelidid. Trixoscelids, plural of Trixoscelid. Trixe, a female given name, variant of Trixie. Triui, 3 times in a year. Any alkane that has 3 triple bonds. Has, plural of triang. Triam, 3 Hm atoms or cations in a molecule Y. Trizirconium, 3 atoms of zirconium in a chemical compound. Trizocelline, relating to or characteristic of the hermit crabs of the subfamily Trizocelinae. Trizonal, having or involving 3 zones. Trizone, the combination of the American, British, and French occupation zones in Germany after World War Roman II. Trizonatia, synonym of trizone. Trizonia, synonym of trizone. Trizonocopate, having 3 palpi aligned longitudinally, equidistant around the equator. Trizygosity, the condition of being tozygotic. Trizygotic, derived from 3 eggs that have been separately fertilized. Trizygous, synonym of trizygotic. TRL, initialism of technology readiness level. TRML, abbreviation of terminal. TRMLS, plural of TRML. TRN, initialism of transaction reference number, a reference code for a bank transfer. TRNA, initialism of transfer RNA. TRNA, plural of tRNA. Ternova, a municipality of Croatia. TRNC, initialism of Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. TRND, abbreviation of turning. TRNKA, a surname. TRNCAS, plural of TRNKA. Tiernovik Bartolovichki, a municipality of Croatia. TRN, plural of TRN. Ch, initialism of temporary restraining order. Ch, a type of spike fiddle made from traditionally used in Cambodia and played vertically. Tro, a minibus operated as a shared taxi. Tros, plural of tro. Shrod, the Biga Peninsula in the northwestern part of Anatolia. Turkey. Trodes, plural of trode. to barter or trade, especially outside a government monopoly. Trokt, simple past and past participle of troke. Troking, present participle and gerund of troke. Trokes, third person singular simple present indicative of trope. Draws, alternative form of trode. Trot, the cry of a deer. Trod, simple past and past participle of trote. Shrode, present participle and gerund of trote. Tots, plural of trote. Troberets, a female composer of Old Occitan lyric poetry, a female troubadour. Shroba, a surname. Trobas, plural of troba. Drabiane, a surname from Italian. Shal, obsolete spelling of trouble. Shadel, simple past and past participle of trouble. Shavels, plural of trouble. Trable, present participle and gerund of trouble. Tabant, of or from the Tabian Islands. Tabian Islander, an inhabitant of the Tabian Islands. Tabian Islands, an archipelago of coral atolls off the east coast of New Guinea. Tarene, a native of the Trabian Islands now called the Kiriwana Islands. Taranders, plural of Tabriander. Tarans, the Tabian Islands. London Trocadero. Trocadero, a neighborhood of Paris, France, named after the Battle of Trocadero in Spain. Trochanteric, misspelling of trochanteric. Shothar, a pointed hollow cylindrical device used to make small incisions and surgically insert cannulas, etc. into body cavities or to aspirate fluids. Trocherization, the surgical use of a trochar. Trocherize, alternative form of trocherize. Trocherize, simple past and past participle of trocherize. Trocherizes, third person singular simple present indicative of trocherize. Trocherizing, present participle and gerund of trocherize. Trocherization, U.S. and Oxford British English Standard spelling of trocherization. Trocherize, to perform trocherization upon. Trocherize, simple past and past participle of trocherize. Trocherizes, third person singular simple present indicative of trocherize. Trocherizing, present participle and gerund of trocherize. Trochise, plural of trochar. Trottle, alternative form of truckle. Trottles, plural of trockle. Trook, abbreviation of trochee. Troca, a line of fortifications, usually rough, constructed to prevent the passage of an enemy across a region. Trochee, composed of or relating to trochees, feet of one stressed syllable followed by an unstressed syllable. Trochaical, alternative form of trochaic. Trochaic, obsolete form of trochaic. Trochaics, plural of trochaic. Trochaics, plural of trochaic. Troches, to write in or convert to trochees. Troches, simple past and past participle of troches. Trocheses, third person singular simple present indicative of trochase. Trochasing, present participle and gerund of trochase. Trocta, resembling a wheel. Trochal disc, the cephalic disc of a rotifer, usually surrounded by a fringe of cilia. Trochal discs, plural of trochal disc. Trochaminid, any form in the family Trochominidae. Trochominids, plural of trochominid. Trochanter, invertebrates with legs, the end of the femur near the hip joint, not including the head or neck. Trochantero, relating to the trochanter. Trochanteria, trochanter. Trochanter, of or pertaining to the trochanter of the femur. Trochanteria, any spider in the family Trochanteriidae. Trochanteriids, plural of Trochanteria. Trochanterophoral, relating to the trochanter and femur of some arthropods. Trochanters, plural of trochanter. Trochantinal, relating to the trochantine or trochanter. Trochantine, the joint of the leg of an insect linking the coxa and trochanter. Trochantines, plural of trochantine. Trochantinian, relating to the trochanter. Trochar, alternative form of trochar. Trocharization, alternative form of trocharization. Trocharize, alternative form of trocharize. Trocharize, simple past and past participle of trocharize. Trocharizes, third person singular simple present indicative of trocharize. Trocharizing, present participle and gerund of trocharize. Trocharization, alternative form of trocharization. Trocharize, alternative form of trocharize. Trocharize, simple past and past participle of trocharize. Trocharizes, third person singular simple present indicative of trocharize. Trocharizing, present participle and gerund of trocharize. Trochars, plural of trochar. Troptes, plural of trocha. Trop, a surname. Trochemeter, a device attached to the wheel of a cart, carriage, etc. to measure distance traveled. Trochemeters, plural of trochemeter. Trochee, a metrical foot inverse consisting of a stressed or heavy syllable followed by an unstressed or light syllable. Trochees, plural of trochee. Troche, plural of trocheus. Trochoment, any member of the trochomens. Trochoments, plural of trochoment. Trochus, plural of troch. Trocheus, archaic form of trochee. Troches, a surname. Trocheles, plural of troches. Trophi, plural of trochus. Troche, any sea snail of the family Trochidae. Trochids, plural of trochid. Trochiform, shaped like a top shell family Trochidae. The crocodile bird, Pluvionus aegyptius. Troctili, plural of trochilus. Troctile, of or pertaining to rotary motion or to wheels. Trochilix, the science of rotary motion or work done with wheels. Troctile, any member of family Trochilidae of all extant hummingbirds. Trochilidine, of or pertaining to hummingbirds. Trochilides, one who studies or is versed in, the nature and habits of hummingbirds. Trochilidists, plural of trochilids. Trochilids, plural of trochilid. Trochillos, the crocodile bird. Trochiloses, plural of trochillos. Trochils, plural of trochil. Trochilus, any member of the hummingbird genus Trochilus. Trochilises, plural of Trochilus. Trochu, the lesser tuberosity of the head of the humerus. Troching, one of the small branches tines of a stag's antler. Trochings, plural of troching. Trochuscation, the forming of pasty elucidated material into dry chemical masses. Trochusci, plural of trochuscus. Trochuscus, a kind of tablet or lozenge. Trochus, a trochuscus, a lozenge. Trochuscs, plural of trochusc. Tropi, a wheel-like joint of the stem of a fossil crinoid. Trochiter, the greater tuberosity of the humerus, admitting several of the muscles of the shoulders. Trochituia, relating to the trochiter. Tropiters, plural of trochiter. Trochites, plural of trochite. Trochtidae, relating to trochites. Trochleia, a structure resembling or acting like a pulley. Trochli, plural of trochlea. Trochlear, shaped like or resembling a pulley related to or connected with a trochlea. Trochlear nerve, each of the fourth pair of cranial nerves that innervate the superior oblique muscle of the eye with motor fibers. Trochlear nerves, plural of trochlear nerve. Trochlear notch, a deep depression in the proximal end of the ulna by which the ulna articulates with the trochlea of the humerus at the elbow. Trochlear notches, plural of trochlear notch. Trochlears, plural of trochlear. Trochlear, trochlear. Trochleas, plural of trochlea. Trochleis, alternative form of trochlear. Trochleoplasties, plural of trochleoplasty. Trochleoplasty, repair to the trochlea. Trocho, trochoblast, any cell that has cilia borne on a trochophore. Trochoblasts, plural of trochoblasts. Trochodendratious, of or relating to the trochodendraceae. Tropi, the curve traced by a point on a circle as it rolls along a straight line. Trochoidal, of, pertaining to, or shaped like a trochoid. Trochoidean, any gastropod in the superfamily Trochoidea. Trochoideans, plural of trochoidean. Trochids, plural of trochoi. Trocholida, any nautiloid cephalopod in the family Trocholididae. Trocholidids, plural of trocholidae. Trochometer, a device for counting the revolutions of a wheel, an odometer. Trochometers, plural of trochometer. Trochomorpha, any snail in the family Trochomorphidae. Trochomorphids, plural of trochomorphid. Trochomatid, any extinct gastropod in the family Trochomatidae. Trochomatids, plural of trochomatid. Trochophore, the free-swimming larva of some invertebrates that have a circlet of cilia. Trochophores. Plural of trochophore. Trochosphere. Trochophore. Trochospheres. Plural of trochosphere. Trochospiral. A spiral growth pattern in foraminifers. Trochospirals. Plural of trochospiral. Trochozellan. An animal of the clade Trochozoa. Trochozellans. Plural of Trochozoan. Trophu, a surname. Trochus, any member of the genus Trochus or more. Plural of Trochozoan. Trophu, a surname. Trochus, any member of the genus Trochus or more generally of the family Trochidae, in non-specialist usage, including species formerly classified in that family, particularly Tectus niloticus. Trochuses, plural of Trochus. Troch, a genre of music produced by fans of the British science fiction television series Doctor Who, characterized by lyrics about its characters, settings, and plot elements. Trothi, a surname. Shotho, alternative form of Trocho lawn billiards. Trochophore, misspelling of trochophore. Troctoli, a rare type of ultramafic intrusive rock consisting primarily of olivine and calcic plagioclase. Troctolites, plural of troctolite. Troctolitic, of or relating to troctolite. Trot, simple past of tread. Trod carefully, simple past of tread carefully. Trod down, simple past of tread down. Trod lightly, simple past of tread lightly. Trod on, simple past of tread on. Trod on someone's toes. Simple past and past participle of tread on someone's toes. Trod out, simple past of tread out. Trod the boards, simple past and past participle of tread the boards. Trod the stage, simple past of tread the stage. Trod upon, simple past of tread upon. Trod water, simple past and past participle of tread water. Trod, simple past and past participle of trod. Trodden, crushed by being walked on. Trodden carefully, past participle of tread carefully. Trodden down, past participle of tread down. Trodden lightly, past participle of tread lightly. Trodden on, past participle of tread on. Trodden on someone's toes, past participle of tread on someone's toes. Trodden out, past participle of tread out. Trodden the boards, past participle of tread the boards. Trodden the stage, past participle of tread the stage. Trodden upon, past participle of tread upon. Trodden water, past participle of tread water. Troddus, second person singular simple past indicative of tread. Trode, present participle and gerund of tra. Shrode, simple past and past participle of tread. Trods, third person singular simple present indicative of trod. Trode waireo, alternative form of Trodihill, Merthyr Tydfil. Trodihill, a village in Merthyr Tydfil Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SO 0702. Trogerite, alternative form of Trogerite. Tropi, alternative form of Trupi. Tropes, plural of tropi. Troster, a surname. Trosters, plural of Troster. Trauzen, a municipal unit of Troisinia Methana in northeastern Peloponnese, within Islands regional unit, Attica, Greece. Trozenian, of or relating to Trozen. Trozenians, plural of Trozenian. Trophtoderm, misspelling of trophictoderm. Trophor, a rectangular, trough-shaped light fixture typically for mounting in or on a ceiling to light the area below, and usually containing 2 or 3 fluorescent bulbs. Trovers, plural of troffer. Brothy, a type of short, twisted pasta from Liguria. Trofinetide, an anti-inflammatory medication that acts as an analog of the neuropeptide 1-3 IGF-1. Trophosphami, a particular drug used to treat cancer. Jaw, a hooligan, lout. Shot off, to leave, especially when it requires great effort. Trodden, a surname. Troddens, plural of Trogdon. Trojan, a municipality, a town, a de facto capital of Appenzell Outer Roads Canton, Switzerland. Trurgerise, a rare secondary mineral composed of uranyl arsenate. Chard, simple past and past participle of trar. Shrogged off, simple past and past participle of trog off. Shrogging, present participle and gerund of try. Shrubbing off, present participle and gerund of trog off. Shrubs, flows. Trage, any member of the tragedy. Trageds, plural of traged. Toadid, any insect of the family. Togidae. Togids, plural of togie. Shradir, a city in Croatia. Shroblatazone, ethiazolidine derivatives CH-No5S formerly used to treat type 2 diabetes, but now withdrawn from use because of its link to serious hepatic reactions. Trobo, Terglobium, the form of a biological organism that has been influenced by its living in caves. Terglobiomorphy, alternative form of Terglobiomorphism. Tablobiant, any exclusively cave-dwelling organism. Tablobiants, plural of tablobiant. Tablobiatic, cave-dwelling. Tablobiatism, the condition of a tablobiatic. Tabloves, entirely restricted to a cave environment, never emerging into the outside world. Travobite, an animal that normally lives entirely in the dark parts of caves, often with no functioning eyes or no pigmentation. Troglobites, plural of troglobite. Troglobitic, relating to or characteristic of a troglobite. Troglodytic, alternative spelling of troglodytic. Troglodyte, a repugnant lesbian. Troglodites, plural of troglodyte. Troglodytal, synonym of troglodytic. Troglodyte, a member of a supposed prehistoric race that lived in caves or holes, a caveman. Troglodytes, plural of troglodyte. Troglodytic, of or pertaining to troglodytes or dwellers in caves. Troglodytical, alternative form of troglodytic. Troglodytically, in a troglodytic way, in a way resembling a troglodyte. Troglodyte, any member of the troglodytidae, a wren. Troglodytids, plural of troglodytic. Troglodytish. Synonym of troglodytic. Troglodytism. The practice of living in caves or cave-like environments. Trogofauna. Small cave-dwelling animals that have adapted to their dark surroundings. Troglofaunal. Relating to troglofauna. Trogomorph. Any animal that lives in the constant darkness of a cave. Troglomorphe. Related to troglomorphism or a troglomorph. Troglomorphism. The morphological adaptation to life in the constant darkness of a cave. Troglomorphisms. Plural of troglomorphism. Troglomorphs. Plural of troglomorph. Troglomorphy. Synonym of troglomorphism. Troglophile. Able to live its entire life in a cave. Troglophiles. Plural of troglophile. Troglophilic. Relating to troglophiles. Trogloxene. Any organism which sporadically lives in underground habitats such as caves and cannot live there exclusively. Trogloxenes. Plural of trogloxene. Trogocytic. Relating to trogocytosis. Trogocytos. Relating to trogocytosis. Trogocytos. Simple past and past participle of trogocytos. Trogocytosis. A process whereby lymphocytes conjugated to antigen-presenting cells extract surface molecules from these cells and express them on their own surface. Trogon. A bird in the family Trogonidae from the order Trogoniformes, most of which live in Central and South America, have colorful feathers and nest in holes in trees. Trogonid. Any bird in the family Trogonidae, the trogons. Trogonids. Plural of trogonid. Trogonophid. Any lizard in the family Trogonophidae. Trogonophids. Plural of trogonophid. Trogons. Plural of trogon. Trogosome. A membrane-bound vacuole within a cell containing foreign material captured by trogocytosis. Trogosomes. Plural of trogosome. Trogocytic. Any beetle of the family Trogocytidae. Trogocytids. Plural of trogocytic. Trogs. Plural of tro. Trogs off. Third person singular simple present indicative of trog off. Trogdolite. An isometric diploidal pink-violet mineral containing cobalt and selenium. Tro. A wooden trough forming a drain. Trogs. Plural of tro. Trogulid. Any harvestmen of the family Trogulidae. Trogulids. Plural of trogulid. Trelha. A surname. Trelhes. Plural of troha. Troy. A male given name, variant of Troy. Troy. A surname from Italian. Troia. Obsolete form of Trojan native or inhabitant of ancient Troy. Troiano. A surname from Italian. Troianos. Plural of Troiano. Troyanovsky. A transliteration of the Russian surname Teroyanovsky Trojanovskij, equivalent to Teroyanovsky. Troyans. Plural of Troyan. Troy. Pertaining to Troy, Trojan. Troy. Any of the video games in the Metroid franchise. Troids. Plural of Troy. Troika. A Russian carriage drawn by a team of 3 horses abreast. Troikas. Plural of Troika. Troiki. Plural of Troika. Troilism. The practice of two people having sex while a third person watches and may or may not take part. Trilus. Involving three sexual partners pertaining to a threesome. Triliste. Relating to Troilism. Trilists. Plural of Troilus. Trilite. A non-magnetic variety of the ferrous sulfide mineral pyrrhotite that occurs in most meteorites. Trilites. Plural of troilite. Trilus. A male given name. Troilus butterflies. Plural of Troilus butterfly. Troilus butterfly. A large American butterfly Papilio troilus. It is black, with yellow marginal spots on the front wings and blue on the rear. To a point. The third point from the outer edge on each player's home table. Trois points. Plural of trois point. Trois rivières. Alternative form of trois rivières. Trois rivières. Alternative form of trois rivières. Trois rivières. Alternative form of trois rivières. Trois rivières. A city in Quebec. Trois villes. A Frisaini in Court Est de Valley, Autonomous Region, Italy. Tries. A surname. Trise. A surname from Italian. Trise is plural of Troisi. Troiserges. A commune and town in Clairvaux Canton, northern Luxembourg. Trojan. A native or inhabitant of the ancient city of Troy. Trojan asteroid. An asteroid occupying the Trojan points of the Sun-Jupiter system. Trojan asteroids. Plural of Trojan asteroid. Trojan horse. Alternative form of Trojan horse. Trojan horse. The hollow wooden horse by which the Greeks allegedly gained access to Troy during the Trojan War. Trojan horse. Simple past and past participle of Trojan horse. Trojan horses. Plural of Trojan horse. Trojan horsing. Present participle and gerund of Trojan horse. Trojan moon. A pseudo-moon that occupies a Trojan point of a system. Trojan moons. Plural of Trojan moon. Trojan planet. A planet that occupies a Trojan point of a star system. Trojan planets. Plural of Trojan planet. Trojan point. The L4 and L5 Lagrange points of the Sun-Jupiter orbital configuration. Trojan points. Plural of Trojan point. Trojan War. A mythological war and siege as described in Homer's Iliad. Trojan horse. To introduce slyly. To sneak in, to subvert. Trojan horse. Simple past and past participle of Trojan horse. Trojan horses. Third person singular simple present indicative of Trojan horse. Trojan horsing. Present participle and gerund of Trojan horse. Trojan. Simple past and past participle of Trojan. Trojaning. Present participle and gerund of Trojan. Trojanize. To transform something into a Trojan. Trojanize. Simple past and past participle of Trojanize. Trojanizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Trojanize. Trojanizing. Present participle and gerund of Trojanize. Trojanowski. A surname. Trojanostes. Plural of Trojanowski. Trojans. Plural of Trojan. Trop. Alternative form of troke. Troped. Simple past and past participle of trope. Trops. Third person singular simple present indicative of trope. Troking. Present participle and gerund of troke. Trokings. Plural of troking. Trokosi. The practice of ritual servitude in parts of Africa. Trokosis. Plural of trokosi. Tralami. Trithanalami. Trollund. A unit symbol TD of conventional retinal illuminance, intended as a means of correcting photometric measurements of luminance values impinging on the human eye by scaling them by the effective pupil size. Trollens. Plural of trollund. Trollendomycin. A macrolide antibiotic. Troll. An inflammatory or insincere statement posted in an attempt to lure others into combative argument if flame war. Troll armies. Plural of troll army. Troll army. Synonym of troll farm. Trollbot. A software entity that spreads misinformation on social media under the guise of a human. Trollbots. Plural of trollbot. Trollcat. In Scandinavian folklore, a witch's familiar made from hair, wood shavings, etc. that would suck milk from cows and steal cream from people's homes. Trollcats. Plural of trollcat. Troll crab. A crab of the Lithodes maja species. Troll crabs. Plural of troll crab. Troll factories. Plural of troll factory. Troll factory. Synonym of troll farm. Troll farm. A group of internet trolls organized in order to interfere in political opinions and decision-making. Troll farms. Plural of troll farm. Troll job. A prank played in order to upset people. Troll jobs. Plural of troll job. Troll matum. Alternative form of trollmidames. Troll plate. A rotary disc with spiral ribs or grooves by which several pieces, such as the jaws of a chuck, can be brought together or spread radially. Troll plates. Plural of troll plate. Troll flower. Synonym of globe flower Trollius species. Troll friendly. Not taking any steps to combat trolling. Troll-like. Resembling a troll. Trollmidames. The game of 9 holes. Trollable. Capable of, or suited to, being troll disrupted by provocative postings. Trollage. Trolling making inflammatory posts or comments to annoy others on the internet. Trollbuddies. Plural of trollbuddy. Trollbuddy. A person with whom one trolls or a fellow troll on a particular message board, newsgroup, etc. Trollcard. A graphic featuring a portrait and biography of a troll. Trollcards. Plural of troll card. Trolldom. Black magic, witchcraft. Trolled. Simple past and past participle of troll. Jolly. A victim of trolling. Trolleys. Plural of trolley. Trollite. A monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Troller. One who fishes by trolling. Trollers. Plural of troller. Trollery. Online behavior that is deliberately provocative or disruptive. Trolless. A female troll. Trolleses. Plural of trollus. Trollus. Second person singular simple present indicative of troll. Trolla. Third person singular simple present indicative of troll. Trollet, a female troll. Trollets, plural of trollet. Trolley, a trolley pole, is a single pole device for collecting electrical current from an overhead electrical line, normally for a tram/streetcar or a trolleybus. Trolley bus, a bus powered via overhead electric cables that does not run on tracks. Trolley buses, plural of trolley bus. Trolley buses, plural of trolley bus. Trolley car, an electric streetcar or tram with a trolley pole for collecting electric current. Trolley cars, plural of trolley car. Trolley dash, a supermarket promotional contest where the winner can keep whatever groceries they can load into a trolley in a set time. Trolley dashes, plural of trolley dash. Trolley dollies, plural of trolley dolly. Trolley dolly, a female flight attendant. Trolley jack, a hydraulic jack lifting device mounted on wheels and equipped with a long handle which also acts as a pump handle which can be pulled to wherever it is needed. Trolley jacks, plural of trolley jack. Trolley lace, lace having the pattern outlined with a thicker thread or a flat border made up of several such threads. Trolley laces, plural of trolley lace. Tally off, to go away. Trolley park, a recreational area at the end of a street line. Trolley parks, plural of trolley park. Trolley pole, a pole of wood or metal used to transfer electricity from an overhead wire to power a tram, streetcar, or trolley bus. Trolley poles, plural of trolley pole. Trolley problem, a type of thought experiment in ethics and psychology involving ethical dilemmas of whether to sacrifice one person to save a larger number. Trolley problems, plural of trolley problem. Trolley trasher, a flight attendant. Trolley trashers, plural of trolley trasher. Trolley dollies, plural of trolley dolly. Trolley dolly, alternative spelling of trolley dolly. Trolleybus, alternative spelling of trolleybus. Trolleybuses, plural of trolleybus. Trolleybuses, plural of trolleybus. Trolley, simple past and past participle of trolley. Trolleyed off, simple past and past participle of trolley off. Troller, a streetcar driver. Trolleyers, plural of troller. Trolleyful, as much as a trolley will hold. Trolleyfuls, plural of trolleyful. Tally, present participle and gerund of trolley. Tally off, present participle and gerund of trolley off. Trolley-like, resembling or characteristic of a trolley. Trolleyman, a streetcar driver. Trolleyman, plural of trolleyman. Trolleyological, relating to teleology. Teleologist, one who studies teleology. Teleologists, plural of teleologists. Teleology, an area of philosophy dealing with the kind of moral dilemma typified by the trolley problem of whether to sacrifice one person to save others. Trolleys, plural of trolley. Trolleys off, third person singular simple present indicative of trolley off. Trolleysful, plural of trolleyful. Trollface, alternative letter case form of trollface. Trollfaces, plural of trollface. Trollvik, a fanfic deliberately written to troll or annoy readers. Trollvik, plural of trollfic. Trollhättan, a city and municipality in Västergötland, western Sweden. Trollebags, synonym of trollobobs. Trollebags, animal entrails that are not commonly eaten, such as the pancreas. Trollocrum, a particular carotenoid obtainable from Trollius europaeus. Trollicious, full of or characterized by trolling, malicious troublemaking on the internet, especially in an enjoyable way. Trolley, simple past and past participle of trolley. Trolleyedly, in a trolleyed manner, drunkenly. Trolleys, plural of trolley. Trolle, present participle and gerund of troll. Trolley rod, a type of specialized fishing rod designed to pull a bait or lure behind a moving boat in order to catch fish. Trolling rods, plural of trolling rod. Trollinger, a surname. Trollingers, plural of trollinger. Trollings, plural of trolling. Trollish, resembling or characteristic of a troll supernatural being. Trolleyly, in a trollish manner. Trollishness, the quality of being tallish. Trollism, the practice of trolling or making inflammatory postings. Trollis, a troll, one who makes inflammatory postings. Trolliste, having troll-like aspects, exhibiting troll-like behavior, troublemaking. Trollistically, in a trollistic fashion, as if done in a trollistic fashion. Trollists, plural of trollis. Trollitis, a tendency to act like a troll or online troublemaker. Traues, any of the genus Trallias of mostly herbaceous perennial plants in the family Ranunculaceae. Traueses, plural of Trallias. Trolloxanthin, a carotenoid present in Trallius europaeus. Trollkind, all trolls considered as a group. Trollgrim, a Norwegian mousse made with lingonberries and vanilla. Troll-like, rare spelling of troll-like. Trollop, a strumpet, a whore. Trollop, a surname. Trolloploy, a negotiation technique in which a proposal from another party is deliberately misinterpreted in such a way that it is more to the responding party's liking, with the aim of having the misinterpreted version accepted in the interests of diplomacy. Trolloploys, plural of trolloploy. Trollopian, of or relating to Anthony Trollope 1815-1882, English novelist of the Victorian era. Trollopana, objects, materials, or documents relating to Anthony Trollope 1815-1882, English novelist of the Victorian era. Trolloped, simple past and past participle of trollop. Trollopy, a kind of loose dress for women. Trollopes, plural of trollopy. Trollops, plural of trollop. Trollopian, alternative form of trollopian. Trollopiana, alternative form of trollopana. Trollopianism, The literary style of Anthony Trollope 1815–1882, English novelist of the Victorian era. Trolloping, present participle and gerund of trollop. Trollopish, like a trollop. Trollops, plural of trollop. Trollopy, like a trollop. Trolls, plural of troll. Trollsome, characteristic or typical of a troll, all senses. Trollsona, a troll alter ego or self-insert character created by a fan. Trollsonas, plural of trollsona. Trollsuit, a frivolous lawsuit. Trollsuits, plural of trollsuit. Trolltar, a stupid troll. Trolltards, plural of trolltard. Trolley, alternative form of trolley. Trolley, present participle and gerund of trolley. Trollywood, the Swedish film industry located in Trollhättan. Trollnitrates, a particular nitrate. Trollo. Edward Hills Vuvla's recording of the song Ya Oche Ya Nu Er Ada Biya De U Yav Anaka Wen Yed Sev Boza Bearasha US Uida OMO De POC Hatchek E in letter to be Nangrad. BED letter to be Angya Nakamik BOZ VOAS Hatchek C Hatchek DUS letter to be Nandalaj is a combi music video which has risen into a meme. Trolox. 6-hydroxy. 2,5,7,8 tetramethylchromin, 2-carboxylic acid, a water-soluble analog of vitamin E that acts as an antioxidant. Tromans. A surname. Tromentadine, an antiviral drug derived from adamantane and used to treat herpes simplex. Tromba marina, a Middle Ages European string instrument with a long, slender and triangular-shaped body, featuring one main string and sometimes additional sympathetic strings, known for an extremely loud sound making it useful for signaling between ships, and for a distinctive ethereal tone harmonic overtones created by the player fingering the string at precise intervals below the point where the string is to be bowed, rather than above as most similar instruments. Tromba marinus, someone who plays a tromba marina. Tromba marinists, plural of tromba marinus. Trombas marina, plural of tromba marina. Ja, alternative form of trompe blowing apparatus in a forge. Trum wall, a wall built on the winter sun side of a building with a glass external layer and a high-mast internal layer separated by a layer of air, so as to absorb heat during sunlit hours of winter and slowly release it overnight. Trum walls, plural of trum wall. Tromonic, alternative form of tromonic. Tromonics, plural of tromonic. Tromonic, a lazy person or ne'er-do-well. Tromonics, plural of tromonic. Trons, plural of trom. Tromata, a surname from Italian. Tromatas, plural of tromata. Trombiculiaces, trombiculoses. Trombiculid, any mite of the family Trombiculidae. Trombiculidaceae, trombiculoses. Trombiculids, plural of trombiculid. Trombiculosis, a rash caused by trombiculid mites. Trombidaceae, infestation with mites/chiggers of the genus Trombicula. Trombidiform, any mite of the order Trombidiformes. Trombidiforms, plural of trombidiform. Trombe, any member of the Trombidae. Trombes, plural of trombade. Trombino, a surname from Italian. Trombinos, plural of trombino. Tromboli, a surname. Trombolis, plural of tromboli. Tromboli, a surname. Trombolis, plural of tromboli. Thrombocythemia, misspelling of thrombocythemia. Tromboncini, plural of tromboncino. Tromboncino, a kind of squash that grows on a vine, has a shape reminiscent of a trombone, is eaten as a summer squash, and often exceeds 2 feet in length when mature as a winter squash. Tromboncinos, plural of tromboncino. Trombone, a musical instrument in the brass family, having a cylindrical bore, and usually a sliding tube but sometimes piston valves, and rarely both. Most often refers to the tenor trombone, which is the most common type of trombone and has a fundamental tone of B-flat second stress contra B-flat. Trombone player, synonym of trombonist. Trombone players, plural of trombone player. Trombone, simple past and past participle of trombone. Tromboner, a person who plays a trombone. Tromboners, plural of tromboner. Trombones, plural of trombone. Trombone, having a sound like that of a trombone. Trombone, plural of trombone. Tromboning, present participle and gerund of trombone. Trombonist, a person who plays the trombone. Trombonists, plural of trombonists. Trombone, alternative form of trombone. Trombone, a trombone with the reed and buccal of a bassoon placed instead of the usual mouthpiece, which combines the limitations of both instruments, producing a loud comical sound. Trombones, plural of trombone. Thrombopoietin, misspelling of thrombopoietin. Thrombospondin, misspelling of thrombospondin. Thromboxane, misspelling of thromboxane. Thromboxane, misspelling of thromboxane. Tromtamol, the organic compound tris when used in drugs. Trombamine, alternative form of tromtamol. Tromino, a polyamino made up of 3 squares connected edge to edge. Trominos, plural of tromino. Trominos, plural of tromino. Trommel, a revolving buttle or sieve for separating or sizing ores. Trommels, plural of trommel. Thermometer, an instrument for measuring slight earthquake shocks. Thermometers, plural of thermometer. Thermometric, relating to the thermometer. Thermometrical, alternative form of thermometric. Schopf, a surname from Dutch. Trompelloel, misspelling of trompe-l'oeil. Schopf, a trumpet, a trump. Trompe-l'oeil, misconstruction of trompe-l'oeil. Trompe-l'oeil, a genre of painting that exploits human vision to create the illusion that the subject of the painting is real. Trompe-l'oeils, plural of trompe-l'oeil. Trompe-l'oeil, alternative spelling of trompe-l'oeil. Trompe-l'oeil, alternative form of trompe-l'oeil, misconstruction of trompe-l'oeil. Trompe-l'oeil, alternative spelling of trompe-l'oeil. Trompe-l'oeil, alternative form of trompe-l'oeil. Trot, simple past and past participle of trom. Trompet, the action of hitting an opponent at the end of a feint after a successful deception. Trompments, plural of trompment. Trompes, plural of trompe. Trompette militaire, a powerful, solo reed stop on an organ with a piercing, brassy tone. Trumpeter, a surname. Tromping, present participle and gerund of trom. Trompong, a kind of gong used in gameland music. Trompongs, plural of trompong. Tromps, plural of tromp. Troms, a county of Norway between 2020 to 2024. Troms and Finnmark were merged into Troms og Finnmark County. Troms og Finnmark, a county of Norway. Tromsø, alternative spelling of Tromsø. Tromsø, a city and municipality of Troms og Finnmark, Norway, the 8th largest city in Norway. Shrod, Hamilton, a city in the North Island of New Zealand. Drona, a census-designated place in Inyo County, California, United States. Tronador, an extinct volcano in the southern Andes on the border between Argentina and Chile. Trage, the weighing of wool. Tronages, plural of tronage. Tronator, an officer responsible for weighing wool. Tronators, plural of tronator. Trike, a monetary pool in which tips are collected and later shared out between all staff, for example in a restaurant. Trunk, master, the person in charge of a trunk pool of earnings. Trunk masters, plural of trunk master. Trincoso, a surname. Trincosos, plural of trincoso. Trunks, plural of tronc. Trondheim, a city and municipality in Trøndelag County, formerly Sør-Trøndelag, Norway. It is the third largest city in Norway after Oslo and Bergen. Trondhjemite, a leucocratic intrusive igneous rock, a variety of tonalite in which the plagioclase is mostly in the form of oligoclase. Trondhjemites, plural of trondhjemite. Trondhjemitic, of, pertaining to, or containing trondhjemite. Tronder, a small inhabited island in Shetland Islands Council area. Scotland OS Grid Ref HU 3937. Drone, a surname. Trunstone, a weight formerly used in Scotland, approximately 20 pounds. Trunstones, plural of tronestone. Drones, plural of trone. Drone, a kind of painting that depicts an exaggerated or characteristic facial expression. Tronies, plural of trony. Shrug, a poison. Sharks, plural of trong. Jod, Toronto. Trons, plural of tron. True, non-standard spelling of true. Trudonte, any member of the family Trudontidae of small, bird-like theropod dinosaurs with large brains, large eyes, and a retractable claw on the second toe of each hind foot, similar to a farmer's sickle, used for slashing at prey. Trudontids, plural of Trudontid. Sherdos, a mountain range in Cyprus, the principal mountain of this range. Prove, pronunciation spelling of truth. Truths, plural of truth. True, obsolete spelling of truly. Dr, a coastal town and port in South Ayrshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 3231. Shroon out, to undergo gender transition. Trunt. Simple past and past participle of trun. Trun out. Simple past and past participle of trun out. Truder. A transgender person, a trun. Truders. Plural of truner. Truding. Present participle and gerund of trun. Truning out. Present participle and gerund of trun out. Trunism. Transgenderism, purported ideology behind transgender identities. Trunisms. Plural of trunism. Truns. Trousers, pants. Truns out. Third person singular simple present indicative of trun out. Tru. A surname. Troop carrier. A vehicle of any kind for transporting soldiers. Troop carriers. Plural of troop carrier. Troop horse. A cavalry horse. Troop horses. Plural of troop horse. Troop the color. Alternative form of troop the color. Troop the color. To perform the traditional military ceremony of having ensigns slowly march with their colors flags between the ranks to enable soldiers to recognize their regiment's colors. Troop the colors. Alternative form of troop the color. Troop. Obsolete form of troop. Trooped. Simple past and past participle of true. Trooped the color. Simple past and past participle of troop the color. Trooped the color. Simple past and past participle of troop the color. Trooped the colors. Simple past and past participle of troop the colors. Trooper. Alternative letter case form of trooper. Trooper. Simple past and past participle of trooper. Trooper date. A 1994 controversy around allegations by two Arkansas state troopers that they arranged sexual liaisons for then Governor Bill Clinton. Troopering. Present participle and gerund of trooper. Troopers. Plural of trooper. Troops. Plural of troop. Trooper. Archaic form of troubial. Troubios. Plural of troubial. Troopa. A trooper, a private. Troopies. Plural of troopi. Trooping. Present participle and gerund of troop. Trooping the color. Present participle and gerund of troops the color. Trooping the color. Present participle and gerund of troops the color. Trooping the colors. Present participle and gerund of troop the colors. Troopings. Plural of trooping. Trooplift. Transport of troops. Trooplifts. Plural of trooplift. Troopmate. One who is in the same military troop. Troopmates. Plural of troopmate. Troops. Plural of troop. Troops, the color. Third person singular simple present indicative of troop the color. Troops the color. Third person singular simple present indicative of troop the color. Troops the colors. Third person singular simple present indicative of troop the colors. Troopship. A ship used to transport military troops. Troopships. Plural of troopship. Troopwise. In the manner of a troop. Trousers. Trousers. Trus. A surname. Tristi. The mineral willemite with manganese. Tristites. Plural of trustite. Trustide. Of or relating to the mineral trustite. Trusts. Plural of Trust. Trues. Short trousers, trews. Dra. Abbreviation of troponin. Trop rock. Clipped compound of tropical rock. Dra. Used to form names of atropine derivatives. Trop. Abbreviation of tropic parallel of latitude. Tropoval. That can be troped or is subject to tropes. Tropicang. Synonym of tropicocaine. Tropicocaine. A cocaine-related alkaloid. Tropian. Alternative spelling of tropian. Tapialaceous, of or relating to the Tapialaceae. Tapialan, any of several orange dyes of very complex composition. Tropialan O acid orange 6, chrysoin resorcinol, tropialan OO acid orange 5, or tropialan OO acid orange 7. Tapialans, plural of tapialan. Trope, plural of tropane. Tropan, an ancient Greek or Roman monument set up to commemorate a victory over foes, and typically shaped like a tree, sometimes with a pair of arm-like branches. Tropai, alternative form of trepak folk dance. Tropas, plural of tropak. Trope, a nitrogenous bicyclic heterocycle, mainly known for a group of alkaloids derived from it, including atropine and cocaine. Tropins, plural of tropane. Tropinsurin, a drug which acts as a potent and selective 5-HT3 receptor antagonist. Troparia, plural of troparian. Troparian, a short hymn of one stanza, or organized in more complex forms as a series of stanzas. Troparians, plural of troparian. Tropate, an anticholinergic used as an antiparkinsonian agent. Trop, something recurring across a genre or type of art or literature, a motif. Tropia, a surname from Italian. Tropano, a surname from Italian. Tropanos, plural of tropano. Tropias, plural of tropia. Troped, simple past and past participle of trope. Tropy, any of several mediatic alkaloids, esters of tropane extracted from heliotrope. Tropine, any of a series of ethereal salts derived from tropane. Tropines, plural of tropine. Tropians, plural of tropine. Tropeless, without tropes. Tropolin, alternative form of tropialan. Tropept, a type of insectisol rich in organic matter. Tropte, being or relating to a tropept. Tropepts, plural of tropept. Troper, alternative letter case form of troper, a contributor to the wiki website TV Tropes. Trobers, plural of troper. Copes, plural of trope. Trope, related to, featuring, or characteristic of a trope or tropes. Trovel, alternative spelling of trophil. Trophel, obsolete spelling of trophil. Trophylactic, relating to trophallaxis. Trophallaxis, plural of trophallaxis. Trophallaxis, the mutual exchange of fluid food between individuals, especially in social insects. Troparium, a structure in some insects from which trophocytes are attached. Trophariums, plural of tropharium. Trophial. Alternative spelling of trophial. Trophectoderm. The ectoderm from which the trophoblast develops. Trophectodermal. Relating to the trophectoderm. Trophectoderms. Plural of trophectoderm. Trophy. Any cichlids of the tribe Trophini. Trophines. Plural of trophine. Aphasia. Pertaining to regulation of nourishment by the nervous system. Trophacies. Plural of trophacy. Trophacy. Malnourishment due to a disorder of the nervous system. Trophi. Plural of trophus. Trophy. Of or pertaining to nutrition. Trophic cascade. The secondary disruptions that go cascading through a system from which a keystone species has been removed. Trophic cascades. Plural of trophic cascade. Trophic cell. Synonym of trophont. Trophic cells. Plural of trophic cell. Trophic hormone. A hormone that acts upon non-endocrine organs and tissues for the purposes of promoting cellular growth, differentiation, and survival. Often confused with trophic hormones. Trophic hormones. Plural of trophic hormone. Trophic level. A particular position occupied by a group of organisms in a food chain. Trophic levels. Plural of trophic level. Trophic transfer. The transference of materials, such as chemicals, contaminants, plastics, etc. through different trophic levels of the food web. Trophic transfers. Plural of trophic transfer. Trophical. Trophe. Trophically. In a trophic manner. Trophicity. The condition of being trophic. Trophy. Adorned with trophies. Trophies. Plural of trophy. Trophilus. Archaic form of trophilus. Trophism. Any specific form of nutrition involving the tissue of another organism. Trophisms. Plural of trophism. Tropho. Nourishment. Trophobat. The provider of food in trophobiosis. Trophobents. Plural of trophobiont. Trophobiosis. Plural of trophobiosis. Trophobiosis. A symbiotic association in which one organism obtains or provides food for another. Trophobiotic. Of or pertaining to trophobiosis. Trophoblast. The membrane of cells that forms the wall of a blastocyst during early pregnancy, providing nutrients to the embryo and later developing into part of the placenta. Trophoblastic. Of or relating to a trophoblast. Trophoblastoi. Alternative form of trophoblastic. Trophoblasts. Plural of trophoblasts. Trophochromatin. The trophic chromatin expelled from the nucleus as chromidia. Trophocytal. Poisonous when ingested. Trophocyte. Any cell that provides nutrition. Trophocytes. Plural of trophocyte. Trophoderm. A trophoblast together with the vascular mesodermal layer underlying it. Trophodermal. Relating to or composed of trophoderms. Trophoderms. Plural of trophoderm. Trophodynamic. Relating to trophodynamics. Trophodynamics. The dynamics of nutrition or of metabolism. Trophoctoderm. Alternative form of trophoctoderm. Trophoctodermal. Alternative form of trophoctodermal. Trophoctoderms, plural of trophoctoderm. Trophogen, any substance that affects the growth of an organism or organ. Trophogenic, formed as a result of feeding. Trophogens, plural of trophogen. Trophogonic, relating to the blood meal of a parasite. Trophological, of or pertaining to trophology. Trophology, the science of nutrition. Trophometer, a device that measures the amount of food consumed by an animal. Trophometers, plural of trophometer. Trophoma, any of several vagella villi of the uterus of viviparous sharks which supply nutrient to the embryos. Trophomata, plural of trophoma. Trophoneuroses, plural of trophoneurosis. Trophoneurosis, synonym of trophacy. Trophoneurotic, of or relating to trophoneurosis. Trophonion, of or pertaining to Trophonius, a mythological figure of ancient Greece, said to have built the temple of Apollo at Delphi and the treasury of King Hyrieus in Boeotia. Trophonid, any sea snail in the family Trophonidae, now considered to be the Muricid subfamily Trophonidae. Trophonids, plural of trophonid. Trophot, the adult motile life stage of certain ciliate protozoans. Trophots, plural of trophont. Trophophase, the phase in the active growth of a culture in which primary metabolites are formed. Trophophases, plural of trophophase. Trophophasic, relating to trophophase. Trophophore, the sterile part of a fern's leaf as opposed to the sporophore. Trophophores, plural of trophophore. Trophophorecy, a form of trophobiosis in which one creature carries another creature to another location to farm and harvest food from it, often after feeding it there. Trophophoretic, exhibiting trophophorecy. Trophophore, from which food is obtained. Trophophil, a vegetative, nutrient-producing leaf or microphyll whose primary function is photosynthesis. Trophophilus, relating to a trophophil. Trophophils, plural of trophophil. Trophophyte, a plant which behaves as hydrophyte in the rainy season and as xerophyte in the dry season. Trophophytes, plural of trophophyte. Trophoplasm, an undifferentiated protoplasm that used to be nutritive in use. Trophoplasmic, of or related to trophoplasm. Trophoplasms, plural of trophoplasm. Trophoplasts, any of various organelles found in plant and algae cells such as a chloroplast, chromoplast, leucoplast, or gerontoplast, a plastid. Trophoblasts, plural of trophoplasts. Trophosomal, of or pertaining to a trophosome. Trophosome, the group of nutritive zooids of a hydrozoan. Trophosomes, plural of trophosome. Trophospecies, a species that has a specific diet. Trophosperm, the placenta. Trophosperms, plural of trophosperm. Trophotherapy is the science of healing by applied nutrition. Trophotrophism, misspelling of trophotropism. Trophotropic, relating to trophotropy. Trophotropism, the movements of the organs in a growing plant as towards nutrient substances induced by the chemical nature of its surroundings. Trophotropy, a state of relaxation, drowsiness, and inactivity induced by the parasympathetic nervous system and the action of serotonin. Trophozoite, a protozoan in the feeding stage of its life cycle. Trophozoites, plural of trophozoite. Trophus, mouthpart of certain types of organisms such as an insect or a member of the rotifera. Trophy, an object, usually in the form of a statuette, cup, or shield, awarded for success in a competition or to mark a special achievement. Trophy case, a cabinet with one or more transparent panes used to display trophies or other awards for viewing. Trophy cases, plural of trophy case. Trophy hunter, a person who takes part in trophy hunting. Trophy hunters, plural of trophy hunter. Trophy hunting, the killing of a carefully selected animal, particularly big game, under or without government license to acquire a part of the animal, such as the head or skin, as a souvenir. Trophy husband, a husband, usually young and attractive, regarded as a status symbol for his spouse, usually older and affluent. Trophy husbands, plural of trophy husband. Trophy money, an annual duty formerly paid in England by housekeepers towards providing harness, drums, colors, etc. for the militia. Trophy room, a room for storing, keeping, and exhibiting of trophies. Trophy rooms, plural of trophy room. Trophy VIP, a vice presidential candidate selected for his or her youth or attractiveness rather than his or her experience or ability to assume the office of the presidency. Trophy VIPs, plural of trophy VIP. Trophy wife, a wife usually young and attractive, regarded as a status symbol for the husband, usually older and affluent. Trophy wives, plural of trophy wife. Trophy, present participle and gerund of trophy. Trophilus, without a trophy. Trophylike, resembling or characteristic of a trophy. Trophywort, a plant of species Tropiala majus. Tovel, pertaining to a trophy or to trophies. Tove, a visual defect of the eye, strabismus or squint. Tropias, plural of tropia. Trophy, alternative form of tropic, one of two specific lines of latitude that divide the northern and southern hemispheres, respectively, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Tropic acid, 3-hydroxy-2-phenyl-propanoic acid, a laboratory reagent used in the chemical synthesis of atropine and hyoscyamine. Tropic hormone, a hormone that regulates the activity of the endocrine glands. Tropic hormones, plural of tropic hormone. Tropic of Cancer, the parallel of latitude 23 degrees 26 north of the equator, marking the northern boundary of the tropics. The sun is directly overhead at the June solstice. Tropic of Capricorn, the parallel of latitude 23 degrees 26 south of the equator, marking the southern boundary of the tropics. The sun is directly overhead at the December solstice. Tropical, of or pertaining to the tropics, the equatorial region between 23 degrees north and 23 degrees south. Tropical almond, the Indian almond, Terminalia catapa. Tropical almonds, plural of tropical almond. Tropical arc, a weak aurora above the tropics. Tropical arcs, plural of tropical arc. Tropical astrology, a form of astrology that measures the position of the celestial bodies relative to the vernal equinox. This does not compensate for the precession of Earth's axis, so that the zodiac signs move around the sky relative to the stars by about one sign every 2,150 years. Tropical cyclone. A rapidly rotating storm system characterized by a low-pressure center, strong winds, and a circular/spiral arrangement of thunderstorms that produce heavy rain, ranging in increasing strength from tropical depressions and tropical storm to hurricanes. Tropical cyclones. Plural of tropical cyclone. Tropical depression. Organized low-pressure system of thunderclouds with closed surface circulation and maximum sustained winds of less than 34 knots 63 km per hour. Tropical depressions. Plural of tropical depression. Tropical dial. A watch face that has discolored from sun exposure. It is appreciated by watch collectors. Tropical disease. Any infectious disease which occurs only or more often in tropical or subtropical regions. Tropical diseases. Plural of tropical disease. Tropical fish. Fish from tropical waters, typically kept in an aquarium. Tropical fishes. Plural of tropical fish. Tropical fruit. Any fruit that grows in tropical climates between the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, including bananas, coconuts, tamarind, and mangoes. Tropical fruits. Plural of tropical fruit. Tropical geometry. A recent branch of geometry that can be described as a piecewise linear version of real algebraic geometry. Tropical house. A subgenre of deep house music with elements of dancehall and Balearic house. Tropical milkweed. A milkweed native to the Central and North American tropics, the bloodflower, Asclepias curassavica L. Tropical milkweeds. Plural of tropical milkweed. Tropical month. The average time for the moon to pass twice through the same equinox point of the sky 27.32158 days. Tropical months. Plural of tropical month. Tropical rainforest. A forest with high rate of precipitation and high humidity, usually located near the equator. Tropical rainforests. Plural of tropical rainforest. Tropical reed. Synonym of tall reed. Tropical reeds. Plural of tropical reed. Tropical rock. A genre of popular music with elements of rock, reggae, country, folk, calypso, zydeco, and pop music, with themes and musical compositions inspired by a tropical island style. Tropical sprue. A particular disease whose major symptom is malabsorption. Tropical storm. A cyclone within the tropics, typically having its thunderclouds organized in a spiral shape with wind speeds on the surface between about 30 and 75 miles 120 km per hour. Tropical storms. Plural of tropical storm. Tropical sweet potato. Synonym of white sweet potato. Tropical thaliariosis. A thaliariosis of cattle from the Mediterranean and Middle East area from Morocco to western parts of India and China, caused by Thaliaria annulata, transmitted by ticks of hyaloma. Tropical ulcer. A chronic ulcerative skin lesion common in tropical climates, thought to be caused by polymicrobial infection by various microorganisms, including mycobacteria. Tropical ulcers. Plural of tropical ulcer. Tropical warehouse moth. Synonym of almond moth. Tropical warehouse moths. Plural of tropical warehouse moth. Tropical yam. Synonym of name yam. Tropical yams. Plural of tropical yam. Tropical year. The time that it takes for the sun to return to the same position along the ecliptic as viewed from the Earth, especially, completing a full cycle of seasons. Tropical years. Plural of tropical year. Tropicalia. Alternative spelling of Tropicalia, the Tropicalismo movement in Brazilian art and music. Tropicalia, a Brazilian art movement that arose in the late 1960s, characterized by the amalgamation of Brazilian genres and traditions with foreign ones. Tropicalian, of or relating to the Tropicalia. Tropicalization, alternative form of tropicalization. Tropicalize, alternative form of tropicalize. Tropicalize, simple past and past participle of tropicalize. Tropicalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tropicalize. Tropicalizing, present participle and gerund of tropicalize. Tropicalism, anything that is characteristic of Tropicalia, a Brazilian artistic movement. Tropicalist, of or characteristic of tropicalism. Tropicalista, a member of a Brazilian art movement, Tropicalia or Tropicalismo, of the late 1960s, encompassing theater, poetry, and especially a mixture of music influenced by bossa nova, rock and roll, and various folk musics. Tropicalistas, plural of tropicalista. Tropicalists, plural of tropicalist. Tropicality, tropicomus. Tropicalization, the process of tropicalizing. Tropicalizations, plural of tropicalization. Tropicalize, to modify something such as electronic equipment for use in the tropics, especially by making it resistant to heat and humidity. Tropicalized, simple past and past participle of tropicalize. Tropicalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tropicalize. Tropicalizing, present participle and gerund of tropicalize. Tropically, in a tropical manner of the tropics. Tropicomus, the quality of being topical. Tropicals, plural of tropical. Tropicamide, a short-acting anticholinergic drug used to produce dilatation of the pupil and cycloplegia during examination of the eye. Tropicamidum, a preparation containing tropicamide. Tropic bird, any of the various seabirds of the order Philantiformes typically found in the open ocean in the tropics. Tropic birds, plural of tropic bird. Tropha, obsolete form of tropic. Tropics, plural of tropic. Tropicopolitan, found throughout the tropics. Tropicopolitans, plural of tropicopolitan. Tropics, plural of tropic. Tropidine, a bicyclic alkaloid obtained by dehydration of atropine. Tropidotaceae, any extinct mollusk in the family Tropidotacidae. Tropidotacids, plural of Tropidotacid. Tropidophae, alternative form of Tropidophid. Tropidophaids, plural of Tropidophae. Tropidophid, alternative form of Tropidophid. Tropidophids, plural of Tropidophid. Tropidophid, any snake in the family Tropidophidae. Tropidophid is plural of Tropidophidae. Tropiduchid, any plant hopper of the family Tropiduchidae. Tropiduchids, plural of Tropiduchid. Tropidura, lizard in the family Tropiduridae. Tropidurids, plural of Tropidurid. Tropidurine, any lizard of the genus Tropidurus. Tropidurines, plural of Tropidurine. Tropify, simple past and past past participle of tropify. Tropifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of tropify. Tropify. To make a trope. Tropifying. Present participle and gerund of tropify. Tropylidine. The hydrocarbon cyclohepta 1,3,5-trine or any of its derivatives. Tropylidines. Plural of tropylidine. Trave. Any of the tropic hormones, one that is secreted by an endocrine gland and targets another such gland. Tropi. A poisonous alkaloid 3-endo-8-methyl-ataz bicyclo 3.2.1 octane, 3-ol attained by the hydrolysis of atropine. Tropines. Plural of tropine. Troping. Present participle and gerund of trope. Trophenol. An alkaloid and synthetic precursor to atropine. Tropins. Plural of tropin. Tropistron. A serotonin 5-HT3 receptor antagonist used mainly as an antiemetic to treat nausea and vomiting following chemotherapy. Tropism. The turning of an organism, chiefly a plant or part of an organism, either towards or away from a stimulus, countable an instance of this. Tropisms. Plural of tropism. Tropis. One who uses or deals in tropes. Tropistic. Of or relating to tropism. Tropists. Plural of tropists. Tropatid. Any emanate in the family Tropatidae. Tropatids. Plural of tropatid. Tropotratic. Relating to the region between the trapeculae of the heart. Tropo. Tropospheric propagation. Tropo. Characterized by or related to turning motion. Tropocollagen. A component of fibers of collagen in which 3 polypeptide chains are coiled around each other. Tropocollagens. Plural of tropocollagen. Tropodithiotic acid. The antibiotic, the reactor 8 native the abisipo 5.2.0 nene 1 for substrate. 2 glycolic acid. Tropolastin. A water-soluble molecule that binds to form the protein elastin. Tropolastins. Plural of tropolastin. Tropologic. Alternative. The form of tropological. Tropological. Relating to or involving the interpretation of literature focusing on the ethical lesson or moral of the story. Tropologically. In a tropological manner. Tropologies. Plural of tropology. Tropologize. Alternative form of tropologize. Tropologized. Simple past and past participle of tropologize. Tropologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tropologize. Tropologizing. Present participle and gerund of tropologize. Tropologize. To use a word in a tropological sense to make into a trope. Tropologized. Simple past and past participle of tropologize. Tropologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tropologize. Tropologizing. Present participle and gerund of tropologize. Tropology. The use of a trope, metaphor, or figure of speech. Tropolone. Any hydroxysubstituted cycloheptatrianon. Tropolones. Plural of tropolone. Tropometer. An instrument to measure torsion or rotation. Tropometers. Plural of tropometer. Tropomodulin. A protein that binds tropomyosin and thus weakens its interaction with actin. Tropomodulins. Plural of tropomodulin. Tropomorphic, having a form that alters or shifts, metamorphic. Tropomyosin, a protein involved in muscle contraction. It is related to myosin and occurs together with troponin in the thin filaments of muscle tissue. Tropomyosins, plural of tropomyosin. Tropomyosin, misspelling of tropomyosin. Tropone, any derivative of cycloheptatrienon. Tropones, plural of tropone. Troponin, a complex of 3 regulatory proteins that is integral to muscle contraction in skeletal and cardiac muscle or any member of this complex. The level of troponin in the blood is often used as an indicator of heart damage. Troponins, plural of troponin. Troponoi, any derivative of tropone or tropolone. Troponoids, plural of troponoi. Troponymy, the place names of a region or language. Troponym, a verb that indicates more precisely the manner of doing something by replacing a verb of a more generalized meaning. Troponymic, of relating to or being a troponym. Troponymically, in a troponymic way. Troponymous, synonym of troponymic. Troponyms, plural of troponym. Troponymy, the semantic relation between troponyms. Tropopause, the zone of transition between the troposphere and the stratosphere, approximately 13 kilometers. The tropopause normally occurs at an altitude of between 25,000 and 45,000 feet in polar and temperate zones. It occurs at 55,000 feet in the tropics. Tropopauses, plural of tropopause. Tropophilus, adapted to seasonal changes. Tropophobia, the fear of moving or of making changes. Tropophy, any plant that lives in an environment in which heavy rainfall alternates with periods of drought. Tropophytes, plural of tropophyte. Tropopsammit, a particular form of salmon. Tropopsammons, plural of tropopsammit. Troposcatter, tropospheric scatter. Troposmia, parosmia. Troposmias, plural of troposmia. Troposphere, the lower levels of the atmosphere extending from the surface of the Earth or another celestial body up to the tropopause. It is characterized by convective air movements and a large vertical temperature change. Tropospheres, plural of troposphere. Tropospheric, of or relating to the troposphere. Tropospheric scatter, a method of transmitting and receiving microwave radio signals over considerable distances by means of the phenomenon whereby radio waves at particular frequencies are randomly scattered as they pass through the upper layers of the troposphere. Tropospheric scatters, plural of tropospheric scatter. Tropospherically, in a tropospheric way. Tropotactic, relating to tropotaxis. Tropotaxis, plural of tropotaxis. Tropotaxis, movement by organisms with paired receptor cells triggered when the stimuli at the receptors are equally balanced. Dwa, a surname from German. Chata, former name of Opava. Chato, crazy, mad, strangely behaving, especially as attributed to hot weather. Troths, plural of tra. Troths, plural of tra. Trops, plural of tra. Trotho, synonym of tropylium. Tropolidine, cycloheptatriene. Tropylium, The delocalized carbenium ion cycloheptatrionilium C7H derived from cycloheptatrion or any of its derivatives. Tropiliums, plural of tropilium. Tuvapia, plural of tapium. Tropin, blowing from sea to land. Tapialan, obsolete spelling of tapialan. Tapiawan, obsolete spelling of tapialan. Tapia, a monument erected originally on the field of battle by the prevailing army without senatical grant. Contrast triumph to commemorate victory in war featuring spoils taken from the enemy, especially the personal arms of the vanquished general, and dedicated to an appropriate god such as Mars. Ch, plural of TRO. Trosclair, a surname from German. Trosclairs, plural of Trosclair. Joy, the rush. Joy, simple past and past participle of trosh. Joyous, third person singular simple present indicative of trosh. Trage, present participle and gerund of trosh. Trosper, a surname. Trospers, plural of trosper. Trospium, a drug used to treat overactive bladder. Trospium chloride, a muscarinic antagonist urinary antispasmodic. Trossachs, an area of wooded glens and breeze with quiet laws lying to the east of Ben Lomond in the Stirling Council area of Scotland. Trocino, something or someone bad. Trousers, obsolete form of trousers. Toss, a surname from German. Trasdats, a city in Semyoblast, Ukraine. Trossel, a surname. Trossels, plural of trossel. Dosts, plural of tross. Da, at hats diest. Trot off, to leave, depart. Trot out, to list or recite quickly. Trottices, plural of trotcacy. Trotticy, alternative form of trotcazy. Trottazy, a covering to keep the neck and head warm when traveling, drawn over the head and hat, and buttoned under the chin. Jot, a surname transferred from the nickname. Drot, simple past and past participle of troth. Trothe, present participle and gerund of troth. Trothless, untrustworthy, treacherous. Trothblight, betrothal. Trothblighted, engaged, betrothed. Trothblighting, present participle and gerund of trothblight. Trothblights, plural of trothblight. Troths, plural of troth. Trothy, a river in Monmouthshire, Wales, a tributary of the River Wye. Trot-eye, a long fishing line with many shorter lines and hooks attached to it, usually suspended between buoys. Trot lines, plural of trot line. Trothman, a surname. Trotro, alternative form of Trotro minibus operated as a shared taxi. Trotros, plural of Trotro. Dots, plural of troth. Shots off, third person singular simple present indicative of trot off. Trots out, third person singular simple present indicative of trot out. Trotskyian, alternative form of Trotskyian. Trotsky, a surname. Tetsye, relating to or supporting the communist doctrines of Leon Trotsky. Trotsky, resembling or characteristic of the Marxist revolutionary Leon Trotsky. Trotskyism, the left-wing political philosophy named after and based on the ideas of Leon Trotsky that is characterized by international socialism, opposition to Stalinism, the theory of permanent revolution, and the theory of the Vanguard Party. Trotskyist, a supporter of Trotskyism. Trotskyistic, of or relating to Trotskyism. Trotskyists, plural of Trotskyist. Trotsky, an advocate of the communist doctrines of Leon Trotsky, born and Lev Davidovich Bronstein / Lev Davidovich Bronstein. Trotskyites, plural of Trotskyite. A surname. Jada, a surname from Italian. Jada, plural of Trotta. Jada, simple past and past participle of trot. Trotted off, simple past and past participle of trot off. Trotted out, simple past and past participle of trot out. Trotter, a surname. Trotter case, a shoe or boot. Trotter cases, plural of trotter case. Trotter's syndrome, a cluster of symptoms associated with certain advanced nasopharyngeal carcinomas. Trotterman, an itinerant vendor selling pig trotters. Trotterman, plural of trotterman. Trotters, plural of trotter. Trottis, second person singular simple present indicative of trot. Trot, third person singular simple present indicative of trot. Trolley, a surname from Italian. Tade, a surname. Trotis, plural of tadir. Trotte, pronunciation spelling of trotting. Trotte, of an animal that trots. Trotting off, present participle and gerund of trot off. Trotting out, present participle and gerund of trot out. Trottings, plural of trotting. Trotties, plural of trotty. Trottoir, a paved path for the use of pedestrians located at the side of a road. Trottoir, alternative form of trottoir. Trottoirs, plural of trottoir. Trottoirs, plural of trottoir. Trotto, a type of pasta in a shape supposed to resemble spinning tops. Trotted, tending to trot, having a trotting gait. Traudas, a river in the region of Moldova, in eastern Romania. Chaiwa, a city in Montgomery County, Ohio, United States. Trotzile, TNT. Trotskyism, misconstruction of Trotskyism. True, a surname. Trumadham, alternative form of Trollmydane. Trudelube, a pit in the form of an inverted cone or pyramid constructed as an obstacle to the approach of an enemy and having a pointed stake in the middle. Troubadour, alternative form of troubadour. Troubadour, an itinerant composer and performer of songs in medieval Europe, a jongleur or traveling minstrel. Troubadour fiddle, synonym of guitar fiddle. Troubadour fiddles, plural of troubadour fiddle. Troubadourish, resembling or characteristic of a troubadour. Troubadourism, The work of a troubadour, itinerant composition and performance of songs. Troubadours, plural of troubadour. Trouble, a distressing or dangerous situation. Trouble and strife, wife. Trouble at mill, problems outside the household, especially in the workplace. Trouble at tea mill. Alternative form of trouble at mill. Trouble at the mill. Alternative form of trouble at mill. Trouble causer. Synonym of troublemaker. Trouble causers, plural of trouble causer. Trouble in paradise. An unexpected problem in a supposedly positive situation, especially in a marital or romantic relationship. Trouble light. A heavy-duty light used for local lighting by maintenance personnel, usually having a long cord, cage, or shroud. And hook. Trouble lights, plural of trouble light. Troublemaker. Alternative spelling of troublemaker. Troublemakers, plural of troublemaker. Trouble spot. A location of difficulties or hostilities, a hot spot, a flashpoint. Trouble spots, plural of trouble spot. Trouble the scores, to score a run. Trouble ticket. Synonym of support ticket. Trouble ticket system. Synonym of issue tracking system. Trouble ticket systems, plural of trouble ticket system. Trouble tickets, plural of trouble ticket. Trouble causer, rare spelling of trouble causer. Trouble causers, plural of trouble causer. Trouble free, without trouble. Troublemaker, alternatives. Spelling of troublemaker. Troublemakers, plural of troublemaker. Troublemonger, a troublemaker. Troublemongers, plural of troublemonger. Trouble causer, rare spelling of trouble causer. Trouble causers, plural of trouble causer. Shrouded, anxious, worried, careworn. Troubled asset, synonym of toxic asset. Troubled assets, plural of troubled asset. Troubled waters, difficulties, chaos, tribulations, or other confusing and problematic aspects of a situation. Troubledly, in a troubled way. Troubleness, the state or condition of being troubled, anxiety. Troublets, second person singular simple past indicative of trouble. Troublefield, a surname. Troublefields, plural of troublefield. Troublefree, alternative spelling of troublefree. Troubleless, without trouble, untroubled. Troublemaker, one who causes trouble, especially one who does so deliberately. Troublemakers, plural of troublemaker. Troublemaking, causing trouble. Troublemakings, plural of troublemaking. Troublement, the feeling of being troubled, upset, or anxiety. Troublements, plural of troublement. Troublemonger, alternative form of troublemonger. Troublemongers, plural of troublemonger. Troubleproof, resistant to problems, trouble-free. Troubler, one who or that which troubles, a disturber. Troublous, plural of troubler. Troubles. The continued violence and terrorist military and paramilitary activity in Northern Ireland had happened from the mid-1960s to the late 1990s. Troubles and strifes. Plural of trouble and strife. Troubles in paradise. Plural of trouble in paradise. Troubleshoot. To analyze or diagnose a problem or something faulty to the point of determining a solution. Troubleshooter. Simple past and past participle of troubleshoot. Troubleshooter. A person skilled at locating the causes of problems and rectifying them. Troubleshooters. Plural of troubleshooter. Troubleshooting. The identification and resolution of problems, especially problems of a technical nature. Troubleshoots. Third person singular simple present indicative of troubleshoot. Troubleshot. Simple past and past participle of troubleshoot. Troublesome. Obsolete spelling of troublesome. Troublesome. Causing trouble or anxiety. Troublesomely. In a troublesome manner. Troublesomeness. The state or condition of being troublesome. Troublesomeness. Superlative form of troublesome, most troublesome. Trouble spot. A location of difficulties or hostilities, a hot spot, a flashpoint. Trouble spots. Plural of trouble spot. Troublous. Second person singular simple present indicative of trouble. Troubleth. Third person singular simple present indicative of trouble. Trouble. Pronunciation. Spelling of troubling. Troubler. Distressing, worrying. Troublingly. In a troubling manner, causing one to be troubled. Troublings. Plural of troubling. Troublous. Of a liquid, thick, muddy, full of sediment. Troublously. In a troublous manner. Troublousness. The quality of being troublous. Trowbridge. A surname. Trowbridges. Plural of Trowbridge. Trouchman. Alternative form of Trouchman. Trouchman. Plural of Trouchman. Trout. A surname. Trudeau. A surname from French, variant of Trudeau. Trudeau. A surname from French, variant of Trudeau. Trough. Alternative letter case form of trough. Trough Lake. Synonym of Finger Lake. Trough Lakes. Plural of Trough Lake. Trough Lollies. Plural of Trough Lolly. Trough Lolly. A urinal cake. Trough shell. Any clam of the family Mactridae. Trough shells. Plural of trough shell. Trough Valley. Synonym of glacial trough. Trough valleys. Plural of trough valley. Trough shell. Any bivalve mollusk of the genus Mactra. Trough shells. Plural of trough shell. Trot. Simple past and past participle of trough. Trover. A greedy person. Trowers. Plural of troffer. Troughtful. Enough to fill a trough. Troughfuls. Plural of troughful. Troughe. Present participle and gerund of trough. Troughings. Plural of troughing. Trellis. Without a trough. Trolley. Resembling or characteristic of a trough. Troughs. Plural of trough. Troughsful. Plural of troughful. Troughton, a surname from Old English. Troughton level, synonym of dumpy level. Troughton levels, plural of Troughton level. Troughton's, plural of Troughton. Troughway, a long, trough-like depression through which liquid can run. Troughways, plural of troughway. Troughwise, in the manner of a trough. Trough, having troughs long narrow depressions between waves. Trout, archaic spelling of troll to entice fish with bait. Trove, simple past and past participle of trowel. Truler, present participle and gerund of trowel. Trowels, third person singular simple present indicative of trowel. Trouse, to beat severely, to thrash. Trouse, simple past and past participle of trounce. Trouser, one who trounces. Trouncers, plural of trouncer. Trounces, third person singular simple present indicative of trounce. Trouncing, gerund of trounce, a thorough defeat. Trouncings, plural of trouncing. Trout, a surname from Vietnamese. Trouns, plural of troun. Trouncin, a surname. Trouncins, plural of trouncin. A surname. Troup County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, LaGrange. A surname. Trout. Simple past and past participle of troupe. Trouver, a member of a theatrical company, a troupe. Troopers, plural of trooper. Curvus, plural of troop. Curvia, any of 3 South American birds of the genus Icterus. Curvios, plural of trupio. Trube, present participle and gerund of troop. Curvus, plural of troop. Trousteloop, plural of trudeloop. Trousdale, a surname. Trousdale County, one of 95 counties in Tennessee, United States. County seat, Hartsville, with which it is a consolidated city-county. Trousdales, plural of Trousdale. Trous, brushwood. Trouser, of or relating to trousers. Trouser cough, a flatus, an emission of digestive gases from the anus. Trouser coughs, plural of trouser cough. Trouser department, a man's penis or its attributes. Trouser leg, either of the legs of a pair of trousers. Trouser legs, plural of trouser leg. Trouser monkey, the penis. Trouser monkeys, plural of trouser monkey. Trouser pants, casual slacks. Trouser pocket, a pocket in a pair of trousers. Trouser pockets, plural of trouser pocket. Trouser press, an electrical appliance used to smooth the wrinkles from a pair of trousers. Trouser presses, plural of trouser press. Trouser roll, a breeches roll. Trouser rolls, plural of trouser roll. Trouser snake, the penis. Trouser snakes, plural of trouser snake. Trouser suit, synonym of pantsuit. Trouser suits, plural of trouser suit. Trouser tent, the bulge of the male genitals in tight trousers. Trouser tents, plural of trouser tent. Trouserdom, the world or sphere of trousers. Trouser. Dressed in trousers. Trousered class, the social class of those who are educated and who perform skilled work for a living. Trousered classes, plural of trousered class. Trouserette, alternative form of trouserettes. Trouserettes, a baggy women's garment that covered each leg separately, elasticized at waist and ankle, used as a replacement for the petticoat, bloomers. Of, relating to, or wearing trousers. Trousering, present participle and gerund of trouser. Trouserings, plural of trousering. Trouserless, without trousers. Trouserlessness, absence of trousers. Trouserlike, resembling or characteristic of trousers. Trousers, an article of clothing that covers the part of the body between the waist and the ankles or knees and is divided into a separate part for each leg. Trousers, alternative form of trouser. Trouserless, without trousers. Trousers, plural of trous. Trousies, trousers. Trous, a case for small implements. Trousseau, a variety of red wine grape of the species Vitis vinifera originating in eastern France, which is often used in port wine, Bastardo. Trousseau's sign. Brachial artery induces spasm of the muscles of the hand and forearm. Trousseaus, plural of trousseau. Trousseau, plural of trousseau. Trousses, plural of trous. Trut, a surname. Troudcott, Maclachel, plural of trousseau. Trousses, plural of trous. Trut, a surname. Troudcott, Maclachella macquariensis, a large predatory freshwater fish of eastern Australia. Trout-cods, plural of trout cod. Trout Lake, a number of lakes and communities in Canada. Trout lilies, plural of trout lily. Trout lily, any of various plants in the Liliaceae genus Erythronium, also called fawn lily and dog's tooth violet. Trout pout, the exaggerated, grotesque result of injection of excessive quantities of collagen into the lips in order to make them appear fuller. Trout pouts, plural of trout pout. Trout River, one of 6 rivers in North America, 3 each in Canada and the United States. Trout slap, to strongly or humorously rebuke or humiliate. Trout slapped, simple past and past participle of trout slap. Trout slapping, present participle and gerund of trout slap. Trout slaps, third person singular simple present indicative of trout slap. Trout perch, the fish Percopsis omyscomachus. Trout slap, alternative form of trout slap. Trout slapped, simple past and past participle of trout slap. Trout slapping, present participle and gerund of trout slap. Trout slaps, third person singular simple present indicative of trout slap. Trout Thy, a hamlet in Hutton Parish, Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in Eden District, situated on the Trout Beck OS Grid Ref NY 3826. Trouted. Simple past and past participle of trout. Trouter. An angler who fishes for trout. Trouters. Plural of trouter. Troutful. A body of water well stocked with trout. Tove. Comparative form of trouty. More trouty. Tathiest. Superlative form of trouty. Most trouty. Troutiness. The quality of a trouty. Trouting. Present participle and gerund of trout. Troutless. Without trout. Troutlet. A young trout. Troutlets. Plural of troutlet. Troutli. Resembling or characteristic of trout. Troutlin. A young trout. Troutlings. Plural of troutling. Troutman. A surname. Troutner. A surname from German. Troutners. Plural of Troutner. Troughton's rule. A rule stating that the entropy of vaporization is almost the same value, about 85-88 J/K mol, for various kinds of liquids at their boiling points. Trout. Plural of trout. Trout. A surname. Trout. Plural of trout. Troude. A settlement in Newfoundland and Labrador. Trouva. A lucky find, a windfall. Trouvales. Plural of trouvail. Trouver. A medieval lyric poet using the northern Languedocian precursor dialects of modern French as opposed to their older southern example, the original troubadours, who used Languedoc Occitan. Trouvers. Plural of trouver. Trouver. A minstrel, a troubadour. Trouvers. Plural of trouvor. Trouvel-sur-Mer. A coastal commune in Calvados Department, Normandy, France. Trou. A surname. Troubadours. Characteristic of Portuguese troubadours. Travafloxacin, a broad spectrum antibiotic that inhibits the uncoiling of supercoiled DNA in various bacteria but lacking the activity of DNA gerries and topozoism far. Trot. A bulbous stone which slowly grows over time and reproduces when pieces break off and become new concretions, for which reason such a stone is sometimes called a living stone or living rock. Trovance. Plural of trovant. Trovato. A surname from Italian. Trovados. Plural of trovato. Trove. A treasure trove, a collection of treasure. Trover. Taking possession of personal property which has been found. Trovers. Plural of trover. Troves. Plural of trove. A surname from Middle English. Troll. Credible, believable. Troll. Alternative form of troll. Troll. The projection on the Earth's surface of the trough of warm air aloft formed during the occlusion process of the depression. Troll. Plural of troll. Trolls. Plural of troll. Trowbridge. A town and civil parish in and the county town of Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8557. Trowbridges. Plural of Trowbridge. Trowed. Simple past and past participle of trow. Trowel. A mason's tool used in spreading and dressing mortar and breaking bricks to shape them. Trowel machine. A type of light construction equipment used to apply a smooth finish to concrete slabs. Trowel machines, plural of trowel machine. Troweled, simple past and past participle of trowel. Troweler, alternative form of troweler. Trowelers, plural of troweler. Trowelful, as much as a trowel will hold. Trowelfuls, plural of trowelful. Troweling, present participle and gerund of trowel. Trowel, a surname. Troweled, simple past and past participle of trowel. Troweler, one who digs with a trowel. Trowelers, plural of troweler. Troweling, present participle and gerund of trowel. Trowels, plural of trowel. Trowelman, a man who works with a trowel. Trowelmen, plural of trowelman. Trowels, plural of trowel. Trowelsful, plural of trowelful. Trower, a surname. Trowers, plural of trower. Trowers, second person singular simple present indicative of tro. Trolle, present participle and gerund of tro. Troll, obsolete spelling of troll entice fish with bait. Troll, obsolete spelling of troll entice fish with bait. Trove, simple past and past participle of troll. Trolle, present participle and gerund of troll. Trolls, third person singular simple present indicative of troll. Tros, plural of tro. Tros, a village near Norwich in Tros with Newton Parish, South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. Oesgrid Ref TG 2406. Tros with Newton, a civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England, just south of Norwich. Tros, wearing trousers. Trothers, archaic form of trouserless. Trothers, obsolete spelling of trousers. Charlotte, a rural locality in Circular Head Council area, northwest Tasmania, Australia. Troxacitabine, a particular drug used to treat cancer. Troxel, a surname. Troxel, a surname. Troxels, plural of troxel. Troxels, plural of troxel. Troxrutin, a hydroxyethyl rudicide flavanol found in Stiphnalobium japonicum, formerly Sophora japonica, used as a vasoprotective. Troxidone, trimethadiene. Troxapi, a particular drug used in the treatment of gastroesophageal reflux. Troxler, a surname. Troxler effect, an optical illusion whereby, when a person fixes the gaze on a particular point, an unchanging stimulus away from the fixation point appears to fade away and disappear. Troxler fading, synonym of Troxler effect. Troxler fading, synonym of Troxler effect. Troxlers, plural of Troxler. Troy, an ancient city in what is now northwestern Turkey. Troy game, an ancient Roman equestrian event in which troops performed intricate drills on horseback. Troy games, plural of Troy game. Troy grain, a unit of mass equal to 1/24 of a pennyweight or 1/480 of a troy ounce, fixed at 0.0 064 798.91 grams under the metric system. Troy grains, plural of troy grain. Troy ounce, a unit of mass used in the measurement of precious metals, equal to 31.1034768 grams, 480 troy grains, or 1/12 of a troy pound. Troy ounces, plural of troy ounce. Troy pound, a unit of weight, rarely used except in the trade of precious metals, equal to 5,760 troy grains, 12 troy ounces, or 373.24117 grams. Troy pounds, plural of troy pound. Troy town, a turf maze, especially one in England. Troy towns, plural of Troy town. Troy weight, a system of units of weight/mass, mostly used for precious metals and gemstones, in which the pound contains 12 ounces, which each contain 480 grains. Troia, obsolete form of Trojan native or inhabitant of ancient Troy. Troiana, a female given name. Troyans, plural of Troyan. Troy, a male given name, variant of Troy. Troyer. A surname. Troyers, plural of Troyer. Troyes, a city, the capital of Aube department in the region of Grand Est, France. Troy, of, like, or pertaining to Troy, Trojan. Troyounce, alternative form of troy ounce. Troy ounces, plural of troy ounce. Troy town, alternative form of Troy town. Troy towns, plural of Troy town. Trozta, ead elme. Troztals, plural of Trozcall. Teahi, initialism of the red pill. Teapang, a municipality of Croatia. Teavigi, initialism of tabletop role-playing game. Teavigi, plural of Teapg. Teapeme, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Teapenia, a municipality of Croatia. Teativi 1, initialism of transient receptor potential cation channel subfamily V member 1. TRPV1s, plural of TRPV1. TRU, initialism of tariff rate quota. TRU, plural of TRQ. DIRA, plural of TR. DRNA, alternative form of tracker RNA. TRNS, plural of tRNA. TRS, initialism of total return swap. It, plural of TI. TRS connector, a common analog audio connector. TRS connectors, plural of TRS connector. TRSD, abbreviation of transferred. TR says, plural of TRS. AE, initialism of transportation research thesaurus. AEA, abbreviation of Toronto. TRU, initialism of transuranic. TRU, abbreviation of TRU. TRUDAT, alternative form of TRUDAT. True, true, genuine. Truid, tribute as paid to a ruler or superior. Truages, plural of truage. Truancies, plural of truancy. Truancy, the act of shirking from responsibilities and duties, especially from attending school. Truant, obsolete form of truant. Druins, plural of truand. Drollet, shirking or wandering from business or duty, straying, hence idle, loitering. Truant officer, an official responsible for investigating people who may be truant and compelling their attendance. Truant officers, plural of truant officer. Truant school, a school for children who played truant. Truant schools, plural of truant school. Truancies, plural of truancy. Truancy, alternative form of truancy. Truanted, simple past and past participle of truant. Truanting, present participle and gerund of truant. Truantings, plural of truanting. Truantism, truancy. Truantisms, plural of truantism. Truant-like, resembling or characteristic of a truant. Truantly, like a truant. Truantness, synonym of truancy. Truantries, plural of truantry. Truantry, truancy. Truants, plural of truant. Truantship, truancy. Truer, one who always tells the truth. Truers, plural of truer. Truas, a surname. Tru, the layer of sediment that appears at the bottom of the fermenter after yeast has completed the bulk of the fermentation. Trubetskoyen, of or relating to Nikolai Trubetskoy Russian, N-I-K o l acute ikatkri te ubayet sekha o acute ikatkri, 1890–1938, Russian linguist and historian, widely considered to be the founder of morphophonology. Shrud, plural of trub. Shrub saw, a surname. Truby, a surname. Trubies, plural of truby. Shra, a card game originating in 15th century Eastern Spain. Trapo, the game of lawn billiards. Turus, a period of time in which no fighting takes place due to an agreement between the opposed parties. Trucebreaker, one who violates a truce, covenant, or engagement. Trucebreakers, plural of trucebreaker. Truce breaking, the violation of a truce. Truce, simple past and past participle of truce. Trussel, alternative form of trussel. Trusses, without a truce. Trussels, plural of trussel. Truce-maker, one who arranges a truce. Truce-makers, plural of truce-maker. Truce-making, the creation of a truce. Truceman, alternative form of truchman. Truceman, plural of truceman. Trucer, an advocate, proponent, or negotiator of a truce. Trucers, plural of trucer. Truces, plural of truce. Truchman, alternative spelling of truchman. Truchman, plural of truchman. Trutcher, a surname from French. Trutte, a surname from French. Truchet point, a former point size of 1/144 of a French inch or 1/1728 of the royal foot. Truchet points, plural of truchet point. Truchet tile, any of a set of square tiles decorated with patterns that are not rotationally symmetric. Truchet tiles, plural of truchet tile. Truchman, synonym of interpreter. Truchman, plural of truchman. Trucial, pertaining to the Trucial states. Trucial Oman, former name of United Arab Emirates used until 1971. Trucial state, a state in the Trucial states. Trucial states, former name of Trucial Oman, a collection of former protectorates since the 1820 General Maritime Treaty of the United Kingdom, comprising most of the small Arab coastal states then sheikdoms located along the Persian Gulf, the precursor of the United Arab Emirates UAE. Trucidate, to slaughter, massacre, kill. Trucidata, simple past and past participle of trucidate. Trucidates, third person singular simple present indicative of trucidate. Trucidating, present participle and gerund of trucidate. Trucidation, the act of killing, slaughter, or massacre. Trucidations, plural of trucidation. Truce, present participle and gerund of truce. Truck, the ball on top of a flagpole. Truck and trailer, the situation where the ball carrier leaves a mall and is followed by teammates. Truck bay, a platform where trucks load and unload. Truck bays, plural of truck bay. Truck beam, a fore and aft horizontal beam at the lower end of the gear strut of a multi-axle landing gear bogie, upon which are mounted the multiple axles of the bogie. Truck beams, plural of truck beam. Truck bomb, a truck loaded with explosives, used as a bomb. Truck bombs, plural of truck bomb. Truck camper, any recreational vehicle that may be carried in the bed of a pickup truck. Truck campers, plural of truck camper. Truck crop, a vegetable crop grown by truck farming. Truck crops, plural of truck crop. Truck driver, a person employed to drive a truck, especially a tractor trailer or other large industrial truck. Truck driver tan, alternative form of truck driver's tan. Truck driver tans, plural of truck driver tan. Truck driver's gear change, the practice of extending a composition by repeating an earlier section but transposed to a higher pitch. Truck driver's tan, a tanning pattern where one arm from the sleeve downward is tanned significantly more than the other arm due to extensive driving of a motor vehicle with the window down. Truck driver's tans, plural of truck driver's tan. Truck drivers, plural of truck driver. Truck farm, a small-scale farm larger than a market garden but smaller than a full-scale farm involving the use of tractors or livestock. Truck farmer, someone who operates a truck farm. Truck farmers, plural of truck farmer. Truck farming, the relatively small-scale growing of vegetables for market. Truck farms, plural of truck farm. Truck garden, synonym of market garden, a garden whose produce is mostly intended for sale. Truck gardens, plural of truck garden. Truckin, to have something transported in by truck. Truck nuts, plastic or metal accessories for pickup trucks and other vehicles which resemble a pair of dangling testicles. Truck out, to send something away by truck. Truck patch, a small area devoted to the production of vegetables, usually for domestic use. Truck patches, plural of truck patch. Truck roll, the dispatching of service personnel to a client's location as opposed to remotely addressing an issue. Truck rolls, plural of truck roll. Truck stop, a roadside service area, usually consisting of a restaurant and service station and sometimes a motel or hotel, where drivers of long-haul trucks can stop to refuel, eat, and rest. Truck stops, plural of truck stop. Truck borne, worn by truck, carried in or on a truck. Truck driver, alternative form of truck driver. Truck drivers, plural of truck driver. Truck come, in the isekai genre, a truck that sets off the plot by hitting the protagonist, transporting them into the fantastical setting, typically by killing them in the real world. Truck outbound, transportable by truck. Trucked, the carrying of goods by truck. Truckages, plural of truckage. Truck, the bed load supporting platform of a truck. Trucked, plural of truck. Truckborne, rare form of truckborne. Truck driver, alternative form of truck driver. Truck drivers, plural of truck driver. Truck driving, the process or an instance of driving a truck. Truck, simple past and past participle of truck. Trucked in, simple past and past participle of truck in. Trucked out, simple past and past participle of truck out. Truddy, a town in Nevada County, California, United States. Trotter, one who has done something offensive, a deceitful, dishonest, or disreputable person, a deceiver, a cheat. Trucker bomb, a bottle filled with urine and thrown from a motor vehicle to save the occupant from having to use a rest stop toilet, etc. Trucker bombs, plural of trucker bomb. Trucker hat, a style of baseball cap with a mesh back and a foam front, typically adorned with a company logo or humorous slogan. Trucker hats, plural of trucker hat. Trucker's hitch, a hitch knot used to tension ropes, often for the purpose of securing loads for transport. Trucker's hitches, plural of trucker's hitch. Trotters, plural of trucker. Truckful, as much as a truck can hold. Truckfuls, plural of truckful. Tratty, a truck driver. Trackies, plural of trucky. Truckin', pronunciation spelling of trucking. Trucke, trading, bartering. Trucking in, present participle and gerund of truck in. Trucking out, present participle and gerund of truck out. Trucking shot, synonym of tracking shot. Trucking shots, plural of trucking shot. Truckings, plural of trucking. Trottish, resembling or characteristic of a truck. Trucka, a small wheel, a caster or pulley. Truckle bed, synonym of trundle bed. Truckle beds, plural of truckle bed. Truckle bed, alternative form of truckle bed. Truckle beds, plural of truckle bed. Truckled, simple past and past participle of truckle. Truckler, one who truckles. Trucklers, plural of truckler. Truckles, plural of truckle. Truckless, without a truck? Trucklet. A small, compact truck. Truckets. Plural of trucklet. Truckeye. Resembling or characteristic of a truck vehicle. Truckeye. A company that uses trucks to transport goods. Truck lines. Plural of truck line. Trucklay. Apt to tuckle, often fawning, obsequious, ingratiating. Trucklinway. In a truckling manner, fawningly. Trucklings. Plural of truckling. Truckload. The contents of a full truck or lorry. Truckloads. Plural of truckload. Truck maker. A manufacturer of trucks. Truck makers. Plural of truck maker. Truck making. The manufacture of trucks. Truckman. One who does business in the way of barter or exchange. Truck master. The manager of a colonially sanctioned store that traded goods with the Native Americans. Truck masters. Plural of truckmaster. Truckman. Plural of truckman. Truckology. Knowledge concerning trucks. Truckanaut. One of the Cubans who adapted a truck to act as a boat and used it to sail to the USA. Truckanauts. Plural of truckanaut. Trucks. Plural of truck. Truckstin. Third person singular simple present indicative of truck in. Trucks out. Third person singular simple present indicative of truck out. Trucks full. Plural of truckful. Truck stop. Alternative form of truck stop. Truck stops. Plural of truck stop. Truckway. A special road for the exclusive use of trucks. Truckways. Plural of truckway. Truckway. A reckless or idiotic truck driver. Trumpets. Plural of truckwit. Drutty. Sheeting, cheaty. Truck yard. A yard where trucks are loaded and unloaded. Truck yards. Plural of truck yard. Truco. A card game derived from late medieval game truck, originating in eastern Spain and popular in South America and Italy. Truculence. The state of being truculent, eagerness to fight, ferocity. Truculences. Plural of truculence. Truculencies. Plural of truculency. Truculency. Truculence. Truculent. Cruel or savage. Truculently. With aggression, savagely. Trudeau. A surname from French, variant of Trudeau. Trudox. A surname from French, variant of Trudeau. Trottes. Plural of Truddy. Truddy. Alternative form of Trudy. Truda. A surname from French. Trudomania. Alternative spelling of Trudomania. Trudeau salute. Alternative letter case form of Trudeau salute. Trudeau salute. The finger obscene gesture. Trudeau salutes. Plural of Trudeau salute. Trudeau salutes. Plural of Trudeau salute. Trudeauesque. Alternative form of Trudeauesque. Trudomania. Alternative spelling of Trudomania. Trudeauesque. Involving the policies or values associated with Pierre Elliott Trudeau, especially those of social justice and multiculturalism. Trudeaumania, fervent admiration of Pierre Trudeau 1919-2000, Prime Minister of Canada from 1968 to 1979 and from 1980 to 1984, especially during his 1968 election campaign and his early years in office. Trudeau's, plural of Trudeau. Trudeau, a surname from French, variant of Trudeau. Trudeau, a surname from French. Trudeau, a surname. Trudell's spleenwort, Asplenium times Trudelii, a hybrid fern of the United States, mixed from mountain spleenwort and lobe spleenwort. Trudell's spleenworts, plural of Trudell's spleenwort. Trudell's, plural of Trudel. Trudels, plural of Trudel. Crowd, a tramp, i.e. a long and tiring walk. Crowded, simple past and past participle of trudge. Trudime, obsolete form of trudgement. Trudium, a surname. Trudgeon stroke, synonym of trudgeon type of swimming stroke. Trudgeon strokes, plural of trudgeon stroke. Trudiod, simple past and past participle of trudgeon. Trudgeoning, present participle and gerund of trudgeon. Trudians, plural of trudgeon. Trudai, alternative form of trudgeon. Trudgeon stroke, misspelling of trudgeon stroke. Trudons, plural of trudgeon. Trudger, one who trudges. Trudgers, plural of trudger. Trodes, third person singular simple present indicative of trudge. Trudeau, a surname. Trudels, plural of trudge. Trudder, present participle and gerund of trudge. Trudgings, plural of trudging. Trudy, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Trudy, a female given name, variant spelling of Trudy, a pet form of Gertrude. Trudeau, a surname from French. Trudeau, a nickname for Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Trudeau's, plural of Trudeau. Trudy, a diminutive of Gertrude, also used as a formal female given name. True, one of two states of a Boolean variable, logic 1. True, a surname. True airspeed, the speed of an aircraft relative to the air mass within which it is flying. True airspeeds, plural of true airspeed. True anomalies, plural of true anomaly. True anomaly, the angle PFC formed by P equals the periapsis of a celestial body's elliptical orbit, F equals the phobos of that orbit, and C equals the current position of the celestial body. True as I stand here, absolutely true, with no exaggeration or falsehood. True as I'm standing here. Alternative form of true as I stand here. True bearing, direction relative to true north, typically as contrasted with magnetic bearing. True bearings, plural of true bearing. True believer, a strict follower of a doctrine. True believer syndrome, alternative spelling of true believer syndrome. True believers, plural of true believer. True bail, a grand jury's document endorsing the indictment it was to decide on, indicating that a criminal trial is appropriate. True bails, plural of true bail. True blue, steadfastly faithful or loyal, unwavering in loyalty, staunch true. True blues, plural of true blue. True bot, any of various insects of the order Hemiptera and in particular of the suborder Heteroptera that are wingless or have two pairs of wings and have mouthparts adapted for piercing and sucking. True bugs, plural of true bug. True color, graphics with 24 bits of storage per pixel, allowing for up to 16,777,216 different colors. True colors, American spelling of true colors. True colors, the real character, belief, or intent of a person or group who present a dishonest picture of their nature to the world. True crime, a nonfiction literary and film genre in which the author examines an actual crime and details the actions of real people. True crimes, plural of true crime. True cross, the cross on which Christ was crucified, particularly considered as a relic. True dakin, the common dakin, to distinguish the principal large, long, and white variety from various other forms such as the watermelon radish. True dath, an emphatic statement of agreement or affirmation. True density, the density of the particles that make up a powder or particulate solid, in contrast to bulk density, which measures the average density of a large volume of the powder in a specific medium, usually air. True ending, an ending in a video game that leaves no ambiguity, mystery, or doubt. True endings, plural of true ending. True flycatcher, Old World flycatcher. True flycatchers, plural of true flycatcher. True friend, a word in a language that bears a resemblance to a word in another language and has an equivalent meaning. True friends, plural of true friend. True frog, any frog of the large family Ranidae found worldwide, typically with smooth and moist skin, large, powerful legs, and extensively webbed feet. True frogs, plural of true frog. True grace, spirit, courage, moral stamina. True laurel, Laurus nobilis bay laurel, to distinguish it from other species called laurels. True laurels, plural of true laurel. True leaf, any leaves of a seed plant other than the cotyledons. True leaves, plural of true leaf. True lemur, any lemur of the family Lemuridae. True lemurs, plural of true lemur. True love, faithful love. True lover's knot, any of various knots for string or the like having some symmetry. True lover's knots, plural of true lover's knot. True loves, plural of true love. True mahogany, any of the trees originally called mahogany. True muonium, synonym of muononium. True muoniums, plural of true muonium. True name, the unique name of an entity, which can be used to control or manipulate that entity. True names, plural of true name. True neutral, of a character having a perfectly balanced alignment, not tending to any particular moral position. True north, alternative letter case form of true north. True north, at a given point, the direction in which the geographic north pole of the earth lies. True or false, of a question or series of questions having as answers only true or false. True rhyme, synonym of perfect rhyme. True rhymes, plural of true rhyme. True rib, a rib attached to the spine and sternum, as opposed to a floating rib. True ribs, plural of true rib. True seal, any of the seals in the taxonomic family Phocidae, Ulysseal. True seals, plural of true seal. True soul, any soul of the family Solidae. True souls, plural of true soul. True sparrow, any old world sparrow, especially one of the genus Passer. True sparrows, plural of true sparrow. True strength, a dimensionless measure of object deformation, the natural logarithm of the ratio of the object's deformed length to its initial length along some axis. True strains, plural of true strain. True stress, the instantaneous stress caused by a load acting on a unit cross-section. True stresses, plural of true stress. True stripes, one's real beliefs, sentiments, or character. True tanager, any passerine bird of the neotropical realm in the family Thropidae. True tanagers, plural of true tanager. Drew that, used to show agreement, indeed. True thrush, any member of the genus Turdus. True thrushes, plural of true thrush. True time, synonym of apparent time. True to form, according to one's nature as expected. True to life, having the same dimensions as the original. True to one's colors. Loyal, true to one's word, synonym of good as one's word. True to oneself, in accordance with one's beliefs and values. True to seed, yielding the same type of a plant as that from which a seed was taken. True to tide, of a plant or animal typical of a certain breed or variety. True toad, any in the family Bufonidae of amphibians. True toads, plural of true toad. Trua, to make something true, equal, or correct, as for example by turning and facing apart on a lathe. True vocal cord, synonym of vocal fold. True weevil, Perculionidae genera and species. True weevils, plural of true weevil. True yam, any plant in the genus Dioscorea or its tubers, so called to distinguish them from the sweet potato Ipomoea batatas varieties known as yams in the US and from the New Zealand yam, Oxalis tuberosa. True yams, plural of true yam. True yeast, any of the yeasts in the order Saccharomysteales. True yeasts, plural of true yeasts. True believer syndrome, a phenomenon in which witnesses to a staged event continue to believe in its authenticity even after it has been debunked. True blue, alternative form of true blue. True born, alternative form of true born. True bred, purebred, genetically pure. True false, allowing only the answers true or false. True-hearted, having a faithful heart, honest, sincere, not faithless or deceitful. True life, based on fact, real, true. True love not, alternative form of true love not. True love nots, plural of true love not. True love not, a bracelet which partners both wear to show their love. True love knots, plural of true love not. True or false, alternative spelling of true or false. True penance, plural of true penny. True penny, alternative form of trupany. Trua, an adjustment to make something equal or correct. Truups, plural of trua. Truba, a surname. Trubis, plural of truba. Truby, a fan of the television series True Blood. Trubies, plural of truby. Trueblood, a surname. Truebloods, plural of trueblood. Trubu, alternative form of true blue faithful partisan. Trubus, plural of trubu. Truebor, genuinely by birth, legitimate. Trueborns, plural of trueborn. Truebred, alternative form of truebred. Truesaw, an incel who has never experienced any form of physical intimacy, including kissing or holding hands, and believes they have or is believed to have little to no chance of changing that status. Truesols, plural of truesol. Truecher, a time server that transmits an accurate time via the network time protocol. Truechers, plural of truchemer. Trud, simple past and past participle of true. Trudop, simple past and past participle of true up. Trufa, alternative spelling of trufen. Trufens, plural of trufen. Trufen, plural of trufen. Truthful, loyal, faithful. Truthfully, loyally, faithfully, with devotion. Truthfulness, the state, quality, or condition of being truthful, loyalty, faithfulness. True-hearted, alternative form of true-hearted. True-heartedly, in a true-hearted manner. True-heartedness, the quality of being two-headed. True, a true statement at truth. Truths, plural of true. True, present participle and gerund of true. True, alternative form of truish. Truism, archaic form of truism. Truisms, plural of truism. True, a duel fought between three people. True, comparative form of truly, more truly. Truis, superlative form of truly, most truly. Truelove, a surname. Trueloves, plural of truelove. Truels, plural of truel. Truly, archaic spelling of truly. Truman, a surname. Trumans, plural of Truman. Curnes, the characteristic of being true. Trupenes, plural of trupany. Trupany, an honest, reliable fellow. Truer, comparative form of true, more true. Truth, plural of true. Trues up. Third person singular simple present indicative of true up. Truesdale, a surname. Truesdales, plural of Truesdale. Truesdale, a surname. Truesdales, plural of Truesdale. Truesdale, marked by truth, truthful, honest, genuine. Trusona, a type of persona that is based on or represents a real person. Trusones, plural of trusona. Puras, superlative form of true, most true. True, obsolete spelling of truth. Tritone, mastertone, tritones. Plural of trutone. Druid, a surname. Druids, plural of trut. Trutai, a file format for storing computer fonts developed by Apple Inc. Truth, a surname. Trutha, a very active and dedicated fan, particularly of science fiction. Trufundum, the state of being a truven. Truvens, plural of truven. Druvas, an emphatic statement of agreement or affirmation. Trufen, plural of trufen. Tra. A truffle. Trave, truffed Occitan potato dish. Truffautien, of or relating to François Truffaut 1932-1984, French film director. Trufficulture, the cultivation of truffles. Tovet, a plot of land cultivated to produce truffles. Paves, plural of tuffier. Truffle, any of various edible fungi of the genus tuber that grow in the soil in southern Europe, the earthnet. Truffle butter, salted butter cooked together with sliced or grated truffles. Truffle butters, plural of truffle butter. Truffle har, a domestic pig used for extraction of truffles. Truffle hogs, plural of truffle har. Truffle oil, a cooking ingredient consisting of flavorless oil infused with truffle or a synthetic flavor compound supposed to resemble it. Truffle oils, plural of truffle oil. Truffle pay, synonym of truffle hog. Truffle pigs, plural of truffle pig. Truffle shuffle, the act of an overweight or obese individual holding their excess fat around the stomach and then shaking it. Truffle shuffles, plural of truffle shuffle. Truffle, provided, cooked, or stuffed with truffles. Truffle-like, resembling or characteristic of a truffle. Traveler, a person who hunts for truffles. Travelers, plural of truffler. Truffles, plural of truffle. Truffly, alternative spelling of truffly. Truffling, searching for and digging up truffles. Truffly, resembling or characteristic of a truffle. Tuffs, plural of truff. Truck, a shallow, oval basket used for gardening. Shrubimini, an Aboriginal Tasmanian woman known for being the last full-blooded Aboriginal Tasmanian. Truck, an Old English measure of corn, perhaps equal to of a quarter. Trottes, plural of trubby. Trugging house, a breffel. Trugging houses, plural of trugging house. Travis, plural of try. Trubby, a racing vehicle that combines the closed cab of a truck with the suspension of a buggy. Truganacme, a barony in County Kerry, Ireland. Trubber, oratory designed to mislead its audience, is speech of deception. Trotis, plural of try. Trittum, a river in Highland Council area, Scotland, a tributary of the River Spey. Truer, the alignment and cutting of a wheel, especially a grinding wheel such that its surface is concentric with its axis. Truing up, present participle and gerund of true up. Truings, plural of truing. Druic, somewhat true, partly true. Truism, a self-evident or obvious truth. Truismatic, relating to or consisting of truisms. Truisms, plural of truism. Truist, one who states a truism. Truistic, of or pertaining to a truism. Truistical, alternative form of truistic. Truistically, in a truistic manner, as or by a truism. Truists, plural of truists. Shrute, having a delicately crackled surface. Third, a surname. Trujillian, of or relating to Rafael Trujillo 1891-1961, Dominican military commander and dictator. Trujillism, political support for Rafael Trujillo 1891-1961, Dominican military commander and dictator. Trujillis, a political supporter of Rafael Trujillo 1891-1961, Dominican military commander and dictator. Trujillis, plural of Trujillis. Trujillo, a surname from Spanish. Trujillo Alto, a town and municipality of Puerto Rico. Alternative form of Chup. Trup indicates emphatic agreement. Trups, plural of truk. Trukis, alternative form of Chukis. Trufe, of or relating to a dialect continuum of Micronesian languages, including Chukis Trukis. Turfur, Truku people, a sub-ethnic group in Taiwan. Truly, misspelling of truly. Hoe, comparative form of truly, more truly. Hoewit, superlative form of truly, most truly. Shra, a surname. Trala, relating to the Quinnaisix Council held in 692 in the dome-roofed hall in the Imperial Palace at Constantinople. Tralite, ovate but angled like a bricklayer's trowel, inverse chi-shaped. Hoe, a basin-shaped depression near the base of the mandible in certain ants. Tolerie, resembling or characteristic of a rude, vulgar country clergyman devoted to agricultural pursuits. Tralis, plural of trawl. Tralle, obsolete form of truly. Trolek, a surname. Truex, plural of truluk. Who, true. Trululus, plural of truvulu. Trulit, in accordance with the facts, truthfully, accurately. Truly yours, synonym of yours truly. Truman, a surname. Truman Doctrine, a policy of that America will support democracies under authoritarianism. Truman Show delusion, a persecutory/grandiose delusion in which the patient believes his or her life is a stage play, a reality television show, etc., or that he/she is being watched by means of cameras. Truman Syndrome, synonym of Truman Show delusion. Trumanist, reminiscent of Harry S. Truman, former President of the United States. Trumanian, a war relating to Harry S. Truman, former President of the United States. Trumanomics, economic palace is associated with the administration of Harry S. Truman, 1945-1953. Drumbush, a twisty Sudanese throwing knife. Trumbeshes, plural of trumbesh. Trumbull, a surname from Old English. Trumballs, plural of Trumbull. Trumbo, a surname. Trumbos, plural of Trumbo. Trumbo, a surname. Trumbull County, one of 88 counties in Ohio, United States. County seat, Warren. Trumbolian, of or pertaining to someone surnamed, or a place named Trumbull. Trumballs, plural of Trumbull. Trumo, the pillar or center post supporting the lintel in the middle of a doorway or window opening, especially in a church. Trumo mirror, a wall mirror set in a decorative frame that often features a painted or carved panel under or above the mirror. Trumo mirrors, plural of trumo mirror. Trumas, plural of trumo. Trumo, plural of trumo. Trumt, transmedicalist or Truscum. Tr, a surname from German. Trumpbump, the acres in news media consumption associated with the United States presidency is Detteltrump. Trump card, a playing card of the Trump suit that is held in reserve until needed to win a trick. Trump cards, plural of Trump card. Trump care, alternative form of Trump care. Trump country, rural areas in the United States where the majority of voters lean conservative and support the Republican politician Donald Trump. Trump derangement syndrome, irrationally negative reactions to the actions and policies of U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump effect, any effect, especially international, brought about by the Donald Trump presidencies and subsequent actions of the administration, such as the widespread move away from right-leaning political parties outside of the USA. Trump effects, plural of Trump effect. Trump of doom, a trumpet signal indicating the moment of God's final judgment on earth. Trump slump, a decrease in stock market value associated with the second presidency of Donald Trump. Trump train, political support for Donald Trump. Trump, to create falsely, to fabricate, particularly applied to accusations, legal charges, or evidence. Trump care, alternative form of Trump care. Trumpless, alternative form of Trumpless. Trumpmania, alternative form of Trumpmania. Trumpphobia, alternative form of Trumpphobia. Trump-proof, to protect policies against change by a future Donald Trump administration. Trump-proof, simple past and past participle of Trump-proof. Trump-proving, present participle and gerund of Trump-proof. Trump-proofs, third-person singular simple present indicative of Trump-proof. Trumptastic, alternative form of Trumptastic. Trumpanzee, a fervent or chauvinistic follower of U.S. President Donald Trump. Trumpanzees, plural of Trumpanzee. Trump care, the possible replacement of Obamacare that would be introduced by Donald Trump. Trump care, alternative form of Trump care. Trump session, a recession brought about by Donald Trump's economic and trade policies, especially the trade wars he launched through imposing tariffs. Trump PAC, a supporter of U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump CACs, plural of Trump CAC. Trumpthum, the world of Donald Trump. Trumpian, Trumpian. Trout, simple past and past participle of Trump. Trumped up, simple past and past participle of Trump up. Trumpta. Faked, fabricated, or falsely manufactured. Trumpeldor. A surname. Trumpenvolk. Supporters of U.S. politician Donald Trump. Trover. A surname from German or Old French. Troveries. Plural of trumpery. Trumperiness. The quality of being trumpery. Troverer. U.S. President Donald Trump, seen as a tyrant. Trumpers. Plural of trumper. Trumpery. The beliefs and practices of former U.S. President Donald Trump. Trumpies. The ideology of Donald Trump, the 45th and 47th President of the United States. Trombaskt. Resembling or similar to Donald Trump. Trovet. A vocal political supporter of U.S. President Donald Trump, especially online. Trumpet animalcule. Synonym of stentor type of protozoan. Trumpet animalcules. Plural of trumpet animalcule. Trumpet call. A call or summons on the trumpet. Trumpet calls. Plural of trumpet call. Trumpet creeper. A large flowering vine. The trumpet vine, Campsis radicans. Trumpet creepers. Plural of trumpet creeper. Trumpet cuff. A wide, flared cuff of a sleeve-on clothing. Trumpet cuffs. Plural of trumpet cuff. Trumpet flower. Any of several species of flowering plants with trumpet-like flowers. Trumpet flowers. Plural of trumpet flower. Trumpet honeysuckle. A plant. Lonicera sempervirens. Trumpet honeysuckles. Plural of trumpet honeysuckle. Trumpet major. A head trumpeter in a band or regiment. Trumpet majors. Plural of trumpet major. Trumpet marine. Synonym of tromba marina. Trumpet marines. Plural of trumpet marine. Trumpet of the dead. Horn of plenty, Craterellus cornucopioids. Trumpet shell. A sea snail of the genus Cheronia. Trumpet shells. Plural of trumpet shell. Trumpet tree. Any of several trees with trumpet-shaped flowers. Trumpet trees. Plural of trumpet tree. Trumpet vine. A North American vine grown for its abundant trumpet-shaped flowers, Campsis radicans. Trumpet vines. Plural of trumpet vine. Trumpet blare. Synonym of trumpeter. Trumpet players. Plural of trumpet player. Trumpet-tailed rat. A degu animal. Trumpet-tailed rats. Plural of trumpet-tailed rat. Trumpet bush. Any of a number of shrubs or small trees in the genus Tecoma. Trumpet bushes. Plural of trumpet bush. Trumpeted. Simple past and past participle of trumpet. Trumpeteer. Synonym of trumpeter, trumpet player. Trumpeteers. Plural of trumpeteer. Trumpeter. Someone who plays a trumpet. Trumpeter crane. Any of several large waders, including the whooping crane, the sandhill crane, and various egrets and trumpeters. Trumpeter cranes. Plural of trumpeter crane. Trumpeter finch. A species of finch, Bucanites githygenius, known for its buzzing nasal trill. Trumpeter finches. Plural of trumpeter finch. Trumpeter pigeon. Any of a number of breeds of domestic fancy pigeon, Columbolivia domestica, descendants of the wild rock pigeon. Columbolivia of the family Columbidae pigeons and doves, originally bred for their peculiar gurgling voice, a prolonged coo called trumpeting or drumming. Trumpeter pigeons, plural of trumpeter pigeon. Trumpeter swan, the largest North American swan, Cygnus buccinator. They have white plumage with a long neck, a short black bill. Trumpeter swans, plural of trumpeter swan. Trumpeters, plural of trumpeter. Trumpetfish, any of the fish in the family Ulysimidae family of two-shaped fish. Trumpetfishes, plural of trumpetfish. Trumpeting, action of the verb to trumpet. Trumpetings, plural of trumpeting. Trumpetess, a trumpeter, someone who plays a trumpet. Trumpetists, plural of trumpetists. Trumpetless, without a trumpet. Trumpet-like, resembling a trumpet or its sound. Trumpetress, a woman who plays the trumpet, a female trumpeter. Trumpetresses, plural of trumpetress. Trumpetry, the playing of trumpets. Trumpets, plural of trumpet. Trumpets marine, plural of trumpet marine. Trumpets of the dead, plural of trumpet of the dead. Trumpet, a female supporter or fan of Donald Trump, especially during his presidential campaign to become President of the United States of America. Trumpets, plural of trumpet. Trumpetweed, any of the Jopai weeds, herbaceous composite plants of genus Eutrochium, often having hollow stems, bearing purplish flowers and small corned heads, native to eastern North America. Trumpetwood, a tropical American tree Cecropia peltata of the nettle family, whose hollow stems can be used for wind instruments. Trumpety, of, related to, or resembling a trumpet. Trumpflation, inflation caused by the policies of United States President Donald Trump. Trumpfluencer, an influencer who creates content supporting Donald Trump on social media. Trumpfluencers, plural of Trumpfluencer. Trumpphobia, fear or hatred of Donald Trump. Trumpian, resembling or pertaining to the philosophy, rhetoric, and style of Donald Trump. Trumpiana, objects, materials, or documents relating to Donald Trump, born 1946, the 45th President of the United States. Trumpians, plural of Trumpian. Trumpy, comparative form of Trumpy, more Trumpy. Trumpys, plural of Trumpy. Trumpiest, superlative form of Trumpy, most Trumpy. Trumpification, the implementation of Donald Trump's political ideas or influence. Trumpiness, the papi of Trumpy be like Donald Trump. Trumpy, present participle and gerund of Trump. Trumping up, present participle and gerund of Trump up. Trumpings, plural of trumping. Trumpington, a village and ward in the city of Cambridge District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS grid ref TL 4454. Trubbish, similar to Donald Trump in action, speech, or style. Trumpishness, the quality of be Trumpish. Trumpism, the philosophy and politics espoused by Donald Trump. Trumpisms, plural of Trumpism. Trumpus, pertaining to or resembling characteristics of Trumpism. Synonym of Trumpian. Trumpista, a Trumpist. Trumpistan, the parts of the United States of America where Donald Trump finds high support, Trump's geographical support base. Trumpistas, plural of Trumpista. Trumpists, plural of Trumpist. Trumpite, synonym of Trumpian. Trumpites, plural of Trumpite. Trumpitis, the state of supporting or being similar to Donald Trump, American politician. Trumpkin, a follower, supporter, or protege of Donald Trump. Trumpkins, plural of Trumpkin. Trumpland, the United States of America under the presidency of Donald Trump. Trumplandia, alternative form of Trumpland. Trumpor, a surname. Trumpless, without Donald Trump. Trumplessness, the absence of Donald Trump, President of the United States, 2017, 2021, 2025 present. Trumplican, a Republican who supports Donald Trump. Trumplicans, plural of Trumplican. Trump-like, like or resembling Donald Trump, Trumpish. Trumpmania, strong attachment or commitment to Donald Trump. Trumentum, a wave of enthusiasm for the 2016 and 2024 presidential campaigns of Donald Trump. Trumpness, the property of being like Donald Trump. Trumpacalypse, the election, inauguration, and / or presidency of Donald Trump viewed as a crisis or catastrophe. Trumpocrat, a formerly Democratic voter who supports U.S. President Donald Trump. Trumpocrats, plural of Trumpocrats. Trumplet, pertaining to Donald Trump. Trumpoids, plural of Trumplet. Trumpolini, Donald Trump, born 1946, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, regarded as a fascist. Trumpologist, one who studies Donald Trump. Trumpologists, plural of Trumpologists. Trumpology, the study of Donald Trump. Trumpomania, Trumpania. Trumponomics, the managerial precepts popularized by Donald Trump in the mid-2000s decade in his books and reality TV shows. Trumpophile, a fan or admirer of Donald Trump. Trumpophiles, plural of Trumpophile. Trumpophilia, the love or admiration of Donald Trump, born 1946, the 45th and 47th President of the United States. Trumpophobe, a person who dislikes or fears Donald Trump, born 1946, current President of the United States. Trumpophobes, plural of Trumpophobe. Trumpophobia, fear of Donald Trump. Trumpophobic, characterized by hatred or fear of Donald Trump. Trumpophone, a musical instrument combining a trumpet and a saxophone, especially a trumpet played with a saxophone mouthpiece. Trumpophones, plural of trumpophone. Trumposphere, the inner circle of associates, employees, and appointees of Donald Trump, born 1946, the 45th President of the United States. Trumpphobia, alternative form of Trumpphobia. Trumpquake, Donald Trump's unexpected 2016 presidential election win. Trumpression, a state of mental depression caused by Donald Trump being president. Trumpressions, plural of Trumpression. Trumps, plural of Trump. Trumps out, third person singular simple present indicative of Trump up. Trotsky, Donald Trump, born 1946, the 45th and 47th President of the United States. Trumpspeak, the ideologue or political discourse of Donald Trump, the 45th and 47th President of the United States. Trumpsplain, to explain or rationalize Donald Trump, born 1946, the 45th President of the United States, or his actions, remarks, policies, or popularity. Trumpsplained. Simple past and past participle of Trumpsplain. Trumpsplaining. Present participle and gerund of Trumpsplain. Trumpsplains. Third person singular simple present indicative of Trumpsplain. Trumpster. A political supporter of Donald Trump. Trumpster diving. The act of scraping the bottom of the barrel to find a candidate. Trumpster fire. Donald Trump's use of controversy to distract the public from the perceived disastrous state of the government. Trumpster fires. Plural of Trumpster fire. Trumpsters. Plural of Trumpster. Trumptard. A supporter of Donald Trump. A Trumpist. Trumptards. Plural of Trumptard. Trumptastic. Fantastic in a manner involving Donald Trump, born 1946, the 45th President of the United States. Very characteristic of Donald Trump. Trumpublican. A Republican who supports Donald Trump. Trumpablicans. Plural of Trumpublican. Trumpwire. A subgenre of fash wave music focusing on American politician Donald Trump. Trump World. Alternative form of Trump World. Trump World. Donald Trump's circle of associates, employees, and appointees. Trubvit. Characteristic of Donald Trump. Trudba. Of or pertaining to the trunk of the body. Truncoe. In a trunkal manner. Truncate. To shorten something by, or as if by, cutting part of it off. Truncate. Deprived of one of its parts or of its end, for example a line of poetry with one syllable fewer in one of its feet. Truncated cube. A polyhedron with 8 triangular and 6 octagonal faces that is an Archimedean solid and can be constructed by truncating a cube at each vertex along each adjoining edge. Truncated cubes. Plural of truncated cube. Truncated cuboctahedra. Plural of truncated cuboctahedron. Truncated cuboctahedron. An Archimedean solid that is isogonal and has 26 regular faces, 12 square, 8 hexagonal, and 6 octagonal. A great rhombocuboctahedron. Truncated dodecahedra. Plural of truncated dodecahedron. Truncated dodecahedron. An Archimedean solid with 32 regular faces, 12 decagons, and 20 triangles and 90 edges. Truncated dodecahedrons. Plural of truncated dodecahedron. Truncated domes. A set of raised bumps, often yellow in color, located on a pathway or platform to convey route information to visually impaired people. Truncated icosahedra. Plural of truncated icosahedron. Truncated icosahedron. A polyhedron that has 32 faces, 12 regular pentagons, and 20 regular hexagons, and 60 vertices and 90 edges, and is one of the Archimedean solids. Truncated icosahedrons. Plural of truncated icosahedron. Truncated icosahedrodecahedron. An Archimedean solid with 62 regular faces, 12 decagons, 20 hexagons, and 30 squares, and 180 edges. Truncated octahedra. Plural of truncated octahedron. Truncated octahedron. A zonohedron that has 14 faces, 8 regular hexagons, and 6 squares, and 36 edges, and is an Archimedean solid. Truncated octahedrons. Plural of truncated octahedron. Truncated tetrahedra. Plural of truncated tetrahedron. Truncated tetrahedron. A convex polyhedron with 4 triangular and 4 hexagonal faces that is an Archimedean solid and can be constructed by truncating a regular tetrahedron at each vertex by 1/3 the length of each adjoining edge. Truncated tetrahedrons. Plural of truncated tetrahedron. Truncatedly. In a truncated manner. Truncatedness. The state or condition of being truncated. Truncatellid. Any member of the family Truncatellidae of amphibious aquatic snails. Truncatellids. Plural of truncatellid. Truncately. In a truncate manner. Truncateness. The state or condition of being truncate. Truncates. Third person singular simple present indicative of truncate. Truncating. Present participle and gerund of truncate. Truncation. The act of truncating or shortening, for example. Words are shortened to form blend words or portmanteaus. Truncational. Relating to truncation. Truncations. Plural of truncation. Truncator. One who, or that which truncates. Truncators. Plural of truncator. Truncature. Synonym of truncation. Truncatures. Plural of truncature. Trut. A stake, a small post. Truncheon. A short staff, a club, a cudgel. Truncheon. Simple past and past participle of truncheon. Truncheoneer. A person armed with a truncheon. Truncheoneers. Plural of truncheoneer. Truncheoner. Synonym of truncheoneer. Truncheoners. Plural of truncheoner. Truncheoning. Present participle and gerund of truncheon. Truncheons. Plural of truncheon. Trunches. Plural of trunch. Trunci. Plural of truncus. Truck. Obsolete form of trunk. Trucks. Plural of trunk. Trunctable. That which can be truncated. Trungus. The thorax of an insect. Trungus arteriosus. The single arterial outlet in the embryological heart which later develops into the aorta and the pulmonary trunk. Trundle. Ellipsis of trundle bed a lowly. Trundle bed. A low bed designed to be rolled / stored away, usually on casters under a higher bed, for example for temporary use by guests. Trundle beds. Plural of trundle bed. Trundle cart. A form of wheelbarrow that is pulled rather than pushed. Trundle carts. Plural of trundle cart. Trundle shot. A projectile used with naval artillery, made up of 2 Lee balls joined by an iron bar 30 to 45 cm long, sharpened at both ends. Trundle wheel. A device for measuring distance, consisting of a wheel of fixed circumference, a handle, and a clicking device triggered by each revolution of the wheel. Trundle wheels. Plural of trundle wheel. Trundle bed. Alternative form of trundle bed. Trundle beds. Plural of trundle bed. Trundle. Alternative form of trundle bed. Trundles. Plural of trundled. Trundled. Simple past and past participle of trundle. Trundled along. Simple past and past participle of trundle along. Trundle head. One of the discs forming the ends of a lantern wheel or pinion. Trundle heads. Plural of trundle head. Trundler. A bowler player throwing the ball. Trundlers. Plural of trundler. Trundles. Plural of trundle. Trundles along. Third person singular simple present indicative of trundle along. Trundle tail. A dog with a rounded, curled up tail. Trundle tails. Plural of trundle tail. Trundling. Gerund of trundle, the motion of something that trundles. Trundling along. Present participle and gerund of trundle along. Trundlings. Plural of trundling. Trundly. Having a trundling motion or sound. Trunion. Alternative form of trunnion. Trunions. Plural of trunion. Truck. A surname from German. Trunk breeches. Synonym of trunkos. Trunk briefs. Short leg boxer briefs. Trunk call. A long-distance telephone call, especially one connected by the operator. Trunk calls. Plural of trunk call. Trunk Cay. An island of the United States Virgin Islands. Trunk line. A main railway line which usually forms the backbone of a rail network. Trunk lines. Plural of trunk line. Trunk novel. A novel that is abandoned as a project by the writer, but nonetheless retained as in a trunk, thus the name. Trunk or treat. An organized alternative to trick-or-treating where candy is handed out to children from cars in a parking lot. Trunk or treated. Simple past and past participle of trunk or treat. Trunk or treating. Present participle and gerund of trunk or treat. Trunk or treats. Third person singular simple present indicative of trunk or treat. Trunk piston. In a single acting engine, an elongated hollow piston open at the end in which the end of the connecting rod is pivoted. The piston rod, crosshead, and stuffing box are thus dispensed with. Trunk pistons. Plural of trunk piston. Trunk road. An important main road used by long-distance traffic as well as heavy lorries. Trunk roads. Plural of trunk road. Trunk show. An event in which vendors present merchandise directly to store personnel or customers at a retail location or other venue. Trunk shows. Plural of trunk show. Trunk sleeve. A sleeve in clothing with the upper part puffed. Trunk sleeves. Plural of trunk sleeve. Trunk-like. Similar to or shaped like a trunk, either a tree trunk, an elephant's trunk, or a boxy chest. Trunk baker. A person who builds large hinged boxes trunks. Trunk makers. Plural of trunk maker. Trunk-a. Relating to the trunk of the body. Truncomi. Any of a group of prenulated cycloptides related to the pedalomids. Truncomides. Plural of truncomi. Trunk back. The leather back. Trunk packs. Plural of trunk back. Trucked. Having some specific type of trunk. Trucker. A driver who transports goods between depots. Trunkers. Plural of trunker. Trunkfish. Species of genera Lactophrys and Rhinsomus in boxfish family Ostraceae. Trunkishes. Plural of trunkfish. Trunkful. As much as a trunk will hold. Trunkfuls. Plural of trunkful. Trunkos. Short, full and bag-like breeches covering the hips and thighs, sometimes stuffed with wool or other material worn by men in the 16th and 17th centuries. Trunken. All the electrical and communications cables bundled together and distributed through a building. Trunkings, plural of trunking. Trunkless, without a trunk. Trunklessness. Absence of a trunk. Trunklid, the lid of the trunk of a car. Trunklids, plural of trunklet. Trunk-like, resembling a trunk or proboscis. Trunk-line. Any road under the jurisdiction of the Michigan Department of Transportation. Trunk lines, plural of trunk line. Trunkload. A quantity sufficient to fill the trunk of a car. Trunkloads, plural of trunkload. Trunk baker, a maker of trunks, chests, and cases. Trunk makers, plural of trunk maker. Trunk baking, the manufacture of trunks, chests, and cases. Trucks, plural of trunk. Trunksful, plural of trunkful. Trunkwood, the wood derived from a trunk of a tree. Truddy, homesick, set of Mormon missionaries. Trunnel, alternative form of trenail. Trunnel, a surname. Trunnels, plural of trunnel. Trunnels, plural of trunnel. Trunnion, one of the short stubby bearings on either side of a cannon, a pintle. Trunnion plate, a raised rim forming a shoulder around the trunnion of a gun. Trunnion plates, plural of trunnion plate. Trunnioned, provided with trunnions. Trunnionless, without a trunnion. Trunnions, plural of trunnion. Trunzo, a surname. Trunzos, plural of trunzo. Tuyua, a surname from Vietnamese. Tuyuan Sa, synonym of Spratly Islands, the Vietnamese derived name. TR letter 1B0 letter 1EDD G Sa. Spratly Islands, an archipelago of the South China Sea, Pacific Ocean. Tuyuans, plural of Tuyuan. Tup, alternative form of trope cantillation pattern. Tupia, alternatives. Spelling of trupio. Tupios, plural of tupio. Tupiano, a surname from Italian. Tubianos, plural of tubiano. Trupti, a female given name from Marathi. Trura, a surname from Cornish. Trurans, plural of Truran. Truro, a city and civil parish with a city council in Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 8244. Truro River, a river in Cornwall, England, which flows from Truro to the River Fal. Truro Shoal, a shoal in the South China Sea. Truronian, a person from the city of Truro, Cornwall. Trus, initialism of transrectal ultrasound. Trusccialo, a surname from Italian. Trusccialos, plural of Trusccialo. Try, a surname. Shruska, a surname. Truskatai, a trigonal white mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Truscats, plural of Truscott. Truscum, a person who believes that gender dysphoria is an essential trait to being transgender. Trisasi, a village and commune of Batasani County, Rhode Romania. Druja, the act of pushing or thrusting. Truskavets, a city in Drohobych Rayon Lviv Oblast, Ukraine. Tralo, a surname. Trotlas, plural of Trosla. Truss, a surname from Old French. Truss bridge, a bridge whose load-bearing superstructure is composed of a truss. Truss bridges, plural of truss bridge. Truss rod, a steel rod that stabilizes the neck of a guitar. Truss rods, plural of truss rod. Truss up, synonym of truss tie up. Truss work, alternative form of truss work. Trussardi, a surname from Italian. Truss, simple past and past participle of truss. Trussal, a surname. Trussals, plural of trussal. Trusser, one who, or that which trusses. Truthers, plural of trusser. Truss, plural of truss. Truss. Third person singular simple present indicative of truss. Truss, of or pertaining to Liz Truss, born 1975, British politician and Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in 2022. Truss, present participle and gerund of truss. Trussings, plural of trussing. Trussite, a political supporter of Liz Truss, born 1975, British Conservative politician and Prime Minister in September-October 2022. Trussites, plural of trussite. Trussonomics, the economic policies and theories of former UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. Truss were structures consisting of trusses. Truss, confidence in or reliance on some person or quality. Trust anchor, an authoritative entity that is assumed to be trustable. Trust anchors, plural of trust anchor. Trust capital, the established trustworthiness of an entity, considered as a resource or capital which is gained or spent through various activities. Trustee, a deed conveying property to a trustee for some specific use. Trust deed, plural of trust deed. Trust every man, but cut the cards. Alternative form of trust everybody, but cut the cards. Trust everybody, but always cut the cards. Alternative form of trust everybody, but cut the cards. Trust everybody, but always cut the deck. Alternative form of trust everybody, but cut the cards. Trust everybody, but cut the cards. Have general faith in the good intentions of others, but never neglect to take appropriate precautions against being deceived or cheated. Trust everybody, but cut the deck. Alternative form of trust everybody, but cut the cards. Trust fall, a trust-building exercise in which someone lets themselves fall without trying to stop it, relying on another person or people to catch them. Trust falls, plural of trust fall. Trust fund, property held by a trustee in a trust established by a grantor for a beneficiary. Trust fund babies, plural of trust fund baby. Trust fund baby, a person who lives off of family wealth, which is often stored in a trust fund and pays the children or beneficiaries on a monthly basis. Trust funds, plural of trust fund. Trust law, a body of law regulating the legal instrument for holding wealth known as a trust. Trust someone across the street. Synonym of trust someone as far as one could throw them. Trust someone as far as one can spit. Synonym of trust someone as far as one could throw them. Trust someone as far as one could fling a bull by the tail. Synonym of trust someone as far as one could throw them. Trust someone as far as one could spit. Synonym of trust someone as far as one could throw them. Trust someone as far as one could throw them. To trust somebody at all. To have any trust in a person whatsoever. Trust someone to. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See trust someone to. Trust territories. Plural of trust territory. Trust territory. A territory placed under the administration of a state by the United Nations. Trust the process. One should have faith or be confident that everything will work out as planned. Trust your friends, but cut the cards. Alternative form of trust everybody, but cut the cards. Trust, but verify. One should have general faith in the benevolent intentions of others, but ultimately one can only rely on things that have been verified. Trust falling. The act of performing a trust fall. Trust fund babies. Plural of trust fund baby. Trust fund baby. Alternative form of trust fund baby. Trust funder. A person who is the beneficiary of a trust fund. Trust funders. Plural of trust funder. Trustability. The quality or state of being trustable. Trustable. Capable of being trusted. Trustworthy. Trustably. In a trustable manner. Trustafarian. A young person with the fashion sensibilities of a hippie or any other countercultural trend, especially anarchism, Maoism, or punk rock, who subscribes to an unemployed, shiftless life of hedonism based upon an unlimited amount of funds, a trust fund. Trustafarians. Plural of trustafarian. Trustbuster. A person or entity responsible for breaking up trusts or monopolies. Trustbusters. Plural of trustbuster. Trustbusting. The breaking up of trusts or monopolies. Trusted. Simple past and past participle of trust. Trustedst. Second person singular simple past indicative of trust. Trustee. A person to whom property is legally committed in trust to be applied either for the benefit of specified individuals, beneficiaries, or for public uses. One who is entrusted with property for the benefit of another. Trustee de sun tort. A person who is not a regularly appointed trustee but interferes with the trust as if they were. Trustee stock. High-grade stock in which trust funds may be legally invested. Trustee stocks. Plural of trustee stock. Trustee. Simple past and past participle of trustee. Trustee. Present participle and gerund of trustee. Trusteeism. A practice in certain parishes of the Catholic Church in the United States under which laypersons participate in the administration of ecclesiastical property. Trustees. Plural of trustee. Trustees de sun tort. Plural of trustee de sun tort. Trusteeship. Office or function of a trustee. Trusteeships. Plural of trusteeship. Truster. A person who trusts. Trusters. Plural of truster. Trustess. Second person singular simple present indicative of trusts. Trussa. Third person singular simple present indicative of trusts. Trustful. Trusting, willing to trust. Trustfully. In a trustful manner. Trustfulness. The papadiobedi tussable. Tusser. Comparative form of trust. more trusty. Trustees, plural of trusty. Hayit, superlative form of trusty, most trusty. Trustification, the formation of a trust to hold and manage something, especially one that has monopolistic control. Trustifications, plural of trustification. Trustify, simple past and past participle of trustify. Trustifies, third person singular simple present indicative of trustify. Trustify, to organize into a trust, to transfer ownership to a trust managed by trustees. Trustifying, present participle and gerund of trustify. Trustily, in a trusty manner. Trustin, pronunciation spelling of trusting. Trustiness, the quality or state of being trusty. Trusting, present participle and gerund of trust. Trustingly, in a trusting manner. Trustiness, the state of being trusting. Trustless, lacking trust and trusting. Trustlessness, the state or condition of being trustless. Trustlet, a trusted process or application in certain types of secure system. Trutlets, plural of trustlet. Trustly, resembling or characteristic of a trust type of legal estate. Trustman, a person who deals with trust arrangements where property or money is held by a third party for a beneficiary. Trust mark, a certification symbol intended to inspire consumer trust in goods or services. Trust marks, plural of trust mark. Trustman, plural of trustman. Trusser, a person who creates a trust. Trusters, plural of truster. Trusts, plural of trusts. Trust store, a storage area for trusted cryptographic certificates issued by certificate authority. Trustworthy, comparative form of trustworthy, more trustworthy. Trustworthiest, superlative form of trustworthy, most trustworthy. Trustworthy, in a trustworthy manner. Trustworthiness, the state or quality of being trustworthy or reliable. Trustworthy, deserving of trust, reliable. Trusty, a surname. Trusty dusty, synonym of trustworthy. Trusty dusty, alternative spelling of trusty dusty. Trustees, plural of trusty. Trustowski, a surname from Polish. Trustowskis, plural of Truskowski. Schroeder, a surname from French. Trudas, plural of Trudeau. True, conformity to fact or reality, correctness, accuracy. Truth be told, used when admitting something one might otherwise lie about, for example, to keep up appearances or be polite. Truth bomb, a blunt, undiplomatic statement of something that is true that others may not want or expect to hear or accept. Truth bombs, plural of truth bomb. Truth book, synonym of slam book, notebook for gossip or opinions. Truth books, plural of truth book. Truth dry, synonym of truth serum. Truth drugs, plural of truth dry. Truth function, a Boolean function whose value is interpreted as truth or falsity. Truth functions, plural of truth function. Truth is stranger than fiction. Sometimes actual events are stranger than imagined ones. Truth Mook. Synonym of truth bomb. Truth, nukes. Plural of truth, nuke. Truth or consequences. A city, the county seat of Sierra County, New Mexico, United States. Truth or dare. Alternative letter case form of truth or dare. Truth or dare. A game where players take it in turn to perform a dare set by the other players or truthfully answer a question put forth by them. Truth quark. Synonym of top quark. Truth quarks. Plural of truth quark. Truth quotient. The degree to which someone or something reflects fact rather than fiction. The degree to which something reflects reality. Truth quotients. Plural of truth quotient. Truth serum. Plural of truth serum. Truth serum. A psychoactive medication, especially one administered by injection, which supposedly renders a person cooperative and disposed to respond honestly to questions. Truth serums. Plural of truth serum. Truth squad. A group of people who attend political meetings, etc. in the guise of ordinary citizens in order to promote a particular viewpoint. Truth squads. Plural of truth squad. Truth table. A table showing all possible truth values for an expression, derived from the truth values of its components. Truth tables. Plural of truth table. Truth to tell. Actually, frankly, as a matter of fact. Truth tree. A variation of a truth table in which any node representing a statement has branches if and only if other statements, true or false, may be derived from it. Truth trees. Plural of truth tree. Truth value. A value indicating to what extent a statement is true. In classical logic, these are the values true and false. Truth values. Plural of truth value. Truth will out. A mystery will always be solved. Truth will eventually and inevitably be discovered. Truth-telling. The act of telling the truth. Truthall. A hamlet in Sydney Parish, southwest Cornwall, England. West Grid Ref SW 6530. Truthophobia. An aversion to hearing the truth. Truth-bearer. An entity that is said to be either true or false. Truth-bearers. Plural of truth-bearer. Truth. Simple past and past participle of truth. True. To make true, to cause, to adhere to the truth, to prove, validate, or support the veracity of. Truthent. Simple past and past participle of truthen. Truthening. Present participle and gerund of truthen. Truthens. Third person singular simple present indicative of truthen. Truther. Someone who tells the truth. Trutherism. The beliefs of truthers. Truthers. Plural of truther. Truthful. Honest and always telling the truth. Truthfully. In a truthful manner. Truthfulness. The quality of being truthful. Truthfulnesses. Plural of truthfulness. Truthie. Comparative form of truthy, more truthy. Truthiest. Superlative form of truthy, most truthy. Truthify. Simple past and past participle of truthify. Truthifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of truthify. Truthify. To make true. Truthifying. Present participle and gerund of truthify. Truthiness. Truthfulness. Truthy. Present participle and gerund of truth. Truthism. a belief in the importance of truth and objective facts. Truthisms, plural of truthism. Truthless, lacking truth, untruthful. Truthlessly, without truth, falsely. Truthlessness, the state of being truthless, untruthfulness. Truth-like, having the appearance of truth. Truth-likeness, resemblance to truth. Truthfully, in accordance with truth. Honestly, without deceit, truthfully. Truth-maker, that entity in virtue of which a truth-bearer is true. Truth-makers, plural of truth-maker. Truth-making, the determination of the truth of something. Truthiness, the quality or state of a statement being true. Truthology, the study of truth. Truthophobia, alternative form of truthophobia. Truths, plural of truth. Truth seeker, one who goes in quest of the truth. Truth seekers, plural of truth seeker. Truth set, a set of all true values. Truth sets, plural of truth set. Truth song, marked by truth, actual, truthful. Truth teller, one who tells the truth. Truth tellers, plural of truth teller. Truth-telling, alternative form of truth-telling. Truthward, leaning or leading toward truth. Truthwards, alternative form of truthward. Truly, faithful, true. Surely, a unit of time equal to about 30 microseconds. Trutination, the act of weighing. Trutinations, plural of trutination. Trudies, plural of Trudy. Trutnov, a town in the Hradec Králové region, Czech Republic. Trutrans, genuinely or legitimately transgender. Trutrances, plural of trutrans. Trigurka, a wind instrument of the trumpet family, played mainly by the Mapuche of Chile and Argentina. Trishurkas, plural of trifruka. Trigruka, alternative form of trifruka. Trishurkas, plural of trifruka. Trataceous, of, pertaining to, or resembling a trout. Druvat, alternative form of trivet weaver's knife. Druvats, plural of truvet. Truxylate, any salt or ester of truxylic acid. Truxylates, plural of truxylate. Truxylic acid, any of several crystalline stereoisomeric cyclic decarboxylic acids with the chemical formula C6HCHCO2H. Truxylic acids, plural of truxylic acid. Truxyline, an alkaloid found in coca. Truxylines, plural of truxyline. Truxello, alternative form of Trujillo. Truxinate, any salt or ester of truxinic acid. Truxinates, plural of truxinate. Truxinic acid, the decarboxylic acid 3,4-diphenyl 1,2-cyclobutane decarboxylic acid. Truxinic acids, plural of truxinic acid. TRV, initialism of technical rule violation. TRV, abbreviation of traverse. TRV, True to the ideology or stereotypical manifestation of a given subculture, particularly among fans of black metal. TRV, plural of TRV. Try, to attempt, to endeavor, followed by infinitive. Try as one may, however hard one tries, despite one's best efforts. Try as one might, alternative form of try as one may. Try cock, a cock valve for withdrawing a small quantity of liquid, for example for testing. Try cocks, plural of try cock. Try conclusions, to experiment. Try for size, alternative form of try on for size. Try house, a place where oil is extracted from blubber, etc. Try houses, plural of try house. Try it on, to test someone to see how much bad behavior they will tolerate, to try to deceive someone to see how gullible they are. Try it on the door, to try something, especially a theatrical play, on a less important audience to gauge the likelihood of success before committing to general release or approval. Try it out on the door. Synonym of try it on the dock. Try line. In rugby, the line at the end of the pitch past or on which the ball must be placed to score a try. Try lines, plural of try line. Try me, used to provoke and invite an opponent to combat. Try on, to test the look or fit of a garment by wearing it. Try on for size, to test an item of clothing by wearing it to determine if it is the correct size. Try one's hand, to attempt a skill, craft, trade, or action, possibly for the first time. Try one's luck, to make a risky attempt. Try one's wings, synonym of spread one's wings. Try to test something to see how it works or whether it is suitable. Try pot, a large pot used to remove and render the oil from blubber obtained from cetaceans, pinnites, and also to extract oil from penguins. Try pots, plural of tripod. Try someone's patience, synonym of test someone's patience. Try square, a tool used to measure if a piece of wood is at right angle, a carpenter's square. Try squares, plural of try square. Try the veal, said after making a joke. Try titles, de battle. Try work, alternative form of try work. Try works, alternative form of try works. Trina, alternative form of Trina. Trina, alternative form of Trina. Try hard, alternative spelling of try hard. Try hards, plural of try hard. Try miter square, a joinery tool that can be used as a standard 90-degree tri-square and also as a 45-degree miter square. Try miter squares, plural of try miter square. TAF, a team event. Tryos, plural of try-off. The act or a session of trying on clothing. Trynos, plural of try on. Tayat, alternative form of tryout. Tayats, plural of tryout. Tripod, alternative form of tripod. Tripods, plural of tripod. Try scorer, a player who scores a try or who is adept at scoring tries. Try scorers, Plural of triscore. Tri-square. Alternative form of tri-square. Triwork. Alternative form of triwork. Triworks. Alternative form of triworks. Triable. Archaic form of triable. Trial. Obsolete spelling of trial. Tell. Obsolete form of trial. House. Plural of trial. Trials. Plural of trial. Tridal. Alternative form of twiddle. Tridals. Plural of tribal. Tebliation. Any mollusk of the superfamily Triblidaceae. Tele. Any mollusk of the order Tiblida or family Tiblidae. Tele is plural of Tiblidae. Trichostatin. Misspelling of trichostatin. Tri. Obsolete spelling of tri. Tri. Obsolete spelling of tried. Simple past and past participle of try. Trier. Alternative spelling of trier. Triers. Plural of trier. Triglyceride. Misspelling of triglyceride. Triart. A person usually of little talent who tries hard to succeed, especially through imitation, usually to gain fame or popularity. Try-harde. Simple past and past participle of try hard. Try-harding. Present participle and gerund of try hard. Try-hards. Plural of try hard. Try. Pronunciation spelling of trying. Trying. Difficult to endure, arduous. Trying for size. Present participle and gerund of try for size. Trying it on. Present participle and gerund of try it on. Trying on. Present participle and gerund of try on. Trying on for size. Present participle and gerund of try on for size. Trying one's hand. Present participle and gerund of try one's hand. Trying one's luck. Present participle and gerund of try one's luck. Trying out. Present participle and gerund of try out. Trying titles. Present participle and gerund of try titles. Tryingly. In a trying manner. Tryingness. The state or condition of being trying arduous, difficult to endure. Tryings. Plural of trying. Alternative form of trina. Tri. A lesbian trans woman. Trikes. Plural of trike. Triless. With no try scored. Triline. Alternative form of triline. Trilines. Plural of triline. Drew. A short river in South Gloucestershire and Bristol, England, which flows into the Bristol River Avon at Sea Mills. Trima. A drupe with fleshy exocarp dehiscent. Trimata. Plural of trima. Trina. A future modal indicating intent. Trina. Alternative spelling of trina. A surname. Trans. Plural of trian. Tayat. A test of the suitability or effectiveness of a person or thing, especially an audition for a performer or athlete, or the advanced staging of a play at a small theater. Tayats. Plural of tayat. Abbreviation of tryptophan. Tripecidin. A toxin, methyl 4,5-dimethoxy 6-methyl-3,3-dioxyspiro-1-benzofuran 2,6-cyclohexa 1,4-diene 1-carboxylate, produced by Aspergillus fumigatus. Tripaflavine, an acridine dye thought to be identical with flavine or acryflavine. Trithan, the dye and former drug trypan blue. Trypan blue, a blue azo dye that was once used as a trypanoside. Trypanocidal, alternative form of trypanocidal. Trypamicide, alternative form of trypanoside. Trypamicides, plural of trypanoside. Trypanid, trypanosomatid. Trypanids, plural of trypanid. Trypthan, a protein found in the cytoskeleton of eukaryotic cells. Trypano, trypanosome. Trypanocidal, that is destructive to trypanosomes. Trypanoside, any drug used to control or kill trypanosomes. Trypanosides, plural of trypanoside. Trypanolysis, the destruction of trypanosomes. Trypanolytic, that destroys trypanosomes. Trypanopho, a person affected by trypanophobia, one who fears medical procedures such as injection using needles. Trypanophobes, plural of trypanopho. Trypanophobia, an irrational fear of medical procedures such as injection using needles. Trypanophobic, having a fear of medical procedures such as injection using needles. Trypanorange, any cestode of the order Trypanorhynchia. Trypanorange, plural of trypanorange. Trypanosomicidal, that kills trypanosomes. Trypanosomaci, a substance that kills trypanosomes. Trypanosomacides, plural of trypanosomaci. Trypanosomiases, misspelling of trypanosomiases. Trypanosomal, of or pertaining to a trypanosome. Trypanosomatid, any protozoan of the order Trypanosomatida. Trypanosomatids, plural of trypanosomatid. Trypanosome, any of a group of protozoan parasites which are transmitted by biting insects and infect the blood of humans and other vertebrates. Order Trypanosomatida in class Chytoplastia. Trypanosomes, plural of trypanosome. Trypanosomiases, plural of trypanosomiases. Trypanosomiases, any of several diseases or infections caused by a trypanosome. Trypanosomic, of or pertaining to a trypanosome. Trypanosomicide, trypanosi. Trypanosomicides, plural of trypanosomicide. Trypanosomid, a skin lesion resulting from trypanosomiases. Trypanosamids, plural of trypanosomid. Trypanosomoses, plural of trypanosomosis. Trypanosomosis, trypanosomiases. Trypanostatic, that halts the development of trypanosomal infection. Trypanosusceptibility, the condition of being trypanosusceptible. Trypanosusceptible, susceptible to trypanosomiases. Trypanethione, an unusual form of glutathione containing two molecules of glutathione joined by a spermidine polyamine linker, found in parasitic protozoa such as Leishmania and Trypanosomes. Trypanotolerance, tolerance to trypanosomiases. Trypanotolerant, tolerant to trypanosomiases. Trypanotoxic, toxic to trypanosomes. Trypanotoxin, any of a group of oxidortictases present in trypanosomatids. Trypanotoxins, plural of trypanotoxin. Triparsamid, alternative form of triparsamide. Triparsamide, a particular anti-infective drug. Triparsamides, plural of triparsamide. Triptylioi, similar to those of species of the genus Triptylium. Tryptid, any fruit fly in the family Tryptidae, now considered to be the tephritid subfamily Tryptinae. Tryptids, plural of tryptid. Trevena, an early Christian woman mentioned in the Bible. Trifasa, name of a Christian woman mentioned in the Bible. Trypilia, a village near Kiev in Ukraine that was the site of an ancient settlement. Trypillian, of or from Trypilia. Trypillians, plural of Trypillian. Trypanation, misspelling of trypsination. Trypanization, misspelling of trypsinization. Trypograph, an early machine for printing by the use of paper stencils. Trypographic, relating to a typograph. Trypographs, plural of trypograph. Trypamastigogenesis, the conversion of amastigotes to trypamastigotes. Trypamastigotes, a stage in the unicellular life cycle typically of trypanosomes where the flagellum is posterior of the nucleus and connected to the cell body by a long undulating membrane. Trypamastigotes, plural of trypamastigote. Trypophobe, a person who suffers from trypophobia. Trypophobes, plural of trypophobe. Trypophobia, an irrational or obsessive fear of irregular patterns or clusters of small holes, such as those found in honeycombs. Trypophobic, relating to or suffering from trypophobia. Trithot, alternative form of tripod. Tripods, plural of tripod. Triprostatin, any of a group of cyclic dipeptides derived from a brevianimide. Triprostatins, plural of triprostatin. Trypsin, a digestive enzyme that cleaves peptide bonds as serine protease. Trypsinase, a commercial preparation containing trypsin. Trypsinases, plural of trypsinase. Trypsinate, to modify by reaction with trypsin. Trypsinated, simple past and past participle of trypsinate. Trypsinates, third person singular simple present indicative of trypsinate. Trypsinating, present participle and gerund of trypsinate. Trypsination, synonym of trypsinization. Trypsinations, plural of trypsination. Trypsinization, alternative spelling of trypsinization. Trypsinizations, plural of trypsinization. Trypsinize, alternative spelling of trypsinize. Trypsinize, simple past and past participle of trypsinize. Trypsinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of trypsinize. Trypsinizing, present participle and gerund of trypsinize. Trypsinization, the act or process of trypsinizing. Trypsinizations, plural of trypsinization. Trypsinize, to treat a protein with trypsin. Trypsinize, simple past and past participle of trypsinize. Trypsinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of trypsinize. Trypsinizing, present participle and gerund of trypsinize. Trypsinogen, an inactive precursor of trypsin. Trypsinogens, plural of trypsinogen. Trypsinolysis, the cleavage of peptide bonds by means of trypsin. Trypsinolytic, relating to trypsinolysis. Trypsins, plural of trypsin. Trypsinization, misspelling of trypsinization. Tryptamide, an amide derived from tryptamine. Tryptamine, a heterocyclic amine found in both plant and animal tissue, where it is an intermediate in several metabolic schemes. Tryptamines, plural of tryptamine. Triptan, synonym of tryptophan as a commercial product. Tryptanthrene, the quinazolinone derivative indole 2,1-B quinazoline 6,12-dione. Tryptanthrins, plural of tryptanthrene. Tryptase, any of a group of serine proteinase contained in mast cells. Tryptases, plural of tryptase. Trypte, of, pertaining to, or produced by trypsin. Tryptically, by reaction with trypsin. Trypticase, a commercial bacterial growth medium. Trypticase soy agar, a growth medium for culturing moderately to non-fastidious bacteria. Triptych, misspelling of triptych. Triptych, alternative form of triptych. Triptychs, plural of triptych. Triptolane, a tricyclic aromatic heterocyclic composed of a pyridine ring fused with indole. Tryptone, the assortment of peptides formed by the digestion of casein by trypsin, a protease, often used in the preparation of lysogeny broth. Tryptones, plural of tryptone. Tryptophan, an essential amino acid with an indole side chain, present in many foods, especially chocolate, oats, banana, and milk. It is essential for normal growth and development and is the precursor of serotonin and niacin, any specific form of this compound, or any derivative of it. Tryptophan synthase, an enzyme found in plants and bacteria, but not in animals, which catalyzes the final step in the biosynthesis of tryptophan. Tryptophan synthetase, an enzyme found in plants and bacteria, but not in animals, which catalyzes the final step in the biosynthesis of tryptophan. Tryptophanamide, the amide of tryptophan. Tryptophanase, a lyase enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction L-tryptophan plus H2O indole plus pyruvate plus NH3. Tryptophanases, plural of tryptophanase. Tryptophanate, any salt or ester of tryptophan. Tryptophanates, plural of tryptophanate. Tryptophandiene, a ditone formed by oxidation of tryptophan. Tryptophan, alternative form of tryptophan. Tryptophanes, plural of tryptophane. Tryptophans, plural of tryptophan. Tryptophanyl, the univalent radical derived from tryptophan. Tryptophanylation, the reaction of a substance with tryptophan or one of its derivatives, the introduction of one or more tryptophanyl groups into a substance. Tryptophanyls, plural of tryptophanyl. Tryptophol, an aromatic alcohol that induces sleep in humans. Tryptophil, the univalent radical derived from tryptophan. Tryptophyllin, any of a group of peptides in the skin secretions of some frogs. Tryptophylins, plural of tryptophyllin. Tryptophylquinone, any tryptophyll derivative of a quinone. Tryptophylquinones, plural of tryptophylquinone. Tryptophils, plural of tryptophil. Tryptoquivaline, any of several metabolites of Aspergillus clavatus that induces quivering. Tryptoquivalines, plural of tryptoquivaline. Tryptose, a mixed enzymatic hydrolysate of protein used in preparing microbiological culture media. Trisal, a small, strong triangular sail sometimes set in place of the mainsail in heavy weather. Trisals, plural of trisale. Triscorer, a player who scores a try. Triscorers, plural of triscore. Triscoring, the scoring of tries. Trisexual, open to or interested in sexual experimentation, especially with different genders. Trisexuals, plural of trisexual. Trisquare, alternative form of trisquare. Trisquares, plural of trisquare. Heres, a pre-arranged meeting or assignation, now especially between lovers to meet at a specific place and time. Tresta, a female given name. Heres, obsolete form of trest. Trested, simple past and past participle of trysts. Tresser, a lover who keeps a tryst. Tressers, plural of tryster. Trysts, plural of trysts. Tresse, third person singular simple present indicative of trysts. Treste, present participle and gerund of trysts. Trystings, plural of trysting. Trysts, plural of trysts. Trysaw, a village in Trysil and Sayson Parish, South Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. OS grid ref so 8594. Trysil and Sayston, a civil parish in South Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England, which includes the named places. Tries, the ternary equivalent of abate. Trite, plural of trite. Tritophan, misspelling of tryptophan. Triwer, a furnace on a ship used to heat tripods. Triworks, synonym of triwork. Trida, a trident emblem representing Ukraine. Tridabs, plural of trizo. Tejazyskaski, a surname from Polish. Tejazyzinski, a surname. Tejazyzinskis, plural of Tejazyzinski. Tejazydio, a town in the gmina of the same name in Gryfus County, West Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland, established in the 9th century. Terzhenica, a town in Lower Silesian Voivodeship, Poland. Tejazyje, a surname from Polish. Tejazyje, plural of Tejazyje. Trondheim, a county of Norway. Trozen, alternative form of Trozen. As, abbreviation of transsexual. As, plural of T. And ES, alternative form of T and CS. TS and Huluz, the combination of the drugs pentazocine, an opioid analgesic, and triphenamine, an antihistamine, used for recreational purposes due to its euphoric effect in the 1970s and 1980s. AS and AS, TS and the blues. AS and ZS. Alternative form of T and CS. TS girl, a trans girl, a trans woman, a male to female transsexual person. AS girls, plural of TS girl. ASA, a surname from Mandarin. Initialism of Transportation Security Administration. Saconian, alternative form of Saconian. Alternative spelling of Tzadic. Sadikim, plural of Tzadic. Thax, plural of Tzadic. Thai, alternative spelling of Tzadic. Sadikim, plural of Tzadic. Thax, plural of Tzadic. Thay, the 18th letter of many Semitic alphabets / Jads, Phoenician, Aramaic, Hebrew, Syriac, Arabic, and others. Thaid, plural of Tsay. Ha, alternative spelling of Tsaid. Ha, alternative form of Tsaid. Hi, alternative spelling of Tzadic. Sadikim, plural of Tzadik. Zax, plural of Tzadik. Thai, alternative spelling of Tzadic. Sadikim, plural of Tzadik. Sax, plural of Tzadik. Sadis, plural of Tzadi. Sagan Kas, a Mongolian neo-Nazi organization founded by Arian Volt Alterkum in 1980. Sagan Kas, alternative spelling of Sagan Kas. Sagaglal, a petroglyph located at the Columbia Hills State Park in Washington State. Saganamiad, any member of the Saganamiadae. Saganamiads, plural of Saganamiad. Sagkatan, one of the cantons of Ararat province of Greater Armenia. Plak, a surname from Mandarin Chinese. Edom, alternative form of Kadum. Size, plural of Tsai. Sakar, a Northeast Caucasian language spoken in Russia and Azerbaijan. Sakonia, the area of Saconian villages in the Peloponnese, Greece, where Saconian language is spoken. The medieval villages were situated in Laconia. Later, inhabitants moved north to Cynuria area in Arcadia. Saconian, a Hellenic language spoken in Saconia, a part of the Peloponnese region of Greece. Saconians, plural of Saconian. Sakpahu, alternative spelling of Chakpahu. Saladi, the Cherokee language, English language term borrowed from the endonym instead of using the exonym Cherokee, which is borrowed from Creek. Sally's entropies, plural of Sally's entropy. Sally's entropy, a generalization of the standard Boltzmann-Gibbs concept of entropy. Zamar, alternative form of Tsama. Thomas, plural of Tsama. Isaba, a form of porridge made from roasted barley in Tibet. Sambana, alternative form of Sampana. Sambaunas, plural of Sambama. Samhani, alternative form of Champgani Pashtun tribe. Sampai, synonym of Zhanjiang. Zawa, a bitter melon of the species Citrullus lanatus. Thamas, plural of Sama. Samasan, a branch of the Salishan languages spoken in western Washington state. Tsapa, alternative spelling of Tsamba. Santhalna, a bagpipe of the Greek islands, a folk instrument without a drone but with two chanters. Sampaunas, plural of Sampauna. Sampoi, Yame. Ta. A surname. Ta. A surname. Tanis. Plural of Tsang. Tas. Plural of Tsang. Tsansa, a shrunken head made by the Shuar and related people of South America. Tsansas, plural of Tsansa. Tsao, a surname. Sao Ko, a plant, Lang Sangyet Sayako, of Chinese and Vietnamese highlands, the fruit of which used medicinally and in cooking. Sao Shu, grass script is style of cursive script used in Chinese calligraphy. Sao Chuang, alternative form of Zhejiang. Sao Dong, alternative form of Zhejiang. Seichuan, alternative form of Zhejiang. Tsaos, plural of Tsao. Taeyan, alternative form of Zhejiang. Or, an emperor of Russia 1547 to 1917 and of some South Slavic states. Tsar Bomba, a 50 megaton thermonuclear bomb detonated by the Soviet Union in October 1961. It was the biggest nuclear bomb ever exploded. Zawet, alternative form of Zeret. Tawets, plural of Tseret. Tsardom, the territory ruled by its Tsar. Tsardom of Bulgaria, Bulgaria's official name from 1908 to 1946. Tsardom of Russia, the centralized Russian state from 1547 to 1721. Tsardoms, plural of Tsardom. Sergoratsevite, an orthorhombic dysphenoidal mineral containing aluminum, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Therish, a son of a Tsar, a prince in Russia or Bulgaria. Servishes, plural of Servich. Serichi, plural of Servich. Tervichs, plural of Servich. Serish, alternative spelling of Serich. Servishes, plural of Serich. Tsarevna, the daughter of a Tsar. Tsarevnas, plural of Tsarevna. Tsarevny, plural of Tsarevna. Tsari, plural of Tsar. Tsarian, of, relating to, or ruled by a Tsar. Tsarich, of, relating to, or being a Tsar. Tsarich. Tsaricidal, relating to tsaricide, killing Tsars. Tsaricide, the murder of a Tsar. Tsaricides, plural of tsaricide. Tsarina, an empress of several Eastern European countries, especially Russia, or the wife of a Tsar. Tsarinas, plural of Tsarina. Tsarish, of or resembling a Tsar, Tsarish. Tsarism, a system of government ruled by a Tsar. Tsarisms, plural of Tsarism. Tsarist, alternative form of Tsarist. Tsaristic, of or relating to Tsarism. Tsarists, plural of Tsarist. Tsaritsa, and Tsarina. Tsaritsas, plural of Tsaritsa. Tsaritsa, plural of Tsaritsa. Tsaritsyn, the Russian city which was renamed Stalingrad in 1925 and then Volgograd in 1961. Tsaritsa, alternative spelling of Tsaritsa. Tsaritsas, plural of Tsaritsa. Tsarli, resembling or characteristic of a Tsar. Tsarniv, a surname. Tsarauchi, traditional Greek leather shoe with pompon, now worn only by the Evzanoi. Saraukian, a surname from Armenian. Saraukians, plural of Saraukian. Tsars, plural of Tsar. Tsarship, the rank of its Tsar, Tsarship. Tsarships, plural of Tsarship. Saragyan, a surname from Armenian. Saragyans, plural of Tsaragyan. La, initialism of target start approval time or target startup approval time, a facet of airport collaborative decision-making. Alat, a Malayo-Polynesian language spoken near Sanya, Hainan, China by the Utsals. Satyesi Mui, an area of Eastern District, Hong Kong. Zatli, a high-quality white raw silk from Zhejiang, China, produced mostly for export. Satlis, plural of Satli. Satsayatin, alternative form of Tsatsayatin. Thas, alternative spelling of Tchach. Thazis, plural of Tsatsk. Tati, alternative form of Dainza. Saivo, a region of Kenya. Savolite, alternative form of Savorite. Savolites, plural of Savolite. Savorai, a dark green garnet. Savorite garnet, a variety of grossular garnet known for its vibrant green color, which is attributed to the presence of vanadium and chromium. Tavorites, plural of savorite. Sawat, a native people of Vancouver Island. A surname from Chinese. Tez, plural of Tsay. Teasidi, initialism of Transportation Safety Board Canada. TSB, plural of TSB. TSGA, initialism of Toxic Substances Control Act. T-Shake, a type of ship once used on the Danube. T-Shakes, plural of T-Shake. T-Shakovsky, alternative spelling of T-Chaikovsky. T-Chaikovsky, alternative spelling of T-Chaikovsky. T-Chaikovsky, alternative spelling of T-Chaikovsky. T-Chaikovsky, alternative spelling of T-Chaikovsky. T-Jats, a surname. T-Shat, alternative spelling of Kot. T-Shefganai, a complex silicate mineral of calcium, cerium, thorium, iron, magnesium, and titanium. T-Shefganites, plural of T-Shefganite. T-Shigo, the central chimpanzee. T-Shigos, plural of T-Shigo. T-Shermakai, a complex silicate mineral, a kind of hormone containing calcium, magnesium, aluminium, and ferric iron found in metamorphic rocks. T-Shermakites, plural of T-Shermakite. T-Shermakitic, relating to a T-Shermakite. T-Shermagite, a water-soluble mineral, ammonium aluminium sulfate NH-also-12H2O found in fumaroles and similar environments. Titernite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. T-schermosome, alternative form of chernosum. T-chernosomes, plural of T-chernosum. T-shatter, a surname. T-shatters, plural of T-shatter. T-skida, a surname. T-skidas, plural of T-skida. T-skink, a light wheeler hunting rifle once used for shooting wild fowl. T-skinks, plural of T-skink. T-skirhart, a surname. T-skirharts, plural of T-skirhart. T-skirnhouse transformation, a type of mapping on polynomials that may be defined by means of field theory as the transformation on minimal polynomials implied by a different choice of primitive element. T-skirnhouse transformations, plural of T-skirnhouse transformation. T-skirnhausen cubic, a plane curve defined in its left opening form by the polar equation r equals a sec 3 theta / 3 where sec is the secant function. T-skirnhausen cubics, plural of T-skirnhausen cubic. T-skirnhausen transformation, alternative form of T-skirnhouse transformation. T-skirnhausen transformations, plural of T-skirnhausen transformation. Eek, alternative spelling of Tesk. And E, initialism of Tay-Sachs disease. Is E, initialism of time series database. E, plural of TSDB. TSEMI, targeted synthetic disease modifying antirheumatic drug. TSEMI, plural of TSDMARD. Triple-stranded DNA. Plural of TSDNA. Initialism of Tokyo Stock Exchange. A surname. Sekin, alternative form of Sekani. AVU, alternative form of Zepupascam. Cgiad, any tetrapod in the family Cgiidae. Cgiads, plural of Cgiad. The springbok. Sechu, alternative form of Tshechu. Seches, plural of Tsechu. Sedaka, alternative spelling of Tzedaka. Sedinbalism, the communist ideology espoused by former Mongolian leader Yunjajin Sedinbal. Sedinbalist, a supporter of Sedinbalism. Sedinbalists, plural of Sedinbalists. Satan transformation, alternative form of Satan transformation. Selis, a warda in Ethiopia. Salena, a virgin land, an underdeveloped, scarcely populated, high fertility region of land often covered with Chernozem soil in Russia and Kazakhstan. Telenas, plural of Selena. Seleni, plural of Selena. Tenokamaka, the homeland of the Powhatan people, an indigenous group in the eastern United States. Ted, a surname. Teds, plural of Tsang. Idias, alternative form of Tzeniat. Tiyat, alternative form of Tzeniat. Centrosoyas, a Soviet bureaucracy, the Central Union of Consumer Cooperatives. Seponite, any of a group of related minerals in the vuori-arvite group. Seponites, plural of seponite. Suring, a unisex given name. Surings, plural of suring. Plural of tsc. Tsays, plural of ts. Plural of tsi. Cesarevich, crown prince, heir apparent or presumptive in the Russian Empire from 1797 till 1917. Cesareviches, plural of Cesarevich. Cesarevich, alternative spelling of Tsarevich. Cesareviches, plural of Cesarevich. Tsarevna, alternative spelling of Tsarevna. Cesarevnas. Plural of Cesarevna. Tessa, a large African antelope, Daniliscus lunatus, formerly Alcelaphus lunata, similar to the hartebeest, but having its horns regularly curved. Tsebs, plural of Tseseb. Sets out, a member of an Athabascan-speaking group whose territory was around the head of the Portland Canal, straddling what is now the boundary between the U.S. state of Alaska and the Canadian province of British Columbia. Tetsouts, plural of tsetsout. Tetse, any fly of the genus Glossina, native to Africa, that feeds on human and animal blood, known primarily as a carrier of parasitic trypanosomes. Tsetse flies, plural of tsetse fly. Tsetse fly. Etsete. Setralai, a city in Mongolia. Ehetias, plural of Tsetsi. Hete, alternative spelling of Tsetsi. Tsumquan-o, an area and town in Sai Kung District. New territories, Hong Kong. Satan transformation, a transformation that, given an arbitrary combinatorial logic circuit, produces an equisatisfiable Boolean formula in conjunctive normal form, the length of the formula being linear in the size of the circuit. A Northeast Caucasian language spoken by about 15,000 people in Dagestan, Russia. TSD, initialism of traditional speciality guaranteed. Tezmah, a historical canton of Simic Province, Greater Armenia. Teasgirl, alternative form of Teasgirl. Teasgirls, plural of Teasgirl. TSD, plural of TSD. TSDK, abbreviation of Technical Sergeant. TSDS, plural of TSDT. TSH, initialism of thyroid stimulating hormone. T-Shangla, a Sino-Tibetan language of the Badash branch closely related to the Tibetic languages, largely deriving from Classical Tibetan. T-Shachk, alternative spelling of T-Chachk. T-Shachks, plural of T-Shach. T-Shachu, any of the annual religious festivals held in each district or Dzong Khag of Bhutan on the 10th day of a month of the lunar Tibetan calendar. Tishetes, plural of Tishechu. Tishe, a syllable delimiter used in Tibetan script. Tisheks, plural of Tishe. T, an ethnic group of Ghana. Tishakapa, the capital city of Kasai Province in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Tishawuba, a Bantu language spoken by about 6.3 million people in the Kasai Occidental and Kasai Oriental provinces of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Tishabdan, a Argyll language spoken in China. Tease Twala, a traditional African beer made from sorghum. Tease Twang, the metropolitan municipality that forms the local government of Northern Gauteng in South Africa. TSHWR, abbreviation of thunder shower. TSHWRS, plural of TSHWR. Initialism of Torres Strait Islands. The initialism of title says it all. Synonym of mace, Old Chinese unit of weight. Sang Kang, alternative form of Kainjian. Zeptit Ali, synonym of mace, Old Chinese unit of weight. Sang Kang, alternative form of Kainjian. Zeptit Ali, a sensuous belly dance of Turkish origin that is found in many of the territories of the former Ottoman Empire, particularly Greece. Heftitilia, plural of Tsiftiteli. Sigen, alternative form of Tzigane. Sigens, plural of Tsigain. Siganology, the study of gypsies. Seken, a transliteration of the Belarusian male given name Se Cyrillic letter 456 acute and Sixen. Sekutia, a fragrant, grape-based pomace brandy of Cretan origin. Selecite, a triclinic mineral containing sodium, manganese, aluminium, borate, silicate, and hydroxide. Seltunan, a certain subgroup of the Apache people. Simshat Sui, an area of Yao Tsimong District, Kowloon, Hong Kong. Simone, a regional language of Bolivia with less than 6,000 speakers. Senmo, a transliteration of the Russian surname Se-el symbol. Semval, a cymbalum or hammered dulcimer used in klezmer music. Cymbals, plural of cymbal. Cymes, alternatives, spelling of Tzims. Hose, alternative spelling of Tzims. Zemes, alternative spelling of Tzims. Simpien, alternative form of Sintian. Simpians, plural of Simptian. Simpien, alternative form of Sintian. Simpians, plural of Simptian. Simpian, alternative form of Sintian. Simpians, plural of Sintian. Simpian, a member of a Native American people who inhabited the coastal waters of western British Columbia and southeast Alaska. Simpians, plural of Sintian. Alternative form of Qin, the Chinese region, state, dynasty, era, and empire. Sinan, alternative form of Jinan City in Shandong Province, China. Sinandali, a village in Kakheti, Georgia country. Sinanfu, synonym of Jinan, a prefecture-level city and sub-provincial city, the provincial capital of Shandong, in eastern China. Sinchao, former name of Tanshui, a major city in China's Gansu province. Tai, a Malayan wild ox, Bos javanicus. Singming, alternative form of Kingaming. Singi, an island of Kwai Tsing District, New Territories, Hong Kong. Singhai, alternative form of Qinghai. Singdala, a poisonous insect of Madagascar. Singhai, alternative form of Qinghai. Singhua, Singhua University. Tsinkianpu, alternative form of Kingjianpu. Sintao, alternative form of Qingdao. Taining, dated form of Jining, a city in Shandong, China. Xinjiang, obsolete form of Xinjiang. Sinodini, a surname from Navajo. Centaurine, any ornithopod of the tribe Centaurine. Centaurans, plural of Centaurorin. Tealthes, a surname. Elvesge, a transliteration of the Russian surname Seolkovski Sialkoskij. Ilkovsky, a transliteration of the Russian surname Seolkovski Sialkoskij. Tealide, the study of tea. Separa, a Greek alcoholic spirit distilled from marc or pomace, similar to grappa. Syrosin, a surname from Russian. Syrosin bound, an upper limit to quantum mechanical correlations between distant events. Syrosin bounds, plural of Syrosin bound. Plural of TSI. T-sithum, transsexualism. Sidasism, the shift into th/dj or ts/dz in some modern Greek dialects, especially but not limited to c/j-bar. Sidoris, a surname from Greek. Sidorizes, plural of Sidoris. Sitsar, alternative form of Kikihar. Sitte, any of the 4 tassels or fringes on garments worn by the Jews in remembrance of the commandments. Titia, plural of tsitzith. An exclamation of disapproval, disappointment, or discontent. Tusk, an exclamation of disapproval. Tusk, plural of tusk. Tusk, alternative spelling of tusk. Simple past and past participle of test. Tusking, present participle and gerund of test. Tusk, third person singular simple present indicative of test. Simple past and past participle of test. Teskinmal, alternative form of Teskinvali. Teskinvali, the capital city of South Ossetia, a de facto independent country internationally recognized as part of the country of Georgia. Testing, present participle and gerund of test. Teskings, plural of tesking. Tesker, indicates gratefulness to the live streamer. Third person singular simple present indicative of tesk. Teth, alternative spelling of tesk. Teth, simple past and past participle of tesk. Testsking, present participle and gerund of tests. Testis, third person singular simple present indicative of tesk. ASL, synonym of time spent listening initialism. ASLP, initialism of thymic stromal lymphopoietin. ASLP, plural of TSLP. TSL, initialism of Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. ASNC, initialism of Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. TSMV, initialism of twin screw motor vessel. TSMV, plural of TSMV. TSA, initialism of the sports network. Tsnege, a gray mineral found in gold and silver deposits. Tazanat, alternative form of Tzeniat. Tazanat, alternative form of Tzeniat. The initialism of time-sharing option. The, a surname from Chinese. So Yang, alternative form of Zoing. So Yang, alternative form of Zoing. So Yun, alternative form of Zoyan. Sachin, alternative form of Zuachin. Sachuan, alternative form of Zuaquan. Toi, a surname from Cantonese. Tois, plural of soy. Sakanai, a shift in some Slavic languages and dialects that causes /th/ to merge into /ts/. Tsalai, an Armenian male given name from Armenian. Sangha, a large group of people who live in northern South Africa and southern Mozambique. Sangha, relating to the Sangha people. Sandu, the former National Assembly of Tibet. Zorus, alternative spelling of Tsuris. Ha, initialism of thin small outline package. Huck, synonym of Sophine. Ha, plural of Tsop. Taurus, alternative spelling of Tsuris. Taurus, alternative spelling of Tsuris. Taurus, alternative spelling of Tsuris. Lazzi, a hoodlum or street thug, especially one from the townships, a township scally. Zatzel, alternative form of Tzatzel. Satsal, alternative form of Tzatzel. Tsatsals, plural of Tsatsal. Tsatsals, plural of Tsatzel. Izatses, plural of Tsatsi. Tsatsata, any of a variety of mixed languages spoken mainly in the townships of South Africa. Tsatsatals, plural of Tsatsatal. An ethnic group in Taiwan. A small language family, a subfamily of Austronesian, spoken in central Taiwan. Saureki, alternative form of Saurikia. Saurikia, a loaf of a sweet, leavened bread enriched with egg, similar to brioche. Sauris, alternative spelling of Tsuris. Tot, a surname from Korean. Soing, alternative form of Zoing. Toys, plural of soy. Toy, alternative form of Zoyan. ASB, initialism of Thrift Savings Plan. ASB, abbreviation of teaspoon, a unit of measurement. ASBN, abbreviation of teaspoon, unit of measure. TSBNS, plural of TSBN. AS, abbreviation of Traffic Service Position System. AS, plural of TSB. ASE, abbreviation of transport. TSE, initialism of terminate and stay resident, a type of DOS program that can continue to run all the time once it is loaded, even while other programs are running. TSRI, abbreviation of thunderstorms with rain. TSR, plural of TSR. TSS, Initialism of toxic shock syndrome. AS, plural of TS. ASS, a hissing sound. TSSA, initialism of Transport Salaried Staffs Association. TSDI, initialism of top secret, secured compartmentalized information. TSS, alternative form of TSS hissing sound. AE, initialism of Simshat Sui. AE, alternative form of TCH. Yeah, initialism of Too Stupid to Live. T-Stow, initialism of Two Stage to Orbit. AE, plural of TSD. Who? The capital city of my prefecture, Japan. Who? Tiana. Sorsi. Soma. The guard at the end of the grip of a sword. Tsubaki, a female given name from Japanese. Thubas, plural of Tsuba. Tsubasa, a male given name from Japanese. Pseudo, a Japanese unit of aerial measure, roughly 3.3 m2 or 35.5 ft2, equivalent to the area of two rectangular tatami mats placed side by side to form a square. Tsubas, plural of tsubo. Tsuchigumo, a member of a race of spider-like yakai. Tsuchinoko, a legendary snake-like cryptid of Japan. Tsuchinshin Atlas, C/2023 A3 Tsuchinshin Atlas, a comet visible to the naked eye in 2024. Tsuchiura, a city in Ibaraki Prefecture, Japan. Tsuchiya, a surname from Japanese. Suanwan, an area and town in Suanwan District, New Territories, Hong Kong. Suga, any tree of genus Tsuga of conifers in the family Pinaceae, of which there are 8, 9, or 10 species depending on the authority, with 4 species occurring in North America and 4 to 6 in Eastern Asia. Sugarsanal, synonym of Conidendron. Subaru, a surname from Japanese. Subaru Strait, a strait between Honshu and Hokkaido in northern Japan, connecting the Sea of Japan with the Pacific Ocean. Sugarut, an orthorhombic silvery lead gray mineral containing arsenic, lead, and sulfur. Subaris, plural of Tsubaru. Tsurdas, plural of Tsuga. Tsuyuko, a female given name from Japanese. A surname. Suika, a Romanian plum brandy. Plural of Tsui. Tsuji, a surname from Japanese. Tsuji trust reaction, a palladium-catalyzed substitution reaction involving a substrate that contains a leaving group in an allylic position. The palladium catalyst first coordinates with the allyl group and then undergoes oxidative addition, forming the pi-allyl complex. This allyl complex can then be attacked by a nucleophile, resulting in the substituted product. Tsuji trust reactions, plural of Tsuji trust reaction. Tsujidahana, a Japanese dyeing technique. Azudis, plural of Tsuji. Tsukaminage, a chimera in which the attacker pulls his opponent past him and heaves him into the air. Tsukemoto, a surname from Japanese. Tsukemotos, plural of Tsukamoto. Tsutebito, an attendant of a high-ranked rikishi or jyoji. Tsukemen, a Japanese dish consisting of cold ramen noodles served along with a hot broth for dipping in a separate bowl. Tsukemono, a type of Japanese vegetable pickle. Tsugiyashi, a style of fighting involving only thrusts or pushes. Tsukidai, a kimerite in which the attacker drives his opponent backwards and out using a rhythmic thrusting motion. Tsukeiza, a situation in which a rikishi accidentally touches the dohyo with his knee, his opponent thus winning. Tsukeko, a female given name from Japanese. Tsukiyatoshi, a kimerite in which the attacker drives his opponent down using a thrusting movement on his rib cage or shoulder. Tsukitaoshi, a kimerite in which the attacker, after a heated slapping exchange, thrusts his opponent over onto his back or side. Sotai, the situation in which a rikishi accidentally touches the dohyo with his hand, his opponent thus winning. Tsukuba, a city in Ibaraki Prefecture, Japan. Tsukubai, a small basin, usually of stone, used for ritual ablution in Japanese Buddhist temples and before the tea ceremony. Tsukubamurai, a city in Ibaraki Prefecture, Japan. Tsukudani, a Japanese dish consisting of seafood, seaweed, or other ingredients simmered in soy sauce and mirin. Tsukuhara syndrome, a rare genetic skeletal dysplasia characterized by radial-ulnar synostosis, microcephaly, scoliosis, short height, and intellectual disabilities. Tsukupe, a kind of large outrigger can use for fishing around Yap. Tsukuyomi, the Japanese moon god, son of Izanami and Izanagi, and brother of Amaterasu, Susanoo, Oi Matsumi, and Kagutsuchi. A Tibetic language of the Keirin Kagit subgroup. Spoken by the Tsumpas of the Tsum Valley, Gorkha district, Nepal. Sumatori, a kimerite in which the attacker reaches down and picks up his opponent's foot at the toes and pulls back and up, forcing him to fall forward. Tsumporite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, iron, lead, oxygen, and zinc. Sum shogi, shogi problems in which the goal is to find a forced checkmate. Soma, a city in Ashikoto region, northern Namibia. Sunabai, a mixed basic phosphate and sulfate of lead and copper that is found as green crystals. Sumelite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing gallium, germanium, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, silicon, and zinc. Sumeko, a female given name from Japanese. Zomite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral silver white mineral containing bismuth and tellurium. Third, dated form of Kun Chinese unit of length. Sunai, alternative form of Zuni. Thona, the wide ceremonial belt with hanging zigzag ribbons worn by a Yokozuna. Tsunamimeter, a piece of equipment used to detect tsunamis deployed across the open ocean to form a network for the purpose of early warning. Tsunamimeters, plural of tsunamimeter. Tsunami, a very large and destructive wave, generally caused by a tremendous disturbance in the ocean, such as an undersea earthquake or volcanic eruption, often a series of waves, a wave train. Tsunami wall, a protective barrier that is used to protect against and impede the travel of a tsunami wave. Tsunami walls, plural of tsunami wall. Tsunami, of or pertaining to a tsunami. Tsunami genesis, the formation and development of a tsunami. Tsunami-genic, capable of generating a tsunami, commonly along major subduction zone plate boundaries such as those bordering the Pacific Ocean. Tsunami-like, resembling or characteristic of a tsunami. Tsunamis, plural of tsunami. Tsunachi, the ceremony in which a Yokozuna's tsuna belt is made and presented. Tsundere, a fictional character who fits the archetype of being cold or even hostile towards another person before gradually showing a warm and caring side. Tsunderes, plural of tsundere. Tsuniko, a female given name from Japanese. Tsunami, a male given name from Japanese. Tsunyan, alternative form of Zinyan. Tsunaming, synonym of Chanaming. Thutu, alternative form of Zondyu. Tsota, alternative form of Zondyu. Herntes, plural of Tsuntu. Azurns, plural of Tsun. Hudin, alternative form of Zani. Suradahi, a chimerate in which the attacker grips his opponent's mawashi and heaves him into the air, lifting him over and out of the ring. Suradono, one of a set of small pavilions connected to a tenoya by watadonos in the Japanese court architecture of the Heian period, used for concerts or garden viewing. Suyadoshi, a chimerite in which the attacker grips his opponent's mawashi, lifts him, and swings him sideways and down. A lifting bodice slam. Azuris, problems or troubles. Zoomas, a transliteration of a Russian surname. Tsurura, a city in Fuki Prefecture, Japan. Tsurudi, a type of Japanese double-edged sword. Tsurumi, a ward of Yokohama, Kanagawa Prefecture, Japan. Suiwoka, a city in Yamagata Prefecture, Japan. Tsushima, an island of Nagasaki, Japan, between the home islands and Korea, now divided by early modern canals. Tsutizori, a chimerite in which the attacker dives under his opponent's arm whilst maintaining a grip on it, then leans back, forcing him to fall forward. Tsutsugamashi, a form of typhus caused by Orienshitsu Tsugamashi and transmitted by chiggers. Tsutsurji, a female given name from Japanese. Tsutsumu, the Japanese art of wrapping items in an attractive and appropriate manner. Hu Tiana, the Sarsi language. Soatana, the Sarsi language. Tsuyako, a female given name from Japanese. Zuyama, a city in Akiyama Prefecture, Japan. Suherai, a heralding attendant who walks in front of a Yokozuna at his doyoiri ceremony. Tsuko, a female given name from Japanese. Teazui, initialism of tab-separated values, a simple plain text data format with values delimited by tabs. Tizbetivan, of or relating to Marina Tsediva Russian, M-A-R-U-E acute and A-va acute and O-va-nat se-ve-yeta acute ya-va 1892-1941, Russian and Soviet poet. Tizvatkov, a surname from Russian. Teastovali, the station code of Tsuwan in Hong Kong. Tizwa, a Bantu language of southern Mozambique, related to Ronga and Songa. Tizwana, a Bantu people living in Botswana and South Africa. Tizwanadom, the influence of Tizwana culture and politics in Botswana. Tswanaland, a Badistan in southwest Africa, present-day Namibia, intended by the apartheid government to be a self-governing homeland for the Tswana people. TSX, initialism of Toronto Stock Exchange. Hot, the station code of Tsingy in Hong Kong. Symbol, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Se-Mbal symbol. Symbol, the Ukrainian version of the hammer dulcimer. TSC Wan Shan, an area of Wong Tai Sin District, Kowloon, Hong Kong. T-Shores, alternative spelling of Tsuris. T-Yadi, alternative spelling of Jush. T-Shudas, simple past and past participle of T-Shudge. T-Shuds, third person singular simple present indicative of T-Shudge. T-Shujing, present participle and gerund of T-Shudge. Initialism of tuberculin tested. A quality of milk in post-war Britain. A book-size range corresponding to 1/32 of the size of an uncut sheet of paper 10-12.5 cm in height. TT4N, abbreviation of TATA for now. TTA, initialism of Trademark Trial and Appeal Board, an adjudicatory body of the United States Patent and Trademark Office. ADB, tenor, baritone, and bass. TT bar, a top quark and top antiquark pair of particles. TT bars, plural of TT bar. TT bomb, initialism of to the best of my knowledge. ASC, initialism of triphenyl tetrazolium chloride. 80. Initialism of Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanams, a Hindu religious organization at Tirumala in Andhra Pradesh, India. Tida, a type of sweet cake from Korea, made from rice flour. Tidyakbaki, alternative form of tidyakbaki. Tidyakbati, stir-fried sliced tidyak Korean rice cakes seasoned with red pepper paste. Tidyak, a Korean dish containing sliced rice cakes, tidyak, beef, eggs, and other ingredients traditionally eaten during the Korean New Year. Tayas, plural of tidyak. A, initialism of true type font. A, initialism of time to first byte, the time that elapses between the client making an HTTP request and receiving the first byte of the response. A, initialism of ta-ta for now, goodbye. A, initialism of transparent thin film transistor TFT. TFT. Initialism of too tacky for words. AB, initialism of tone electron granodiorite. AB, plural of TTG. AA, initialism of tension type headache. Taegan, initialism of total trihalomthanes. AA, initialism of transmission time interval. T-tip, initialism of titanium isopropoxide, a chemical compound. T-ted, plural of T-tip. A, initialism of time to live. A, plural of T-dial. A, initialism of time to market. A, plural of TEM. A, the gene that encodes for the protein titin. A, plural of TEN. A, abbreviation of Toronto. A, plural of TEO. Tita, initialism of target take-off time, a facet of airport collaborative decision-making. Tots. Initialism of the taming of the shrew. Initialism of trusted third party. Initialism of trust territory of the Pacific Islands. Initialism of tabletop proton synchrotron. Plural of TTP. Abbreviation of transthyretin. Initialism of tabletop role-playing game. Plural of TERPG. Plural of TTR. Initialism of tarsal tunnel syndrome. Plural of TT. Plural of TT. Alternative spelling of TT. TASL. Initialism of total time spent listening. Initialism of total time since new. The duration of time for which an aircraft has been in active use since its manufacture. Plural of TTS. Initialism of teacher talking time. The amount of time a teacher talks during a class. Initialism of Thomas the Tank Engine. Initialism of to the tune of, indicating the piece whose melody is borrowed for a new song. Initialism of twin transfusion syndrome. Initialism of to tell the truth. Initialism of Texas Tech University. Tujer, a village in Aragatsat, in Armenia. Initialism of tetrodotoxin. TTY, teletypewriter originally, or a text display device, as used by the deaf to read voice communication converted to text by a communication assistant device, CA. TTIA, initialism of talk to you later. TTIA, alternative letter case form of TTIL, talk to you later. TTIs, initialism of talk to you soon. TTY, plural of TTY. TTITWER, initialism of talk to you tomorrow. Initialism of Taylor University. Abbreviation of Tuesday. Shortened form of Tumata Uinga, Maori for two of the angry face, one of the great gods of Maori mythology, and the origin of war. Tupuk, an argument whereby an accusation or insult is turned back on the accuser, same to you. Tuquoks, plural of tuquoke. Two-letter 242 ULAH, Mountain of the Northwest Territories in Canada, in Nasicho National Park Reserve. Alternative form of du, a traditional Chinese bodice or bib. Tutus, plural of tutu. Tuit tuwu, alternative form of toit towu. Tua culpa, your faults due to your error. You are to blame. Tuh, the sound of spitting. Tueable, anti-clockwise, counterclockwise. Tuakana, in Maori contexts, the elder brother of a male or the elder sister of a female, also a same-sex cousin of a more senior branch of the family, loosely, a mentor. Tuh, a city in Maluku, Indonesia. Tualati, alternative form of Tualatin. Tualatin, synonym of Atfalati. Tua, a town in County Galway, Ireland. Tuamin, tuaminoheptane. Tuaminoheptane, a nasal decongestant drug which is a sympathomimetic stimulant and vasoconstrictor. Tuamato, of or relating to the Tuamatas. Tuamaran, of or relating to the Tuamatas, a chain of islands and atolls in French Polynesia. Tuamatans, plural of Tuamatuan. Tuamatas, the largest chain of atolls in the world, situated in French Polynesia and spanning an area of the southern Pacific Ocean the size of Western Europe. A brush-tailed phascogale tapotapha, endemic to Australia. Tuan Fang, a county of Yuangang, Hubei, China. Tuans, plural of Tuan. Tua, a municipality of Cagayan, Philippines. Tuavs, a resort town in southern Russia on the Black Sea, in Krasnodar Krai. Tuareg, a member of a traditionally nomadic Berber people of the Sahara. Tuareg Slawi, synonym of Azawak. Tuaregs, plural of Tuareg. Tuat, Eucalyptus scomphuus an Australian tree with heavy, durable wood. Tuarts, plural of Tuart. Tus, a planning area in the West region, Singapore. Tuasa, a surname from Spanish in turn from Hokkien common among Filipinos of Chinese ancestry. Tuasans, plural of Tuasan. Tuatapper, a small town in western Southland, New Zealand. Tuatara, a reptile, Sphenodon punctatus, native to New Zealand, that resembles a lizard and is the only surviving specimen of the order Inchosphalia. Tuataras, plural of Tuatara. Tuatara, alternative form of Tuatara. Tuataras, plural of Tuatara. A tribe or group of people in Ireland having a loose voluntary system of governance entered into through contracts by all members. Tua, plural of Tua. Tuatha De Danann, the fifth group of inhabitants of Ireland according to the Leber Gabála Iren tradition, thought to represent the gods of the Goidelic Irish. Their Christian redactors have reduced them to historical kings and heroes. Tiras, plural of Tua. Ta-ta, one of the species Paphes subtriangulata of edible bivalve clams. Ta-tas, plural of Tua-tua. Tuasa, a Filipino surname from Tagalog/Kapampangan, in turn from Spanish, in turn from Hokkien, common among Filipinos of Chinese ancestry. Tuasans, plural of Tuasan. Oh, a flat-bottomed vessel, of width similar to or greater than its height, used for storing or packing things, or for washing things in. Tub chair, a deep chair having a semicircular form. Tub chairs, plural of tub chair. Tub file, a technique used to speed the generation of data files on a punch card, involving multiple copies of frequently used cards that were prepunched and stored in trays arranged by index. Tub files, plural of tub file. Tub gurnard, synonym of tubfish. Tub gurnards, plural of tub gurnard. Tub of guts, a fat person. Tub of lard, a fat person. Tub wheel, in water-powered mills, a horizontal water wheel used to power a grinding stone set in a tub, usually in the form of a short cylinder turned by the impact of one or more streams of water striking against veins attached radially to the wheel. Tub wheels, plural of tub wheel. Tubass, the treatment of venereal disease by sweating in a hot tub. Tubasts, plural of tubfass. Tubby, a kind of tub-like carriage once used in Wales. Tubbedes, plural of tubge, tub shower, an installation found in bathrooms consisting of a stall that has a bathtub as the basin base with a bath shower atop it. Tub showers, plural of tub shower. Tub thump, alternative form of tub thump. Tub thumped, simple past and past participle of tub thumb. Tub thumper, alternative form of tub thumper. Tub thumpers, plural of tub thumper. Tub thumping, alternative form of tub thumping. Tub thumps, third person singular simple present indicative of tub thump. Tuba, abbreviation of bass tuba. Letter 1E60 Umacron B Macron, a tree in Alabama. Tuba City, an unincorporated place in Coconino County, Arizona, United States. Tubasan, a selective inhibitor of a particular histone deacetylase that is involved in many cellular processes, including degradation of misfolded proteins, cell migration, and cell-cell interaction. Tuti, plural of tuba in certain senses. Tuted, tubing, a system of tubes. Tubaeus, someone who plays the tuba. Tubaeus, plural of tubaeus. Tubadan, a municipality of the Dinagat Islands, Philippines. Tuba, of or pertaining to a tube, especially an anatomical one. Tubal abortion, an abortion where the abortive products are expelled through the distal opening. Tubal abortions, plural of tubal abortion. Tubal ligation, a surgical procedure for female sterilization in which the fallopian tubes are blocked or severed. Tubal ligations, plural of tubal ligation. Tubal Cain, a descendant of Cain, the son of Lamech and Zillah. Tuba-like, resembling or characteristic of a tuba. Tubaloi, natural uranium in the refined condition. Tubale, in the manner of or by means of a tube. Tuba, a municipality of La Union, Philippines. Tubaphone, a metallophone constructed from a series of metal tubes arranged in a keyboard configuration. Tubaphones, plural of tubaphone. Tubar, of or relating to a tube. Tubaran, a municipality of Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Tubas, a city in the West Bank, Palestine. Tubatoxin, wrote Tubatoxins, plural of tubatoxin. Tubachalabal, alternative form of tubachalabal. Tubachalabal, a member of the people of the Kern River Valley, California, United States. Tubachalabals, plural of tubachalabal. Tubachalabals, plural of tubachalabal. Tubax, a kind of modified saxophone, made compact by having more folds in the tubing. Tubaxes, plural of tubax. Tube, a municipality of Agusan del Norte, Philippines. A surname. Tada, suitable for washing in a tub. Simple past and past participle of tub. Tower, a village in County Clare, Ireland. Tubbercurry, a town in County Sligo, Ireland. Tubbergen, a village and municipality of Overijssel, Netherlands. Tubbers, plural of tubber. Tubby, comparative form of tubby, more tubby. Tuddis, plural of tubby. Tuddis, Superlative form of tubby. Most tubby. Totally. In a tubby manner. Tubbiness. The state of being tubby, chubbiness. Tubber. Present participle and gerund of tub. Tubbings. Plural of tubbing. Tubbish. Round and fat. Tubby. Tubbo. An obese person. Tubbos. Plural of tubbo. Tub. A surname. Tubbos. Plural of tubs. Tuburin. A barangay of Bacara. Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Howdy. Stout, rotund. The London Underground. Tube amplifier. Synonym of valve amplifier. Tube amplifiers. Plural of tube amplifier. Tube cutter. A hand. Synonym of valve amplifier. Tube amplifiers. Plural of tube amplifier. Tube cutter. A handheld tool used by plumbers to cut tubes. Tube cutters. Plural of tube cutter. Tube feeding syndrome. A potentially fatal condition caused by feeding regimen given through a tube that provides too little water and too much protein in the diet. Tube feet. Plural of tube foot. Tube foot. A locomotor appendage of an echinoderm consisting of a tube with longitudinal muscles, pressurized by water. Tube lichen. A lichen of the genus Hypogemia. Tube shooter. A shoot-'em-up game in which the player advances through a tube or tunnel while moving around its circumference. Tube shooters. Plural of tube shooter. Tube site. A website for the uploading and playback of photographic videos. Tube sites. Plural of tube site. Tube skirt. A type of long, narrow skirt. Tube sock. A one-size-fits-all sock, having a plain tubular shape rather than one designed to match the contours of the foot. Tube socket. An electrical socket into which a vacuum tube can be plugged. Tube socks. Plural of tube sock. Tube steak. A Frankfurter/hot dog. Tube steaks. Plural of tube steak. Tube top. A one-piece, strapless tube-shaped top worn by women, leaving shoulders and bella button exposed. Tube tops. Plural of tube top. Tube train. A smaller profile underground train which operates through the tube tunnels under London, which have a small cross section. Tube trains. Plural of tube train. Tube tying. The procedure of tying the fallopian tubes for the purpose of contraception. Tube tyings. Plural of tube tying. Tube well. A well in which a stainless steel tube is bored directly down into an aquifer. Tube wells. Plural of tube well. Tube worm. Alternative form of tube worm. Tube worms. Plural of tube worm. Tube steak. Alternative spelling of tube steak. Tube steaks. Plural of tube steak. Tubectomies. Plural of tubectomy. Tubectomy. Salpingectomy. Tubicutter. Alternative form of tube cutter. Tubicutters. Plural of tubicutter. Tube. Possessing a tube or tubes. A. Plural of tubifoot. Tubifoot. Alternative form of tube foot. Tubiform. In the form of a tube. Total. Enough to fill a tube. Tubefuls. Plural of tubeful. Tubemasi. A triterpenoid saponin present in the tubers of Bulbostemma paniculatum. Tubeless. without a tube. Tubelessness, absence of a tube or tubes. Tubelet, a small, subsidiary to. Tubelets, plural of tubelet. Tubelite, a fluorescent lighting tube. Tubelites, plural of tubelite. Tube-like, resembling a tube, especially in shape. Tube maker, a manufacturer of tubes. Tube makers, plural of tube maker. Tube making, the manufacture of tubes. Tubinos, any of the Procellaria firms, an order of seabirds including albatrosses, petrels, and shearwaters. Tubinoses, plural of tubinos. Tubiplate, a plate across the barrel of a boiler containing many small holes to receive the fire tubes. Tubiplates, plural of tubiplate. Tuber, a surname. Tuber cinerea, plural of tuber cinereum. Tuber cinereum, the part of the hypothalamus to which the pituitary gland is attached. Tuber fleeciflower, a flowering plant of species Raynautria multiflora family Polygonaceae, native to central and southern China and whose roots are an important ingredient in traditional Chinese medicine. Tuber fleeciflowers, plural of tuber fleeciflower. Tuber, plural of tuber. Tuberaceous, belonging to family Tuberaceae of mycorrhizal fungi. Tuberactinomycin, any of a group of non-ribosomal peptide antibiotics exhibiting antituberculosis properties. Tuberactinomycins, plural of tuberactinomycin. Tuberol, characteristic of a tuber. Tubercidin, a toxic adenosine analog, 7-desadenosine, having antiviral, antitrypanosomal, and antifungal functions. Tubercle, a round nodule, small eminence, or warty outgrowth, especially those found on bones for the attachment of a muscle or ligament or small elevations on the surface of a tooth. Tubercle, having or affected with tubercles. Tubercle-like, resembling or characteristic of a tubercle. Tubercles, plural of tubercle. Tubercula, plural of tuberculum. Tubercular, of, pertaining to or having tuberculosis. Tuberculariaceous, of or relating to the tuberculariaceae. Tubercularization, the process of tubercularizing. Tubercularize, to infect with tuberculosis. Tubercularize, simple past and past participle of tubercularize. Tubercularizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tubercularize. Tubercularizing, present participle and gerund of tubercularize. Tubercularly, in a tuberculate manner. Tuberculars, plural of tubercular. Tuberculate, having tubercles. Tuberculated, tuberculate. Tuberculately, in a tuberculate manner. Tuberculation, the formation of tubercules. Tuberculations, plural of tuberculation. Tubercule, alternative form of tubercle. Tubercule, alternative form of tubercle. Tubercules, plural of tubercule. Tuberculate, any of a group of skin conditions associated with an underlying or silent focus of tuberculosis. Tuberculids, plural of tuberculate. Tuberculiform, resembling a tubercule. Tuberculin, an antigen used in the diagnosis of tuberculosis. Tuberculin, dated form of tuberculin. Tuberculinization, treatment with tuberculin. Tuberculins, plural of tuberculin. Tuberculization, alternative form of tuberculization. Tuberculizations, plural of tuberculization. Tuberculize, alternative form of tuberculize. Tuberculize, simple past and past participle of tuberculize. Tuberculizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tuberculize. Tuberculizing, present participle and gerund of tuberculize. Tuberculization, the development of tubercles. Tuberculizations, plural of tuberculization. Tuberculize, to infect with tuberculosis. Tuberculize, simple past and past participle of tuberculize. Tuberculizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tuberculize. Tuberculizing, present participle and gerund of tuberculize. Tuberculocidal, killing Mycobacterium tuberculosis, causal agent of tuberculosis. Tuberculocidality, the condition of being tuberculocidal. Tuberculocidin, a substance contained in tuberculin, supposed to be the active agent of the latter freed from various impurities. Tuberculi, of pertaining to or resembling a tubercle. Tuberculoma, a lesion associated with tuberculosis. Tuberculomania, synonym of tuberculophobia. Tuberculomas, plural of tuberculoma. Tuberculomata, plural of tuberculoma. Tuberculophobia, a morbid fear of tuberculosis. Tuberculoplasmin, the protoplasm of tubercle bacilli. Tuberculose, tubercular. Tuberculose, affected with tuberculosis. Tuberculosis, plural of tuberculosis. Tuberculosis, an infectious disease of humans and animals caused by a species of Mycobacterium, usually Mycobacterium tuberculosis, mainly infecting the lungs where it causes tubercles characterized by the expectoration of mucus and sputum, fever, weight loss, and chest pain, and transmitted through inhalation or ingestion of bacteria. Tuberculostatic, that halts the growth of tubercle mycobacteria. Tuberculostatics, plural of tuberculostatic. Tuberculosteric, relating to tuberculosteric acid or its derivatives. Tuberculosteric acid, a saturated fatty acid, 10-methyloctanoic acid produced by Actinomyces stales bacteria. Tuberculotherapy, the treatment of tuberculosis. Tuberculotic, of or pertaining to tuberculosis. Tuberculotics, plural of tuberculotic. Tuberculous, tubercular, having or relating to tuberculosis. Tuberculous dactylitis, a skeletal manifestation of tuberculosis. Tuberculoventral, tubercular and ventral. Tuberculum, tubercle. Tuberculums, plural of tuberculum. Tuberiferous, producing or bearing tubers. Tuberiform, resembling a tuber. Tuberin, a protein found in potatoes. Tuberine, An alkaloid, 2,2,5,1,R2,4,2-benzimidothiophenoxy-1-hydroxyethyl-5-methyloxylin, 2-ill-propan, 2-ill-acetate, found in Haplophyllum tuberculatum, possibly Haplophyllum vermiculaire, or other species of Haplophyllum. Tuberins, plural of tuberin. Tuberization, alternative form of tuberization. Tuberizations, plural of tuberization. Tuberize, to cause or to undergo tuberization. Tuberization, the development of tubers. Tuberizations, plural of tuberization. Tuberize, to develop tubers. Tuberize, simple past and past participle of tuberize. Tuberizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tuberize. Tuberizing, present participle and gerund of tuberize. Tuberous, without tubers. Tuberoli, having some characteristics of a tuber. Tuberoepiphyseal, relating to the tuberal region of the hypothalamus and to the hypophyses. Tuberoi, a tuber-like structure found on some orchids. Tuberoids, plural of tuberoi. Tuberoinfundibular, of or pertaining to the tuberal and infundibular regions of the brain. Tuberomamillary, misspelling of tuberomamillary. Tuberomamillary, misspelling of tuberomamillary. Tuberomamillar, alternative form of tuberomamillary. Tuberomamillary, resembling tubers and or nipples. Tuberin, obsolete form of tiburin. Tuberins, plural of tuberin. Tuberoplasty, reshaping of the tuberosity of the humerus to create a smooth, congruent acromial-humeral articulation. Tuberose, tuberous. Tuberoses, plural of tuberose. Tuberoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Tuberositas, synonym of tuberosity. Tuberosities, plural of tuberosity. Tuberosity, the condition of being tuberous. Tuberosphere, the area of soil surrounding and influenced by a plant tuber. Tuberospheres, plural of tuberosphere. Tuberous, relating to, resembling or producing tubers. Tuberous sclerosis, a rare disease that causes benign tumors to grow in the human brain, kidneys, heart, liver, eyes, lungs, and skin, caused by a mutation in the genes for the tumor growth suppressor proteins hamartin and tuberin. Tuberously, in a tuberous manner. Tuberousness, the property of being tuberous. Tubers, plural of tuber. Tuberville, a surname. Tubervilles, plural of Tuberville. Tooth, plural of tube. Tubesat, the set of metal tubes that make up the frame of the bicycle. Tubesats, plural of tubesat. Tude's hull, plural of tubeful. Tubeschutter, any fish in the family Platytroctidae. Tubeschutters, plural of tubeschutter. Tubesnout, a small, thin fish of Pacific North American coastal waters, all Ornithischus flavidus. Tubesnouts, plural of tubesnout. Tubesteak, alternative spelling of tube steak. Tubesteaks, plural of tubesteak. Tubesta, plants that are ready to be repotted or planted. Tubateca, a cap worn in Central Asia, typically by Turkic peoples. Tubatekas, plural of tubateca. Tubufacious, of or relating to the Tubufaceae. Tubeway, a system of interlinked tubes serving as a transport network. Tubeways, plural of tubeway. Tubewell, alternative form of tube well. Tubewells, plural of tubewell. Tubework, an assemblage of tubes. Tubeworm, any of many marine polychaete worms, mostly of the family Serpulidae, which construct permanent calcareous tubes on rocks, ship bottoms, etc. Tube worms, plural of tube worm. Tube, tube-like, similar to a tube. Abbass, color-fast such that it will not fade when washed in a tub. Babush, a fish of species Chelidonystes lucina. Tubful, an amount that would fill a tub. Tubfuls, plural of tubful. Tubac, alternative form of tie-by. Tubacination, the act or process of sounding a trumpet. Tubacinations, plural of tubacination. Tubicolor, tubicolas. Tubico, any member of the order Tubicolacin. Tubicoli of annelids. Tubicoles, plural of tubicole. Tubicolas, inhabiting a tube. Tudi, a person who uses a feeding tube. Tubis, synonym of tubulars. Tubifax, any member of the genus Tubifax of tubificid annelids, some of which are used to feed fish in freshwater aquaria. Tubifaxes, plural of tubifax. Tubificid, any in the order Tubificida, suborder Tubificina, or family Tubificae of worms, variously constituted. Tubificids, plural of tubificid. Tubiflorus, having tubular flowers. Tubiform, having the form of a tube. Tubigan, a barangay of Maluso, Basilan, Philippines. Tubingen, a municipality of Bohol, Philippines. Tubigrit, an elasticated tubular bandage designed to provide support for sprains, strains, and weak joints. Tubileche, any priapillid worm in the family Tubiluchidae. Tubiluchids, plural of tubiluchid. Tube, tubes, considered as a group. Tübingen, a town and rural district of Baden-Württemberg, Germany, on the Neckar, with a famous university, once capital of Württemberg-Hohenzollern. Tübingen School, a rationalistic school of theologians founded by Ferdinand Christian Bohr 1792-1860, which explain the origin of the Catholic Church as due to the gradual fusion of an antagonistic Judaistic and Gentile party, the various stages of fusion being capable of being traced in the extant documents. Tübings, plural of tubing. Tubipor, any member of the alcyanoid genus Tubipora. Tubipores, plural of tubipor. Tubiporite, any fossil coral of the genus Syringipora consisting of a cluster of upright tubes united together by small transverse tubules. Tubiporites, plural of tubiporite. Tubas, someone who plays the tuba. Tubasts, plural of tubus. Tubivalve, a shell or tube formed by an annelid, such as a serpulid. Tubivals, plural of tubival. Albay, a municipality of Banked, Philippines. Tablas, without a tub. Tablet, a little tub. Tablets, plural of tablet. Tablet-like, resembling a tub. Tub maker, a manufacturer of tubs. Tub makers, plural of tub maker. Tub making, the manufacture of tubs. Tubla, a surname. Tubbins, plural of tubman. Tubbin, plural of tubman. Tubby, a village in Fifield and Tubney Parish, Vale of Whitehorse District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 4398. Tubal, a municipality of Abra, Cordillera Administrative Region, Luzon, Philippines. Tubo, tube, tubal, any of various tubes. Tubo-ovarian, alternative form of tube-ovarian. Tubo, a barangay of Dinalupihan, Baton, Philippines. Tubacan aliculate, having large diameter pores with funnel-shaped openings on both inner and outer surfaces of the shell. These eggs would have a high gas exchange rate, and therefore were probably buried in humid mounds. Tubacapsinulae, any of a group of with annelides present in nightshades of the genus Tubacapsicum. Tubacapsinulides, plural of Tubacapsinulide. Tubacapsinulide, misspelling of Tubacapsinulide. Tubacapsi, a particular steroid glycoside. Tubacurar, a neuromuscular blocker found in curare. Tubacurarine. The cation portion of tubacurarine chloride. Tubacurarine chloride, a toxic compound of the alkaloid class obtained chiefly from the bark and stems of a South American vine Chondrodendron tomentosum of the family Menispermaceae that in its dextrorotatory form constitutes the chief active constituent of curare and used in the form of its hydrated hydrochloride CHCl N2OHCl5H2O to produce relaxation of voluntary muscles before surgery and in tetanus, encephalitis, and poliomyelitis. Tubacurarines, plural of tubacurarine. Tuba, a municipality of Lanao del Norte, Philippines. Tuba, Ficus nota, a small tree endemic to the Philippines. Tubography, imaging via a tube. Tubogs, plural of tuba. Tubi, resembling or taking the form of a tube. Tubadal, synonym of tuboid. Tuboimpedance, an impedance in a eustachian tube. Tuboimpedances, plural of tuboimpedance. Tuboligamentous, of or pertaining to both a tube and a ligament, and more specifically, the fallopian tube and the broad ligament. Tubal ligation. Tubal ligation. Tubal ligations, plural of tubal ligation. Tubomanometric, relating to tubomanometry. Tubomanometry, manometry of the eustachian tubes. Tuboperitoneal, relating to the fallopian tubes and the peritoneum. Tuboplasties, plural of tuboplasty. Tuboplasty, surgery to repair one or both of the fallopian tubes. Tuboscopic, relating to tuboscopy. Tuboscopies, plural of tuboscopy. Tuboscopy, endoscopy of a tube, usually. Tubotympanic, of or pertaining to the anatomic region comprising both the eustachian tube and the tympanomastoid cavities. Tuba tympanum, the auditory tube and tympanic cavity considered as a single entity. Tubo arium, relating to a fallopian tube and an ovary. Tubovesicular, misspelling of tubulovesicular. Tubovelus, alternative form of tubulovelus. Tut, initialism of time unit box system. Tuf, plural of tub. Tub of guts, plural of tub of guts. Tubs of lard, plural of tub of lard. Tubsful, plural of tubful. Tubside, the side of a bathtub. Tubsize, plural of tubside. Tubthup, to express a view or opinion in a needlessly dramatic or aggressive manner. Tubthumped, simple past and past participle of tubthumb. Tubthumper, a ranting preacher. Tubthumpers, plural of tubthumper. Tubthumping, present participle and gerund of tubthump. Tubthumps, third person singular simple present indicative of tubthumb. Tubu, alternative form of talbu. Tubui, the main island of the Tubui island group, Austral Islands, French Polynesia. Tudui, a female figure associated with the Duk secret society. Tubuans, plural of tubuan. Tuba, ISV combining form denoting relationship to tubules or microtubules. Tubulanid, any nemertine in the family Tubulanidae. Tubular, shaped like a tube. Tubular assault, an assault operation performed in a confined tube-like space mostly inside vehicles like trains, airliners, buses, coaches, etc., usually for rescuing of hostages. Tubular assaults, plural of tubular assault. Tubular bell, singular of tubular bells. Tubular bells, a percussion instrument consisting of a set of tuned metal tubes that are struck with a mallet, producing sounds like those of church bells. Tubular chimes, synonym of tubular bells. Tubular sponge hydroid, a hydroid cnidarian of species Ziziphus warnii. Tubularian, any hydroid belonging to the former suborder Tubularida cnidarians. Tubularians, plural of tubularian. Tubularia, any member of the Tubulariidae family of hydrozoans. Tubularids, plural of tubularia. Tubularization, alternative form of tubularization. Tubularizations, plural of tubularization. Tubularize, alternative form of tubularize. Tubularize, simple past and past participle of tubularize. Tubularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tubularize. Tubularizing, present participle and gerund of tubularize. Tubularity, the condition of being tubular. Tubularization, the organization of tissue into the forms of tubes. Tubularizations, plural of tubularization. Tubularize, to organize tissue into the form of tubes. Tubularize, simple past and past participle of tubularize. Tubularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tubularize. Tubularizing, present participle and gerund of tubularize. Tubulally, in a tubular way. Tubularness, the state or condition of being tubular. Tubulars. Bicycle tires with the inner tube permanently stitched inside the casing. Tubulary. Archaic form of tubular. Tubulate. Tubular. Tubulated. Having the form of a small tube, or composed of a tube or elongated opening. Tubulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of tubulate. Tubulating, present participle and gerund of tubulate. Tubulation, a tubular form. Tubulations, plural of tubulation. Tubulature, a tubular. Tubulatures, plural of tubulature. Tudo, a small pipe or fistular body, a little tube. Tubules, plural of tubule. Tubulet, a tubule. Tubulets, plural of tubulet. Tubuli, plural of tubulus. Tubulidentate, having teeth traversed by canals, said of certain edentates. Tubulidentates, plural of tubulidentate. Tubuliferan, any thrips of the suborder Tubulifera. Tubuliferans, plural of tubuliferan. Tubuliferous, bearing tubules. Tubuliflorous, having inflorescences composed of tubular flowers. Tubuliform, having the form of a small tube or tubule. Tubulin, any of a group of proteins used as the material for microtubules. Tubulinian, any amoeba of the class Tubulinia. Tubulinians, plural of tubulinian. Tubulinopathies, plural of tubulinopathy. Tubulinopathy, any malformation of the cortex caused by a defect in the encoding of tubulin. Tubulins, plural of tubulin. Tubulipore, any of numerous species of bryozoa belonging to Tubulipora and allied genera with tubulocalcareous calicles. Tubulipores, plural of tubulipore. Tubulitis, inflammation of a tubule. Tubulization, the repair of a severed nerve following neurorrhaphy by placing the nerve ends in a tube of paraffin or similar material. Tubulizations, plural of tubulization. Tubulovolus, misspelling of tubulovolus. Tubulo, tubule or microtubule. Tubulosinar, involving tubules and acini. Tubuloveolar, starting out as a branched tubular gland and branching further to terminate in alveoli. Tubulobar, having the form of tubes and bulbs. Tubulocisternal, tubular and cisternal. Tubulosis, a cyst formed by the blockage of a tubule. Tubulocystic, of or pertaining to tubulocysts. Tubulosis, plural of tubulosis. Tubulodynamics, the dynamics of tubular flow. Tubulopithelial, tubular epithelial. Tubulofilamentous, tubular and filamentous. Tubulogenesis, the formation of tubules in epithelial or endothelial cells. Tubulogenic, relating to tubulogenesis. Tubuloglandular, relating to tubules and glands. Tubuloglomerular, relating to the tubules and glomeruli of the kidney. Tubulointerstitia, plural of tubulointerstitium. Tubulointerstitial, of or pertaining to the interstitium and tubules of the kidney. Tubulointerstitium, the tubules and interstitial tissue of the kidneys. Tubulolamellar, tubular and lamellar. Tubulobular, both tubular and lobular. Tubulomorphogenesis, the morphogenesis of tubules. Tubulonecrosis, necrosis of renal tubules. Tubulonecrotic, relating to tubulonecrosis. Tubulonogenesis, the formation of new tubules. Tubulonephritis, nephritis of the tubules of the kidney. Tubulonephrosis, nephrosis that affects the renal tubules. Tubulopapillary, tubular and papillary. Tubulopathic, relating to tubulopathy. Tubulopathies, plural of tubulopathy. Tubulopathy, any disease of the renal tubules of the nephron. Tubuloprotective, that protects the renal tubules from damage. Tubuloarticular, involving tubules and reticulum. Tubulorexis, localized necrosis of the epithelial lining in renal tubules. Tubulosaccular, involving tubules and saccules. Tubulostin, the alkaloid 2,3-R11-BS3-ethyl-2,1-R2,3,4,9-tetrahydro-1-H-pyrido-3,4-B in the 1-L-methyl-2,3,4,6,7,11-B hexahydro-1-H-benzoaquinolazine. Tubulose, alternative form of tubulus. Tubulosine, any of a group of isoquinoline alkaloids that are derivatives of tubulosine. Tubulosines, plural of tubulosine. Tubulosomatic, relating to the seminiferous tubules and the body as a whole. Tubulostromal, tubular and stromal. Tubulotoxic, toxic to tubules of the kidneys. Tubulotoxicity, the condition of being tubulotoxic. Tubulus, shaped like a tube, tubular. Tubulously, in a tubulous manner. Tubulovesicle, a tubular vesicle associated with parietal cells. Tubulovesicles, plural of tubulovesicle. Tubulovesicular, composed of tubules and vesicles. Tubulobulus, tubular and villus. Tubulazole, the triazole carbamate ester ethyl 4,2,2,4-dichlorophene, IL-2,1-H-imidazole, 1-ilmethyl-1,3-dioxylane, 4-ilmethylsulfonylphene, IL carbamate that inhibits tubulin polymerization. Tubulazoles, plural of tubulazole. Tubular, a short tubular opening at the top of a retort, or at the top or side of a bottle, a tubulation. Tubulars, plural of tubular. Tubulus, obsolete form of tubule. Tubulicin, an antimitotic peptide isolated from myxobacteria. Tubulicins, plural of tubulicin. Tubumbin, a municipality of Iloilo, Philippines. Tuburin, a barangay of Enrique B. Magalona, Negros Occidental, Philippines. Habas, etu, Tudusaktu, a town in Mauritania Caesariensis, Roman Empire, situated near Saudi. Tudi, a surname. Initialism of Trades Union Congress, a federation of trade unions in England and Wales. Turton, the hispid pocket gopher Heterogeomes hispidus. Durkana, a spring constellation of the southern sky, said to resemble a toucan. It lies south of the constellations Phoenix and Grus. Tucandera, a bullet ant. Tucanderas, plural of Tucandera. Tucandera. Alternative form of Tucandera, bullet ant. Tucanderas, plural of Tucandera. Tucamo, a Tucanon language spoken in Brazil and Colombia. Tucanon, a language family of Colombia, Brazil, Ecuador, and Peru. Tucans, plural of toucan. Tucatinib, a kinase inhibitor used to treat some breast cancers. Tadas, alternative form of Tachus. Tacuses, plural of Tacus. Tutti, a surname from Italian. Tuchiarone, a surname. Tuchiarones, plural of Tuchiarone. Tuchid, any copepod in the family Tuchidae. Tuchids, plural of Tuchid. Tuccello, a surname from Italian. Tuccellas, plural of Tuccello. Tutes, plural of Tucci. Tusikai, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal light yellow mineral containing antimony, nickel, and sulfur. Dash, a dark-colored kind of marble. Touchstone. Duchess, alternative spelling of touches. Tachases, plural of touches. Tachang, a district of New Taipei City, Taiwan. Taches, alternative form of touches. Tacheses, plural of touches. Touchit, alternative form of tuit. Touchits, plural of touchit. Touchai, plural of touches. Toucheyes, alternative form of touches. Toucheyes, plural of toucheyes. Touchman, a surname from German. Touchmans, plural of touchmen. Tekaula, a town in Kievan Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. Dekalski, a surname from Polish. Dekalskis, plural of Tucholsky. Tuchun, a Chinese military governor or warlord. Tuchunate, the territory governed by a Tuchun. Tuchunates, plural of Tuchunate. Tuchunism, alternative form of Tuchunism. Tuchunism, the former Chinese practice of governing provinces through warlords or Tuchuns. Tuchuns, plural of Tuchun. Tuchunship, the state or business of a Tuchun. Tuchunships, plural of Tuchunship. Tuchus, the buttocks, rear end, butt. Tuchurses, plural of touches. A surname. Tuck away, to save or hoard something, to hide something in a safe spot, to squirrel away. Tuck box, a hamper of food such as confectionery taken to boarding school by students. Tuck boxes, plural of tuck box. Tuck in, to pull the blankets or duvet up over someone in bed, to put someone to bed. Tuck into, to eat, especially with gusto. Tuck out, a race. Tuck pointing, the finishing of joints along the center lines with a narrow ridge of putty or fine lime mortar. Tuck shop, a shop selling confectionery, especially one in or near a school. Tuck shop arm, synonym of bingo wings. Tuck shop arms, plural of tuck shop arm. Tuck shop lady arm. Synonym of bingo wings. Tuck shop lady arms. Plural of tuck shop lady arm. Tuck shops, plural of tuck shop. Tuck up, to pull the blankets or duvet up over someone in bed, to put someone to bed. Tuck in, a hearty meal. Tuck-ins, plural of tuck-in. Tuck out, a tuck-in, a hearty meal. Tuck-outs, plural of tuck-out. Other, alternative form of Tanka historical Central and South Asian currency. Tuckable, capable of being tucked. Tuttle, the sporodium of wood decay fungi of species Wolficoria extensa, used by Native Americans and the Chinese as food and as a herbal medicine. Decahos, plural of tuckaho. Tuckamore, a spruce tree bent and entangled by winds on the coastal shores of Newfoundland. Tuckamores, plural of tuckamore. Tuckas, plural of tucka. Tuckaway, alternative form of tuckaway. Tuckaway, that may be tucked away when not in use. Tuck box, alternative form of tuck box. Tuck boxes, plural of tuck box. Tuck, simple past and past participle of tuck. Tucked away, simple past and past participle of tuck away. Tucked in, simple past and past participle of tuck in. Tucked into, simple past and past participle of tuck into. Tucked out, simple past and past participle of tuck out. Tucked up, simple past and past participle of tuck up. Tuttenhay, a hamlet in Ashbrington Parish, South Hams District, Devon, England. OS Gridref SX 8156. Tudgar, a southwestern English surname originating as an occupation, equivalent to Fuller. Tucker box, alternative form of Tucker box. Tucker boxes, plural of Tucker box. Tucker County, one of 55 counties in West Virginia, United States. County seat, Parsons. Tucker fucker, a cook, especially a second-rate one. Tucker fuckers, plural of Tucker fucker. Tucker out, to exhaust, to tire out. Tucker telephone, a torture device for giving electric shocks, designed using parts from an old-fashioned crank telephone. Tucker telephones, plural of Tucker telephone. Tuckerback, alternative form of Tuckerback. Tucker box, alternative form of Tucker box. Tucker boxes, plural of Tucker box. Tucker bag, a traditional bag for carrying food. Tucker, often a pouch with a drawstring. Tucker bags, plural of Tucker bag. Tucker box, a box used when traveling to store food or provisions. Tucker boxes, plural of Tucker box. Tudver, simple past and past participle of Tucker. Tuckered out, simple past and past participle of Tucker out. Tuckerella, any peacock mite in the family Tuckerellidae. Tuckerellids, plural of Tuckerella. Tuckerer, present participle and gerund of tucker. Tuckering out, present participle and gerund of tucker out. Tuckerization, the practice of using the name of a real person, typically a friend in a narrative. Tuckerizations, plural of tuckerization. Tuckermanities, plural of tuckermanity. Tuckermanity, poetry or literature, especially that which is excessively proper or moralist, literature by or in the style of Henry T. Tuckerman. Tuckerman, an island of Nantucket, Massachusetts. Tuckeroo, a flowering tree, Cupeniopsis ancarioides, native to northern and eastern Australia. Tuckeroos, plural of tuckeroo. Tuckers, plural of tucker. Tuckers out, third person singular simple present indicative of tucker out. Not a fanfare played on one or more trumpets, bugles, or similar. Tuckets, plural of tucket. Tutti, a surname from Old Norse. Tuttis, plural of taki. Tutte, present participle and gerund of tuck. Tucking away. Present participle and gerund of tuck away. Tucking in, present participle and gerund of tuck in. Tucking into, present participle and gerund of tuck into. Tucking out, present participle and gerund of tuck out. Tucking up, present participle and gerund of tuck up. Tuckins, plural of tucking. Tuckman, a surname. Tuck point, to employ the technique of tuck pointing upon. Tuck pointed, simple past and past participle of tuck point. Tuck pointing, alternative form of tuck pointing. Tuck points, third person singular simple present indicative of tuck point. Thus, third person singular simple present indicative of tuck. Tucks away. Third person singular simple present indicative of tuck away. Tucks in. Third person singular simple present indicative of tuck in. Tucks into. Third person singular simple present indicative of tuck into. Tucked out. Third person singular simple present indicative of tuck out. Tucks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of tuck up. Tuck shop, alternative spelling of tuck shop. Tuck shops, plural of tuck shop. Office, alternative spelling of touches. Tuck uses, plural of tuckus. Tuckwa, a surname from Old English. Tuckwells, plural of tuckwell. Tucklazebam, a benzodiazepine drug. Tuco, a tomato-based pasta sauce, similar to a ragout or bolognese, traditionally consumed in South America. Tuvu, any of the cabiamorph rodents of the genus Ctenomys which have a large head, small ears, and hairy tail. Tucos, plural of tuco. Tucat, a barangay of Dinalupihan, Baton, Philippines. Tuco, alternative form of tuco. Tucatucos, plural of tucatuco. Tucatuzumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody. TEP, initialism of Trade Union Congress of the Philippines, a trade union in the Philippines. Tucson, a city, the county seat of Pima County, Arizona, in the southwestern United States. Tuxamen, alternative form of Tuxonian. Tuxinans, plural of Tuxamen. Tuxonian, of or relating to Tucson, Arizona, USA. Tucsonians, plural of Tucsonian. Tututuva, alternative form of Tuco-Tuco. Tucu-Tuco, plural of Tucu-Tuco. Turco, a fine, strong fiber obtained from the young leaves of a Brazilian palm Astracarium vulgare, used for cordage, bowstrings, etc. Tucuma, a Brazilian palm Astracarium aculeatum with edible fruit. Tucumán, a landlocked province towards the north of Argentina. Tucumas, plural of Tucumo. Tucumcari, a city, the county seat of Key County, New Mexico, United States. Turcupi, a yellow sauce made from wild manioc root. Turcut, a person who believes that gender dysphoria is not an essential requirement for being transgender. Tututs, plural of tucute. Tucutuco, alternative form of Tuco-Tuco. Tucutucos, plural of Tucutuco. Tucpexi, a freshwater dolphin estuary in Dolphin Sotilia fluviatilis, found in the rivers of the Amazon basin. Tucuxis, plural of Tucuxi. Tudba, a surname originating as a patronymic. Tada, initialism of taurosodeoxycholic acid. Tudana, a village and civil parish in West Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TL 7371. Tuddenhams, plural of Tuddenham. Utter, pronunciation spelling of utter. Alternative spelling of Tude. Tudela, a city in Navarre, Spain. Tudela, a small village in Capel Parish, Tunbridge Wells Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6245. Tudas, Germanic, Teutonic. Ud, a surname from Old French. Tudes, plural of tudge. Tude, synonym of Tudagon. Tudagai, a tutelary deity of a locality and the human communities who inhabit it in Chinese folk religion. Tudishin, synonym of Tudagon. Tudatant, any Tudatanamorph microstar in the family Tudatanidee. Tudatants, plural of Tudatant. Tudatanamorph, any of the Tudatanamorpha, is suborder of microstar lepispondylls. Tudatanamorphs, plural of Tudatanamorph. Tudai, alternative form of Tudung. Tudans, plural of Tudon. Tudor, a monarch of the English royal family during the 16th century, specifically King Henry Roman VII and Henry Roman VIII, or one of his three children who ascended the throne. Tudor arch, a kind of flattened four-scented arch found in English architecture. Tudor arches, plural of Tudor arch. Tudor bonnet, a traditional soft-crowned, round-brimmed cap with a tassel hanging from an encircling cord, popular in Tudor times and now sometimes forming part of academic dress. Tudor bonnets, plural of Tudor bonnet. Tudor flower, a trefoil ornament commonly used in Tudor architecture. Tudor flowers, plural of Tudor flower. Tudor rose, a heraldic emblem of England, formed from the red rose of Lancaster and the white rose of York. Tudor roses, plural of Tudor rose. Tudor Bethan, mock Tudor, designed to resemble a Tudor or Elizabethan architectural style. Tudorsk, resembling or characteristic of the Tudor style of architecture. Tudorize, alternative form of Tudorize. Tudorize, simple past and past participle of Tudorize. Tudorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Tudorize. Tudorizing, present participle and gerund of Tudorize. Tudorize, to alter according to Tudor period styles and ideas. Tudorize, simple past and past participle of Tudorize. Tudorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Tudorize. Tudorizing, present participle and gerund of Tudorize. Tutors, plural of tutor. Her, a surname. Tuda, governor from the Western Turkic Khaganate. Tuda, headscarf, especially a form of the hijab worn among Muslim women. Tudars, plural of Tudung. Tudans, plural of Tudun. Hadwilai, a village and community on the Lane Peninsula, Gwynedd, Wales. OS Grid Ref SH 2336. Tade, a surname from Polish. T, initialism of therapeutic use exemption. T, abbreviation of Tuesday. Tuire, attire. Two irons, plural of two iron. Tuber, an inner city area of Liverpool. Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 3892. Till, a surname. Till, a surname. Tills, plural of tool. Tills, plural of tool. Tuman, an area and town in Tuen Mun District, New Territories, Hong Kong. Tuen NG Festival, synonym of Dragon Boat Festival. Tunem, alternative form of to name. Plural of tu. Abbreviation of Tuesday. Tuesday, the third day of the week in many religious traditions, and the second day of the week in systems that use the ISO 8601 norm. It follows Monday and precedes Wednesday. Tuesday Group, a group of foreign diplomats based in Dhaka, Bangladesh, representing the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, the European Union, and Japan. Tuesday, on or around Tuesday. Tuesdayness, the quality of being a Tuesday or like a Tuesday. Tuesdays, on Tuesday, each Tuesday. Tuesday, Tuesday evening or night. Tuesnights, plural of Tuesnight. Tuf, calcareous lime deposited by precipitation from a body of water, such as a hot spring. Tufacious, of the nature or texture of tufa. Tufa-like, resembling or characteristic of tufa. Tofa, obsolete spelling of typhoon. Tufano, a surname from Italian. Tufanos, plural of Tufano. Tuvans, plural of Tufan. Tuvas, plural of Tufa. Tufixai, a surname from Turkish. A surname. Taufexia, a pyroclastic rock containing 25-75% volcanic bombs or volcanic blocks. Taufbrexia, alternative form of Taufbrexia. Tufacious, of the nature or texture of tuff. Taufbrexia, alternative form of Taufbrexia. Davers, Phil Tufnell, born 1966, English cricketer and television personality. Tuffery, a surname. Tatha, a clump of grass or similar vegetation, a small grass-covered mound. Tuffets, plural of tuffet. Tuffet, alternative spelling of Tuffy, a tough person. Tuffeld, a surname. Tuffesite, a vein within volcanic conduits or lava domes that is filled with sintered pyroclastic particles. Tatai, a rock predominantly, but not solely composed of pyroclastic conduits or lava domes that is filled with sintered pyroclastic particles. Tatai, a rock predominantly, but not solely composed of pyroclastic fragments. Tophites, plural of tophite. Aphede, containing less than 25% volcanic fragments. Uffley, a suburb and ward in the city of Gloucester, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 8315. Totham, obsolete form of typhoon. Tothans, plural of toffin. Havard, obsolete form of typhoon. Avhones, plural of typhoon. Thus, plural of tough. Tufnell, a surname. Tufnell Park, a suburban area of London in Borough of Islington, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2985. Tufale, a kind of large cylindrical pasta. Tufan, obsolete form of typhoon. Tufans, plural of tufan. Afra, acronym of toughened unipiece fibrous reinforced oxidation resistant composite, a reusable material for spacecraft heat shields. At, a surname. Tuft hunter, alternative form of tuft hunter. Tuft hunters, plural of tuft hunter. Tuft hunting, alternative form of tuft hunting. Tuft taffeta, a silk fabric with a nap or pile. Tuft taffetas, plural of tuft taffeta. Taffeta, alternative form of tuft taffeta. Taftafetas, plural of tuftafeta. That, a surname from Norwegian. Tathin, having tufts. Tufted antri, a passerine bird of the bird family, Mackenzie severa. Tufted antrikes, plural of tufted antri. Tufted capuchin, a capuchin monkey of species Sapajus apella of parts of northern South America and Trinidad. Tufted capuchins, plural of tufted capuchin. Tufted duck, a species of duck, Ithia fuligula. Tufted ducks, plural of tufted duck. Tufted puffin, a species of puffin, Fratercula serrata, easily distinguished by its thick bill and the pair of tufts on its head. Tufted puffins, plural of tufted puffin. Tufted tits tyrant, a species of bird, Anerts parulus. Tufted tit tyrants, plural of tufted tit tyrant. Tufted titmouse, plural of tufted titmouse. Tufted titmouse, Bealophus bicolor, a small bird of the tit family Paridae, native to virtually all of the eastern U.S. and southernmost Canada. Tufted titmouses, plural of tufted titmouse. Tufted shake, a bird of the genus Pseudocolaps, native to Central and South America. Tufted shakes, plural of tufted shake. Tuftedly, in a tufted mare, having tufts. Tuftalin, an acidic phosphorylated glycoprotein found in tooth enamel, and formed for a short time during amelogenesis. Tuftelins, plural of tuftelin. Duster, a machine that tufts carpets, etc. Tufters, plural of tufter. Tufts, plural of tuft. Tuftenter, a hanger-on to noblemen or persons of quality, especially in English universities, a toady. Tufthunters, plural of tufthunter. Tufthunting, the practice of seeking after and hanging on noblemen or persons of quality, especially in English universities. Tufttion, of or relating to Edward Tufte, born 1942, American statistician and pioneer in the field of data visualization. A comparative form of tufty, more tufty. Tufties, plural of tufty. Ta is superlative form of tufty, most tufty. Tuftui, in a tufty manner. Tuftiness, the quality of being tufty. Tufte, present participle and gerund of tuff. Tuftings, plural of tufting. Tuftless, without tufts. Tusse, a little tuft. Tuftlets, plural of tufflet. Tuft-like, resembling or characteristic of a tuft. Tuts, a surname. Tuftsiers, plural of tufts. Tufts, a tetrapeptide produced by enzymatic cleavage of the Fc domain of the heavy chain of immunoglobulin G. Tuftsins, plural of tuftsin. Tufty, having the form of or resembling a tuft, a bunch of grass, hair, etc. held together at the base. 2. Initialism of trust upon first use. F. To pull or drag with great effort. Tug at someone's heartstrings. Alternative form of tug at someone's heartstrings. Tug at someone's heartstrings. Synonym of play on someone's heartstrings. Tugged belt. Alternative form of tug boat. Tugged boats. Plural of tugged boat. Tug of love. A dispute concerning which of two separated parents should have custody of one or more children. Tug of war. A game or competition in which two teams pull or tug on opposite ends of a rope trying to force the other team over the line which initially marked the middle between the two teams. Tug of wars, plural of tug of war. Tug ones for a lock, to show deference or obsequious respect. Tugboats, alternative form of tugboat. Tugboats, plural of tugboat. Tug of war, alternative spelling of tug of war. Tug of wars, plural of tug of war. Tugarinovite, a monoclinic prismatic violet-brown mineral containing molybdenum and oxygen. Todes, a barangay of Baliangao, Misamis Occidental, Philippines. Tugat, a municipality of Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Tugboat, a small, powerful boat used to push or pull barges or to help maneuver larger vessels. Tugboater, someone who pilots a tugboat. Tugboaters, plural of tugboater. Tugboatman, a man who pilots a tugboat. Tugboatman, plural of tugboatmen. Tugboats, plural of tugboat. Tugbach, a district of Davao City, Davao del Sur, Philippines. Tujawa, a river in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Tadaba, able to be tugged. Tug, simple past and past participle of tug. Tug at someone's heartstrings. Simple past and past participle of tug at someone's heartstrings. Tug one's forelock. Simple past and past participle of tug one's forelock. Tugger, agent noun of tug, one who tugs. Tugger, a suburb of Central Coast, New South Wales, Australia. Tuggeranong, a district of Canberra, Australian Capital Territory, Australia. Tuggers, plural of tugger. Tubby, the pilot who tows a glider. Tuddis, plural of tubby. Tubby, present participle and gerund of tug. Tugging at someone's heartstrings. Present participle and gerund of tug at someone's heartstrings. Tugging one's forelock. Present participle and gerund of tug one's forelock. Tuggingly, involving tugging, forceful pulling. Tuggings, plural of tugging. Sada, a surname. Tuggles, plural of tuggle. Tug, a game played by a person with a dog, in which they both take hold of a toy or other object and attempt to pull it away from the other. Taglakabot, alternative form of Taglakabot. Taglakabot, a ruined fort in Delhi, India. Tugra, a calligraphic signature of an Ottoman sultan and some other rulers to the present day that was affixed to official documents, carved on his seal, and stamped on coins, and inscribed on some stamps issued during his reign. Tugras, plural of tugra. Tugri, alternative form of tugrik. Tugrix, plural of tugrik. Tugda, a hen jaw. Tudjabs, plural of tudja. Tudlas, without a tug or tugs. Tug-like, resembling or characteristic of a tug type of boat. Tugman, synonym of tugboatman. Tugman, plural of tugman. Todip, a barangay of General MacArthur, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Tunos, a barangay of Boak, Marinduque, Philippines. Tugra, alternative form of tugra. Tugras, plural of tugra. Tugri, alternative form of tugrik. Tugrix, plural of tugrik. Tugri, the Mongolian unit of currency, abbreviated MNT, formerly subdivided into 100 Murnger. Tugrix, plural of tugrik. Tugrai, alternative form of tugrik. Tugrax, plural of tugrai. Tugrai, alternative spelling of tugrik. Tugraves, plural of tugrai. Tuds, plural of tug. Tugs at someone's heartstrings. Third person singular simple present indicative of tug at someone's heartstrings. Tugs of love, plural of tug of love. Tugs of war, plural of tug of war. Tugs once for a lock. Third person singular simple present indicative of tug once for a lock. Tugs of war, plural of tug of war. Tugtupite, a rare beryllium aluminium tectosilicate with a structure similar to that of sodalite. Tugtupites, plural of tugtupite. Tuvigarau, A city, the provincial capital of Cagayan, Cagayan Valley, Luzon, Philippines, the regional capital of Cagayan Valley. Tugunan, a municipality in the special geographic area, Bangsamoro in the province of Cotabato, Philippines. Tugwal, a surname. Tugwals, plural of Tugwal. A derisive interjection, onomatopoetic of spitting. Tuheld, a municipality of Croatia. Tuhan, a martial arts instructor. Tuhans, plural of Tuhan. Tutuolite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing iron, oxygen, potassium, silicon, and sodium. Initialism of text-based user interface or terminal user interface. A town in Pontevedra, Galicia, Spain. Tuina, a Chinese medical manipulative therapy that uses traditional Chinese medicinal theory that promotes health, longevity, and wellness. As an extension, its practice and principles are used in some Chinese martial arts in an effort to achieve balance. Tua, a type of thin, papery cookie, often bent into fancy shapes. Tuileries, a palace in Paris, France, which was built in the 16th century and destroyed by fire in 1871. Tuiles, plural of tuile. Tuit, an Inuit watertight jacket worn when paddling a kayak. Tuix, plural of tuilik. Tua, an armor plate hanging down from the breastplate or fold to cover the thigh, either below or as part of a task. Passively epistartical, see etymology. Tudos, plural of tuo. Tuilet, a small tool armor plate for the thigh. Tuilets, plural of tuilet. Tuna, alternative form of tuina. Tuino, a depressant sedative drug comprising two barbiturates, secabarbital sodium and amabarbital sodium in equal quantities, formerly widely used as a recreational drug. Tuinols, plural of tuinol. Tuinstra, a surname from West Frisian. Tuinstras, plural of tuinstra. Tui, initialism of tangible user interface objects. Tui, plural of TUI. Tuis, plural of TUI. Tu is how, the theory that all thought is directed to a second person or to one's future self as such. Tuit, synonym of round tuit. Tuit, a surname. Tuites, plural of tuite. Tuition, the training or instruction provided by a teacher or tutor. Tuition fees, a sum of money paid for instruction such as in a high school, boarding school, university, or college. Tuitional, relating to tuition. Tuitionary, of or pertaining to tuition. Tuitions, plural of tuition. Tuits, plural of tuit. Tudet, a member of a large ethnic minority in the People's Republic of China, living in the Wuling Mountains. Tujias, plural of Tujia. Tujunga Wash, a tributary of the Los Angeles River, California, United States. A Barbadian musical style based on British regimental music of the colonial era, but accompanied by costumed performances based on African characters. Duck, alternative spelling of tuk-tuk. Ducks, plural of tuk-tuk. A motorized rickshaw, especially Southeast Asia or India. Ducks, plural of tuk-tuk. Tukanon, alternative form of tukanon. Tuk-tuk, an advanced state of meditation believed to be attained by some experienced meditators following the deaths. Tuk-tuk gang, leftist mass media groups and companies that oppose Narendra Modi's administration and Hindutva. A surname from Old Norse. Tukate hill frog, a small frog of variable coloration, until recently the only described species in the genus Alifrine found in South America. Tukate hill frogs, plural of Tukate hill frog. Who's a surname? Tukases, plural of Tuks. Tui, a surname. Tukey lambda distribution, a continuous, symmetric probability distribution defined in terms of its quantile function, typically used to identify an appropriate distribution. Tukey lambda distributions, plural of Tukey lambda distribution. Tukey's honest significance test, synonym of Tukey's range test. Tukey's lemma, synonym of Teichmüller-Tukey lemma. Tukey's method, synonym of Tukey's range test. Tukey's range tests, a single-step multiple comparison procedure and statistical test that can be used to find means that are significantly different from each other. Tukey's tests, synonym of Tukey's range test. Alternative form of Tauk, Egypt. Takha, a type of military economic union between certain groups of tapes, not through consanguinity, but established for specific purposes, such as military alliances and economic trade. Tukums, plural of tukum. Alternative spelling of tuk-tuk. Tuks, plural of tuk-tuk. Tukudaka, a band of Shoshan who traditionally lived in the central Sawtooth Range of Idaho and the mountains of what is now northwest Wyoming. Tuka, a cone-shaped mud hut, usually with a thatched roof, found in eastern and northeastern Africa. Tukulen, a kind of sand dune, a relief form shaped by Eolian processes of the central Yakutian lowland, Yakutia, Russian Federation. Tukulans, plural of Tukulan. Tukular, alternative form of Taukulur. Tukulars, plural of Tukular. Tukals, plural of Tukal. Tukums, a town in Kurland, Latvia. Tuturin, a municipality of Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Tukutifur, ornamental latticework used among the Maori people to decorate meeting houses. Tukutukas, plural of Tukutuku. Tukwila, a city near Seattle, Washington, United States. Xola, a city in Hidalgo, Mexico, near the remains of the Toltec city Tolan. Xola metal, an alloy of silver, copper, and lead. Xola work, Russian decorative yellow work. Xola, a barangay of Legazpi, Albay, Philippines. Xolati, a large lake trout, Salvelinus namikosh, found mainly in Canada and northern areas of the U.S. Xolatis, plural of Cholati. Cholaki, alternative form of Cholagi. Cholati, a small island of the Solomon Islands. Cholaminite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal white mineral containing copper, iron, and platinum. Cholane virus, a calicivirus of species Rocavirus A, isolated from rhesus monkeys. Cholangban, a barangay of Pagadian, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Chalapay, a Native American beer made from fermented corn. Chaleremia, alternative form of Chalermia. Chaleremic, alternative form of Chalermic. Tulare, a city in Tulare County, California, United States. Tulare County, one of 58 counties in California, United States. County seat, Visalia. Tularemia, an infectious disease caused by the bacterium Francisella tularensis. Tularemic, of or relating to Tularemia. Tularosa, a village in New Mexico. Tularemia, obsolete spelling of Tularemia. Shalasi, alternative form of Tulsi holy basil. Chalasnolaceous, of or relating to the Chalasnolaceae. Cholafirmycin, a macrolide antibiotic used in veterinary medicine. Cholacholahen, a barangay of Capatagan, Lanao del Norte, Philippines. Chalawas, a barangay of Pagadian, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Tole, a barangay of Casiguran, Sorsogon, Philippines. Talba, a small town situated in the Witzenberg mountain winelands of the Bolans, Western Cape Province, South Africa. Tobagia, any plant in the genus Tobagia. Tobagias, plural of Tobagia. Tulsa, the capital and largest city of Tulcea County, Romania. Tulchin, a calfskin stuffed with straw and given to a cow, as if living, to induce her to give milk. Tulchins, plural of Tulchin. Tulchin, alternative form of Tulchin. Tulchinski, a surname. Tulchinskis, plural of Tulchinski. Tulchin, a city and reign of Vinnytsia Oblast in western Ukraine. Jola, any of a number of large freshwater sedges of western North America formerly classified in the genus Serpis, but now mostly as Sconoplectus. Chalefar, a thick, persistent ground fog, canonically found in parts of California's Central Valley, where it forms from late fall through early spring rainy season, which may contain cold or freezing drizzle. Chalefargs, plural of Chalefa. Chaleshrew, Sorex ornatus juncensis, a possibly extinct subspecies of the ornate shrew confined to the Baja California Peninsula in Mexico. Chaleshrews, plural of Chaleshrew. Chilen, an internee at Chile Lake WW2 internment camp for Japanese Americans. Chilans, plural of Chilean. Chile, a city in Siskiyou County, California, United States. Chales, plural of Chile. Chalai, a surname. Chalais, plural of Chalai. Talji, thick, dense, dark, originally in reference to a wood. Haus, a village and commune of Harghita County, Romania. Tui, a surname from Hindi. Towe, a city, the county seat of Swisher County, Texas, United States. Joek, a surname. Chiliace, a trigonal rhombohedral mineral containing barium, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, sodium, and thorium. Uip, acronym for the 5 points of Calvinist doctrine: total depravity, unconditional election, limited atonement, irresistible grace, perseverance of the saints. Tulip, a surname. Tulip bulb, a specialized underground stem that stores food and contains the components of a tulip plant. Tulip bulbs, plural of tulip bulb. Tulip glass, a glass for beer, having a bulbous body like a snifter, but a top that flares out to form a lip which helps retain the head on the drink. Tulip glasses, plural of tulip glass. Tulip poplar, a poplar tree of species Liriodendron jalipifera. Tulip poplars, plural of tulip poplar. Tulip root, a disease caused by a nematode that causes swelling of the roots of oats. Tulip shell, any of the marine gastropod mollusks of the genus Fasciolaria, especially Fasciolaria jalipa. Tulip shells, plural of tulip shell. Tulip snail, synonym of tulip shell Fasciolaria spp. Tulip snails, plural of tulip snail. Tulip tree, a North American tree, Liriodendron jalipifera, that has squarish leaves, cone-shaped fruit, and an aromatic odor of the family Magnoliaceae. Tulip trees, plural of tulip tree. Tulip-breaking virus, a virus of species tulip-breaking virus. Tulip-breaking viruses, plural of tulip-breaking virus. Tulip ear, procured said of certain dogs. Tulip-like, alternative form of tulip-like. Tulip-free, alternative form of tulip tree. Tulip trees, plural of tulip tree. Chaliponin, an anthocyanin, the 3 rooted outside of delphinidin. Chilipano, a surname from Italian. Chilipant, Itervan. Chilipants, plural of chilipant. Chalipiform, having the shape of a tulip. Chalipis, a cultivator of tulips. Chalipists, plural of chalipis. Tuliply, resembling a tulip. Chalipmania, alternative form of chalipomania. Chalipomania, enthusiasm for tulips as in a period in the Dutch Golden Age during which contract prices for bulbs of the recently introduced tulip reached extraordinarily high levels and then suddenly collapsed. Chalipomaniac, someone who suffers from chalipomania, someone who is extremely fond of tulips. Chalipomaniacs, plural of chalipomaniac. Tulips, plural of tulip. Tulip tree, alternative form of tulip tree. Tulip trees, plural of tulip tree. Tulip wood, the striped, variegated wood of the tulip tree. Tulip woods, plural of tulip wood. Tulipi, resembling or characteristic of a tulip. Chilita, a hamlet in the Saudi region, Northwest Territories, Canada. Alta, in Tibet and Mahayana, a particular high-ranking lama who can choose their own manner of rebirth. Tulkar, alternative form of Tulkarm. Tulkarm, a city in the West Bank, Palestine. Tulkas, plural of Tulka. Havu, in Tibetan Buddhism. A high-ranking lama who can choose the manner of his or her rebirth. Tulpas, plural of Tulku. A surname. Tullamore, a town in and the county town of County Offaly, Ireland. Toller, a surname from German. Tollers, plural of Tuller. Tullety, a village accountant. Tulleties, plural of Tullety. Tullergy, any sprintil of the family Tulbergy. Tullertids, plural of Tulbergy. A town, the capital of Corrèze Department, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Tuller, a surname. Tullers, plural of Tuller. Thous, plural of Tull. Tullet, a surname. Tully, a surname. Tullies, plural of Tully. Tullian, of pertaining to or in the style of Marcus Tullius Cicero 106 BC 43 BC, sometimes anglicized as Tully, Roman philosopher and statesman. Tullibardine, a small village in Perth and Kinross Council area, Scotland, historically in Perthshire OS grid ref NN 9214. Tullity, a whitefish Coregonus artidi tullibi, formerly Coregonus tullibi, found in the Great Lakes of North America. Tullibi, plural of tullibi. Tullier, a surname from French. Tulliers, plural of Tullier. Tulla, a surname from Italian. Tulli, a surname. Tullaches, plural of Tulla. Tullax, plural of Tulla. Tulla, a surname. Tulloch paradox, the apparent paradox that a rent seeker wanting political favors can bribe politicians at a cost much lower than the value of the favor to the rent seeker. Tullux, plural of Tulluk. Tullus, plural of Tullo. Tulla, a market town in County Carlow, Ireland. Thous, plural of Tull. Tullson, a surname. Tully, a surname. Tully, monster. Alternative letter case form of Tully monster. Tully monster, a soft-bodied bilaterian animal notable for its dubious taxonomic status, Tullimonstrum gregarium, which lived in shallow tropical coastal waters of muddy estuaries during the Pennsylvanian geological period, about 300 million years ago. This animal has an odd appearance, having a mostly cigar-shaped body, with a triangular tail fin, 2 long stalked eyes, and a proboscis tipped with a mouth-like appendage. Tully monsters, plural of Tully monster. Tully monsters, plural of Tully monster. Tullaoa, a Baronian County Cavan Island. Tullitown, a borough in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, United States. Jolo, a barangay of Batangas City, Batangas, Philippines. Shalabuterol, a long-acting beta-2 adrenergic receptor agonist. Shalopathin, an antiplatelet drug. Cholestomataceous, of or relating to the Cholestomataceae. Showu, a fortified Chinese rural dwelling made from earth, unique to the Hakka in the mountainous areas in southeastern Fujian. Cholus, plural of Cholu. Tulp's valve, ileocecal valve. Talva, a magical creature that attains corporeal reality, having been originally merely imaginary. Talvi, plural of Tulpa. Tulpamencer, one who practices tulpamancy, a person talking to Tulpa's autonomous thought forms. Tulpamencers, plural of Tulpamencer. Tulpamency, The culture and practice of talking to tulpas autonomous thought forms. Tulpas, plural of tulpa. Tulpas, a spider genus of the jumping spider family, Salticidae. Tulpius valve, Delioscal valve. Tulpius valves, plural of Tulpius valve. Tulsa, a large city, the county seat of Tulsa County, Oklahoma, United States, the second largest city in the state. Tulsa County, one of the 77 counties in Oklahoma, United States. County seat, Tulsa. Tulse Hill, a suburban area of London, in the borough of Lambeth, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3173. Tulsi, a female given name from Hindi. Tulses, plural of Tulsi. Tultaylan, a municipality in the northeastern part of the state of Mexico in Mexico. Cholu, a Dravidian language of India with fewer than 2 million speakers, known as Chaluvas. Chalunadu, a region in southwestern India. Chalu